Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came.
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody suspect a Kit Kat?
Everybody on the second week of Galaxy, Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. Actually, it's me, your host of the pre-show, Rafał Majutek-Szczepanek, together with my fellow lovely casters, Solari and DrBrilmann.
Hello, everyone.
What do we have on the table today? I mean, we had some really nice matches on the last week, specifically the match of the week against, Z10 against Orbit Anonymo. That was a banger. We were all expecting it to be really nice game, and I do believe that players did not let us down.
Nobody let us down in that game, to be honest, and I cannot help it, but I have to echo Afterbo because we had the pleasure to have Orbit Anonymous Jungler on the interview last week after that game, and he kept talking about one thing, and that thing was how good Neriman, his AD carry, is, and I will have to agree with that. I think Orbit and Anonymo are looking exceptionally strong right now, but their AD carry Neriman, he was shining so much last week, and honestly, he's probably the player I am most excited going further into this season.
Well, to be frank, we have been talking about Neriman for a really long time, right? Even before this season, in the previous season, we've been pointing out as him to be one of the most strongest AD carries in the league, if not the strongest. This season, it seems to be that he continues to go down this path as to be one of those strongest ones. He's got a few competitors. To be honest, he's got a few people that are going to try to match his level in overall gameplay, and I'm genuinely looking forward to see more Harpoon. I'm going to be a little bit on the other side of this topic, really, because for those of you who haven't been watching Ultraliga before that, help me out, season 7? Was it season 7?
7 or 8, no?
I think it was season 7, Team ESCA Gaming, when Harpoon was the AD carry for the team, and we went crazy about this guy.
Harpoon Marlon.
Yeah, I do believe
it was the duo. It was the duo that we were so hyped about, even though we had Lucas still in the league right now. Right? Without the now, just right? So that's that. Right. Left. Anyway, so, I'm going to be quite excited to see how this tandem is going to play out. And I think overall, last week have shown us that there's a few teams that are building their momentum coming into the rest of the season as well. And there's a lot of things to look forward to in general, I would say.
And I do believe we are looking forward the teams that are actually making a really, really good appearance on the Rift, even though we wasn't expecting it that highly. For example, like devils.one, currently 2-0 and really, really playing so well. Today's opponent for them is not the one from the top of the table, but we will jump to that later on. Let's start with a new team in the league that had really tough matchups in the first week, and today they are going against the Colossus. Back to the game against Orbit, Anonymo, and Neramin specifically. I mean, it's really hard to break the lose streak playing against probably the best team in the league.
That's very true. Yes. I mean, back to the game had a really rough start. They were pretty much playing against some of the strongest teams we have. And the third match that they're pretty much collecting them all. They're starting from the very top of our potential scoreboard and going slowly but surely all the way to the bottom, in terms of their opponents, not in terms of their actual movements through the standings. But today is going to be a tough match. Honestly, I don't expect too much from them. Let's be fair here. They are going against a team that already proved to us last week that they are the strongest by beating Zero Tenacity in their match. And for back to the game, unless they're pulling out a miracle today, which I would honestly love to see, I don't think they stand too many chances of seeing the victory screen.
Well, it's just always hard for the rookies, right? We
Yeah.
know this in our league. We know this in LAC specifically as well. I'm not going to specify anything, but for everybody who knows, they know. So it's always a question of how well do you integrate yourself into the new league, and how well are you going to fight against those that have been here for quite some time, right? That goes both ways for veterans to get used to the fact that okay, there are rookies now. What we're going to do about them? Apparently, it's a bit easier for the veterans, which is also, I guess, quite easy to deduct. When it comes to Orbit Anonymo in general, it's interesting that they have met so early in the season. All right, because you could say that currently Orbit Anonymo is being the contester of top one. Are they the strongest team in the league, though? That's yet to be answered, right? Because again, we're very much in the beginning of the season, and somebody has the momentum now, somebody going to have the momentum later, and I'm interested to see how they're going to progress as we go into the season. Are they going to keep the snowball rolling? Are they going to stop at a certain point? Are they going to do bad drifting Nunu in your average solo queue game, and the snowball is going to just explode right in front of you? It's a question, right? For now, they've been doing rather well. When it comes to back to the gaming, not really, right? They are struggling to find their footing. They're struggling to find a way. Okay, what do we actually can do on the Rift to power up everything that's going on? If I recall correctly, previous match they played in the end of week 1 was devils.one.
Mm-hmm.
And that wasn't the brightest of their performances still, right? So with that being said, yes, you're coming really against a really hard opponent this week, but on the other hand, maybe they can use it as a fuel, right? Maybe they can use an ability to play against a really, really tough opponent coming into this ladder. They can try to use it as a fuel to go, okay, maybe as we've tested something on these guys and it works, we can do it against other guys and it's going to work as well, right? Theoretically, but I guess we'll have to see.
And also, I would love to point out one thing, because I do know Back to the Game really, really, really well from the times in the second division. Right now, they're on the boot camp. They're on the same place they were boot camping while preparing for the playoffs in the second division. They went flawless through the second division playoffs, winning 3-0 in the finals. Then into the promotion tournament, they have beaten up Camille and Friends and Team ESCA Gaming. They were prepared really, really well after 1 week of a bootcamp or so, I do believe. Right now, they are starting their core preparation for the split, and maybe we won't be experiencing like a really, really high upgrade in terms of skills and determination and strategical preparedness, but I do believe that their journey starts right now. They probably want to forget about the first week and 2 losses, but they can't just erase it from the league table. But hey, today playing against Orbit Anonymo is going to be a really difficult but really nice experience for them. So then they can prepare for the slightly less challenging enemies in the future, for example, like Iron Wolves or Gripchocraft or anything like that. But we will see, we shall see. That will be on the end of today's. The match before that is going to be quite interesting, in my opinion. Zero Tenacity, after a loss against Orbit Anonymo, are taking on Forsaken, which had a really nice first game, but that was playing against offlaner Damkex on the top lane. And then they started really well in the early game against Iron Wolves, but yeah, it crept up.
I think it's such an interesting game, though, in general. The one that we had by the end of the previous week, and the ones that we're going to have today, the ones that we're going to have today as well, because I feel like this is the thing I'm going to try to lay out here in front of you is like a web. Okay, so imagine a huge web with small strings connected and attached to it, and I feel like this is the situation is happening here, right? Because we have been suffering a cut in terms of teams that are participating in the league, right? It's no longer 10 teams now, it's just 8 teams. So there's less spots for the playoffs as well, which means it's top 4. Therefore, you have to work with your momentum. You have to work with the fact that, okay, if now things are going well, then we need to keep rolling. If now things are not going too well, we need to start to find a way how to get back, so on and so forth. You know the gig of the competitive world, right? And for Forsaken, I am genuinely curious how they're going to try to fight today. Because, again, as you said it yourself, but you take the early game for them went really well. If I recall correctly, it was about up to minute 24 when everything was working pretty good. And then Iron Wolves just stand up and go, yeah, about that. No. And they just lose. So it's such a morale breaker, especially coming into the week 2, especially with the fact that right now, every win actually matters from the beginning. Because if you lose 2 points now, you might not acquire them later to get into that top 4 spot. Right now, it's harder. So for me, this game in particular is not just, because for Zero Tenacity, yeah, they lost. Yeah, that's true. Overall, the game was quite close, just in general. There was one fight that went a little bit not as expected for Zero Tenacity. I believe it was the fight in the Dragon Pit, and that turned into a Baron that turned into the end of the game. Exactly. Right? But in general, if you look at the kills were equal. The gold was relatively close. Not dead even, but they were going very close after one another. Yeah, it stings, but okay. You shrug it off, you keep moving, right? Especially if you're Zero Tenacity, who've been dominating the league in a wider sense of things. But for Forsaken, suffering a loss from Iron Wolves like that, and now trying to come back, that's tough. So I'm really interested to see how the morale is going to work up for them in this game.
If I can just add very quickly, I want to see how this team is going to develop throughout the season in general, because from what we saw the last week, they seem to have this inconsistency between how the first half of the game goes and the second one goes. Because if you remember their very first game and the very first game of this season of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga, they were playing against Gripchocraft, and the situation was the opposite. They were losing the early game, they were losing the laning phase, and then suddenly something shifted for them and they started winning. In their second game, things go exactly the opposite. So I want to see them trying to find and finding that connection between the early and the late game.
We've been talking about the schedule, the unfortunate schedule for Back to the Game, but for devils.one, it is actually pretty nice. 2-0 currently, playing against Gripchocraft. Gripchocraft is struggling to find their momentum, to find their position, I do believe, in this league, because 0-2 start, missing your top laner on the first of the games, and it's not working so well that it used to in the first season when Gripchocraft actually arrived to the Ultraliga. devils.one, after 1 year break from the first division, coming back really strongly. So I would love to make a little pause on this topic because I really do believe that not only the organization and the team, but each of those players individually is like on a top 3, top 4 spot in the league easily.
Quite possibly, actually, if you think about it, because again, the team has some names that we know pretty well from the first division, like Christian Matlishka, for example. Some names were new to us since we haven't really had a chance to follow Division 2 very closely. But again, I've heard opinions from people who have been casting and following it that those players are really good and they really have been deserving of being in Division 1 for the long time. And what I love seeing from devils.one is that they're proving that very point. They're proving that they are the team that is worthy of being back in Division 1 and that the players are worthy of being promoted so much and so rapidly. I am not sure about absolutely everybody being the top, some of the top 4, top 5 players in their roles, but they have the chance to be some of those.
I agree, and just in general, it just seems like a very interesting matchup as we've got a team that is trying to build themselves and trying to go. And because last season, Cryptocraft was an incredible win and was an incredible, just a statement in the league in general, right? I think everybody could have just said that almost everybody loved Cryptocraft. Everybody loved the way how they approached the league in general, right? So that's going to be interesting to see whether they can follow up on the overall if you want Scion hype train. And then when it comes to devils.one, I'm just excited to see what they're going to bring up because this start is incredible. If you want to compete for the top 4 spots, which is, again, a hard thing considering we've got a lot of teams that are interested in that top 4 spot. If you think about it from the top of your head, you just go, yeah, Orbit, Anonymo, Zero, Tenacity, Iron Wolves, Forsaken. But, well, guess what? Apparently not. Apparently it's devils.one right now who are kind of squeezing in, just going, excuse me, I just arrived. Can you please move yourself? Yeah, and get the hell out of here because I'm going to be sitting here. Yeah, thank you. Bye. That's exactly what they're doing currently, right? So I'm interested to see how long can they keep that momentum going? Because again, I've been talking about it already in the pre-show. I'm going to keep talking about it for a long time. The momentum matters. And the momentum that they've got themselves from week 1 is just chef's kiss. Keep moving, keep doing it. You might just as well secure yourself at least a top 4 spot, and that's already a very big win.
And since we're talking about the top 4 spot, yeah, we are pretty much looking at the 10 and Orbit Anonymo as those 2 teams that no matter what's going to happen, probably like 99%, they are going to make it.
Don't jinx it.
I mean, I'm not a caster actually, so I'm not making a caster curse now. So
Host curse.
don't.
Is that a thing?
We're gonna make it a thing.
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
I don't want to find out.
You said we don't do anything good for the league in general. Drakus and Dagda said in Euphoria. Guess what? We're gonna make it a thing.
Okay, I'm so sorry then. I don't want it to happen. But hey, if in case so it happens, that will mean we have more than 2, 3, or 4 really, really strong teams. Because right now I'm looking, as you mentioned before, on Iron Wolves. I'm looking at this team. I'm looking at this new jungle mid synergy. I'm looking at on all those players. And today they are playing against Team ESCA Gaming. It's going to be the first match, starting like in a couple of seconds, starting from the draft. So sadly, I won't have much time to go over this. I will just leave this discussion, leave this topic for you guys. Thank you for having me here, and good luck to you, and good luck to the players.
Thank you so much, Mayute.
All right.
Draft time. So
Exactly.
I guess we're gonna leave all the discussion a little bit for later, since the draft is already pouring in. Excited to see. Yeah, Aurelian still has to go because last week. It's just thank you so much. It's been lovely to have you. We no longer want to see you here. I'm interested if we're going to see an Akali ban and a Zia ban, things like this, right? Because for Odin, he seems to be for me right now, he seems to be what Niski is for Madline's Koi in LAC. He's just binding the team together and just going, okay, you do what I do. I do, you do as well. Okay, cool. Now let's do this. And that's, seems to be the synergy. So I'm really excited to see if ESCA are going to respect this and leave a few target bans towards them in lane.
I would love for ESCA to ban out more scaling picks because it really seems to me so far that Wolves really shine the most when they get to the late game, when they finally get the scaling queuing for them. Of course, ASOL was a huge factor in their previous game, the last game of the last week, but I really think that it is going to be the case for them for the majority of the scaling picks. So I'm happy to see at least one of those already gone from the side of ESCA. But by the way, ESCA are playing with their normal roster right now because last week we had a substitute for the second game for their support, which they won very nicely. So I really wonder how this change of support back to their usual one is going to affect their gameplay.
I agree. It's going to be quite interesting to see. Well, the ban's already poured in, so Emilio gets instantly insta-locked over here, which is quite an interesting choice. It's pretty much open to possibility for ESCA to just go screw it and try to go for a Lucian Nami, since or try to take away Ophelia, since Ophelia's Emilio is right now quite a powerful combination just in general. I would prefer that, because I'm going to say what Dracos have said. I'm referring to him too much today, but it doesn't matter. Nobody can play Lucian in Europe. Let's just, close that book, forget about it. It just doesn't work for Europe.
It's honestly, Lucian and Udyr are the two banes of my existence right now, because last weekend I was watching the same tale repeating over and over, with the R5 Udyr top lane pick going in, proxying the enemy lane, and then his team losing miserably. I was watching that on CBLOL because I was casting it that day. Then I go to LEC and immediately see the very same thing happening there, and every single time it works like a charm. So yeah, I agree with you. There are two things that just don't work in Europe currently, but if something does work, it is Milio. And I think that Milio can work with any hyper carry, and Lucian is going to be the one if Roof can pull him off. But considering what we just talked about, I am not happy.
I mean, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, because, well, it may just work. Again, from ESCA, it's a bit surprising to me to see Varus and Nautilus being picked up, because Milio can be considered as a counter pick to Nautilus, thanks to the fact that I believe it is his Q that he throws away, and it pretty much counters Nautilus's hook. So theoretically, ESCA might have just made their lane phase a little bit more miserable than they wanted it to be, but we'll have to see for the jungle picks what is going to be there. Now, Lee Sin picked up for Kylan. We've seen this already. We've seen how well it works for him, and it's up to ESCA to find an answer to this. Do we want to go with the jungler, or instead grab something for mid?
I'm going to slightly disagree with you on the Lee Sin working well for Wolves, because it does, and it also doesn't, because the second game for Wolves last week was a disaster, partially because of Kylan and his movements around the mid lane, of him trying to force things way too much for the lane that just wants to sit back and scale. And you can understand Lucian wanting to have things going, but the choices of the timings were not exactly correct from the Wolves last week, to try to put it in a nicer way than I would like to.
Well, they had time to practice. They had time to make sure
true.
that the timings will be corrected. And Lee Sin is a very influential pickup on the map just in general.
Yeah.
We'll have to see what they're going to do else. Again, the mid lane pickup for both of these teams are going to be one of the most attention concentrated thing that I'm going to have. In the meantime, the rest of the bans are pouring. Xante has been picked up for ESCA. They get rid of the Jax as soon as possible, so we're not going to see the hand shake. There's a few more things that Hijira can still pick up, like an Aatrox, for example. It's interesting to me that Wolves right now making sure that they don't leave many options for Mazzy within the next game. So again, might be looking for some prior with the jungle mid duo.
Yeah, I would honestly expect that, because so far it really looks like Wolves are trying to play around their jungle mid lane combination, and to try to play around their aggressiveness, because Kalin wants to be at the enemy's throats at all times. He wants to be engaging, he wants to be on the lanes, he wants to be super proactive and aggressive. And I love that they're removing some more early game junglers that can stop Lee Sin from invading them and taking away their camps and just being a menace in general. So far, yeah, okay, it's only going to be Xinjiao, but the Azure Band there, I like it.
That is cheeky. That is cheeky.
A little bit.
I mean, I partially have been expecting Odin to pick up something like that, because if you want to be a playmaker for your team, perhaps there's nothing better than Azir. Let's just put it plainly, right? One of the most influential mid laners you can pick up currently. I really am. Okay, and ESCA's saving the mid lane for the last. I guess they want to see what's going to be there. I don't know, Akali? I mean, she's open. You can pick that up.
If you want to. But do you want her right now? I really wonder what Wolves are going to decide with their last picks. I think I mostly wonder about the mid lane as well, because his hero is probably just going to survive his laning phase, and he's going to play well later on. We know how it works. Like, he's just a very stable top laner for the team. Okay, are we talking about Jace mid lane for? Yes, we are talking about Jace mid lane for Odin. Lovely.
And we might actually get the good old handshake, Jace Korotkiy. We've been seeing it for the entirety of the previous year. It's been just one of the banes of our existence, if you want it. Makes sense here, I guess. Although the comp from Wolves is very interesting to me, as they have both the poke and just they can go in if they really decide to. And ESCA going with something a little bit more, I would say, orthodox in a certain way of it. But it's the Wolves comp that has me, I don't want to say boggled, but it's just quite curious to me.
Curious is exactly the word to use, to be honest. I would also describe it as being very aggressive, but also not going with any plan B whatsoever for Wolves right now, which is very much in their style. You have to admit it. But look at that. They have no significant front lane. Of course, Gwen and Lee Sin are going to be the fire starters for the team. But if they die quickly, if there is enough burst on the side of ESCA, they're down and there is nobody left for the team to tank for them and try to sustain some damage while the backlane deals the damage in return. And their backlane is pretty low range if you exclude Jace. Lucian, Melia are not going to be super far range. So this really looks like the composition that wants to engage onto the enemy, kill them as soon as possible, and if it doesn't work out, well, guess we die.
I mean, there's also another way to play it, as far as I can see, which is poke your enemy out of
That's
anything, right? Because Jace, we know that, yeah, Jace might not scale the best, but still in the late game, he's going to deal tons of damage because that's just Jace, right?
Yeah.
Every single Q that he's going to shoot with the Empower gates that he places down is going to hit like a truck. And interestingly enough, you can use Lucian as a poke, right? You
Yeah.
can poke quite a bit, you can move around, you can dash around, and with the culling, you can even theoretically try to eliminate someone prior to the fight, right? So maybe there's an idea of going a little bit like swinging back and forth. We poke, we get away, we poke, we get away. Oh my God, we're killing them, with a little bit of this. But then it leaves me with a question, okay, but what happens if you're going to get engaged first? Yes, you've got Melia, who's going to be stopping the engage from Nautilus. Well, the problem is there's not just Melia, right? ESCA have picked themselves 3 different engages that can work rather well. You can have the Xante, who can just walk up, tank tons of damage, take someone with an all-out, kill them right there on the spot because most of the people he's going to take out are going to be quite squishy, then laugh at you, and then just continue to move forward. Maokai is just going to pretend he's Treebeard from Lord of the Rings, go, room, throw a stone at you, a few roots, you're dead, right? And then there's Nautilus, who also has a tendency of throwing a very heavy anchor right into your face.
Yeah, does it from time to time, to be honest. Everybody has, their own bad habits and everything, but Nautilus definitely has that one for sure. But yeah, this is a really curious tale of how well our Wolves are going to fare with their peak, with their composition, because it's a very risky one, but they're going with the risky moves already.
Apparently so, and before we are going to have any risky moves, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summoner's Rift. It is top percenters in my heart, Iron Wolves in reality, who are looking to pick themselves the first blood. It's going to be the easiest one I've seen in my life, as Desaline have not expected anything like that. Kylan picks it up for him.
They just walk in, take the first blood, take the ghost also away from this line, and refuse to elaborate any further and leave. A very good move from them, and I love it. I'm going to explain why I absolutely love it. Not just because it's, the early game shenanigans that we all love seeing on the Summoner's Rift. It's also because for Gwen, this is not exactly the easiest matchup. In theory, Gwen really loves to have those extended fights, but she wants to have them after a level 6. Xante is okay to fight her before that because he has damage and he's pretty tanky. Xante is okay to fight her after that before she finally gets to her Riftmaker because he is going to out-tank her any damage that she's going to throw at him. Before the first item for his Hero, this matchup is a pretty tough one, but now that there is an advantage for Wolves, now that there is no Ghost and the first Death on this line, it's gonna be easier.
Wait, something
Tell
I've
me.
completely missed is the new Fog of War and how Wolves use that Fog of War.
Uh-huh.
Because
Hello, Pixel Bush.
Hello, Pixel Bush, exactly. It's just, that is so cool. So for those of you who don't really get what I'm saying right now, just a quick explanation. So we can't really look at the top lane right now, but it's the same like it is here on the bot lane, right? There's one single bush that just stands in the very middle of the river. Very naturalistic, happens all the time in real life. So, you walk by the pound and you just see, oh, look at that, there's a bush right in the middle. And then what they've done is they made sure to hug both of these walls because that bush closes just a small window, but that small window is enough to not get spotted when you're hugging that wall on the blue side of the map. And that allowed them to just walk up and do their thing, which I find to be absolutely incredible.
Now I wanted to look back at the Wolves because right now 2 interesting things are happening, and both of them can be categorized as Wolves being Wolves, going very aggressively there, not going to find anything, of course, and Buffy knows that. But Kylan is already trying to look for the ways to engage either onto the lanes or into the enemy jungle, and I like the previous game that they had last week. Right now, Kylan has a mid laner who can support him if he decides to be very proactive around the mid lane. At the same time, his Shuri is placing really deep wards into the enemy jungle to make sure they have as much vision onto Mousy as possible, because if anything is going to stop Wolves' advantage, especially early on in the game, it is going to be that tree.
Interesting way though is that also Dizzeline is now running without flash, and having that ghost away from him feels so
Oh,
nice
yes.
and confident, because with all of that vision that is being placed by Zero Hugh. In the meantime, okay, the hook coming in through with a knock up as well into UFO. Roof firing away. Very nice trace from Roof, showing his mechanical skill on the champion. Gigila is going to answer back with a few arrows of his own, but overall, a pretty good trade for both sides. Not exactly equal, but good nonetheless. Mazzy might be looking for a way to answer it, but he's going to get spotted on the ward that I believe is actually in that pixel bush.
No, it's a little bit further, actually. It's much further into the river.
Oh,
Make
yeah,
sure they
right.
see him before he arrives to that bush. Very smart from the Wolves.
So that means no kills are going to come through right now.
Yet. I would say yet, because considering how much the bot lane is exchanging damage and everything, it's going to come soon.
Can he finish it off? I don't really know. The Conquest has
I
been
don't think
procs.
so.
Ghost is already available for that Xanthi, so he might go for it. He's sure they're not stopping, still fighting away. Come on, let's go. Snip, 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 trying to take him down. Ghost propped with a little bit of shield. One more auto might do the trick, but he's running real quick. Kylan here to try to help him out with the Q. Sonic Strike. Not connecting just a little bit, but the ward will do the trick. Kylan secures the second kill and a huge chunky way for his Zero. Top lane is in such of a good spot.
Yum yum, thank you very much, ESCA's top lane, because that is going to be a very nice dish for his Zero, getting him even closer to level 6. Forget whatever I said about Xanthi being okay with fighting Gwen. This Xanthi was not okay fighting her whatsoever. Propos Ghost, just like a couple seconds before what we're looking at the screen right now, has a very nice sidestep right here from Kylan. But as you mentioned, this ward in the bush is going to be the one that decides the fate on the top lane, and we are going with a 2-0 situation with 2 kills, both of them situated onto Kylan right now.
One of the greatest things about Lee Sin is the amount of mobility you can have,
Yeah,
and how innovative you can get within the ganks. And it seems to me right now that Kylan is trying to use the best of that potential. Interesting choice coming from Wolves. So they have taken control over the top lane, but it has been said in the beginning of the season that right now playing for the Void Grubs is probably one of the most powerful things you can do currently, right? And if you can't, yeah, you can go for the dragons, but this is not so powerful. Wolves going exactly the other direction. So they're securing the dragon first, which is going to be the mountain drake. No, it is the mountain drake, no?
it's a Chemdrake.
It's a chemdrake.
Yeah.
I am blind, but that is okay. 2 Void Grubs have been secured for ESCA, so they can start working a little bit with that damage towards the towers. 1 Void Grub, however, will be secure for Wolves, so it seems like they are in the winning situation, despite the 2 Void Grubs being taken by Mazzy.
It's only 2 Void Crabs. As long as you can't make them into at least 5 crabs, the other team is going to be fine with that exchange. Odin?
A few swings back and forth, but nothing too big just yet.
I was still a little bit worried for him. That looked a little bit risky. Plus, he still had a flash, but to be fair, Buffy had a flash as well. So most probably it would have just been an exchange of those 2. God damn it, UFO! He's really looking for an opening on this bot lane constantly.
And Roof playing quite aggressively here, and it pays off quite well as well. If you just look overall at the map, there's almost a 2,000 difference in gold. And yes, you could argue that the majority of that sits in the hands of Kylan, as he is 2 kills up over his adversary, has more camps as well. But if you look at the CS, then you can see that it's not just him. Top lane completely annihilated for the side of ESCA. Desaline falling back massively with 30 CS down, which is a huge number at this point. But the bot lane is not doing fancy as well. 10 CS difference, quite a lot of control coming from both Roof and Ents. Roof playing very aggressively. So that means they have priority both on the bot lane and the top lane, leaving Wolves so much space to play with.
Speaking of space, they are looking for the ways to go into this bot lane, because look at how many people are already there on this side of the map. Odin just to secure, but he's half health, so that's not very safe. And Kylan has been standing on a ward for a really long time.
Yeah.
Very safe. ESCA kind of had an idea about what exactly was coming their way.
I don't even know how they could have spotted it. It's just,
No idea.
an absolute mystery. Call for Inspector Gadget. We need a detective.
It must have been some magic in the works there for sure. But now at least they're going to have a recall, potentially not the best one. I would love to see how exactly this botnet looks, because looking at the minimap, it looks like there is a very nice wave coming their way, and Roof is going to get at least a turret plate from that.
Might be indeed.
Yeah, he will. He will.
Oh yeah, no, he will. Yeah, definitely he will.
Who's gonna stop him?
Game crashes. Anyway, overall, the map looks in a firm control of Wolves. 2,000 gold lead still stands there, just like an immovable
Menacingly.
object.
Yeah.
Overall, things just look very nicely for them. Mid lane, falling behind just a tiny little bit. Korotkiy, of course, is unbelievably good at clearing out waves, has just been highlighted by Boofy. Might be looking for some proactive play there, maybe trying to propel the top and the bot lane more. I guess Wolves might be looking to do something as soon as the Herald is going to spawn in, because that would mean that with so much prior on the top lane, on the bot lane, you can look for a lot of different plays. And well, you can't get to 5 stacks anymore of the Void Grubs if you're Wolves, but you can get to at least 4, which is already, I mean, it's nice to have it.
I think it's not even about them getting to the stacks. I think it's more about denying the stacks to ESCA, because ESCA have some really good wave clear and have some good damage against the turrets already. If they get to the 5 stacks and they get additional oomph, it's going to be really hurtful for Wolves turrets.
Great. And UFO not going to miss the hook. The other way around. Well, the other way around. He's going to miss the hook, unfortunately, for him. While Kylan plants the Sonic Wave. 1 more minute on the clock before the Dragon's going to spawn in. Ocean Drake, the next one on the menu. Rather nice to pick it up, regardless. Might be looking for a play here onto Ends or Roof, but Mazzy is going to get spotted on that ward. We've seen it week 1, showcased by Traffic. How important that ward in the bush is. Mazzy now thinking that he's in safety, but in reality, not really. He is spotted away, definitely walking around now and back and forth. Kylan channeling himself back. No, not going to be any place just yet.
It's a little bit early, but 30 seconds on the timer before the next Drake spawns, and this is the perfect time for ESCA to go towards 8 and take it, plus it's 10th minute, which means that the first package for Mr. Korotkiy has just arrived on his base, and look at this little boy. This Yodel is back to the base to pick it up and go right back into the action, which means there is literally 0 chance for Wolves right now to fight for this Drake. They would have to give it up because the damage from this package is too much to deal with in a good team fight.
Agreed. Let's see what is going to be the next set of priorities. Wood Grubs have spawned together with the Drake. It seems to me that Wolves right now, it's shifting their priority towards the Void Grubs, taking them all, denying the needed one. Ends over here, though, with a knock-up onto Boofy. He has to use the package, and he's been forced out. Very well done by Wolves. Now they have full control of the top side. Now they can turn their attention towards that Drake, stack it up for themselves as well, not being afraid that the team fight is going to go sideways in case the Korotkiy package is going to be used.
Exactly. Very good decision from them to get this, to steal away their own camps. To be fair, that's their own camps from ESCA, and to get away this package from Korotkiy, which means right now, if they can push forward the bot lane, they will have the prior round the Drake back in their hands, and with Kylan already rotating towards the bot side of the map, they can fight for it, and they can try to stack 2 Drakes.
Well, Boofy just reset. Odin is getting denied. Okay, never mind. All out onto his Zero. Has to flash away almost immediately. There is a miss as the stim coming in through. So much damage. That wasn't even close as his Zero walks up like a chat to that top lane turret and starts to break it apart.
This is just Hijiro casually demonstrating his skill to us. He's not afraid to fight with the enemy, had to use the flash in that exchange, but is still sitting on a teleport, pushing in, getting so much gold on this top lane. Finally, a kill and a bolo kill this time. Very beautifully played by Hijiro. Desaline tried to play around it. He tried to get him with his all-out right under the turret, but in the end, whenever Gwen is having her ultimate available, it is just a little bit too much damage, apparently, for Xanter right now, who's under farming to deal with.
In the meantime, the Drake has been taken. An interesting way to play it from the sides of Wolves was that Boofy has reset. Therefore, they were in a good position to fight. Odin needed that reset, right? And he had to teleport on the cooldown. However, the back was not delayed for as long as needed. So Odin could very easily reset, get his item, get back to the lane with the usage of teleport. Therefore, the full control over that bot lane side was in the hands of Wolves. Again, the poke coming in through so much, as we might have a fight here. Poke not connecting. I think that was a connect onto the wall as Roof firing away. Not a lot of things happening. Another one now connects. That is nice, but Uvo might be just going down. Has to flash away, and Digila has to use the heal in order to neglect the damage from the culling. Mazzy is here, though. Might try to equalize the gaming field.
They could if they want to, because he still has the ultimate available. There is no flash. No, there is flash into everybody from Wolves, but can they get away from this?
Coming in through, and Melia blocks it as Kylie now steps forward. Another teleport has been used. Gigila has to flash away because he knows the trouble are coming his way. Odin with the snipe from the downtown takes so much damage. Hijiro picks up a kill for himself. In the meantime, Roof takes down the tree, and Odin kills the Cosmonautilus. It is 3 kills on the bot side of the map for Wolves. A 6-0 score, and just such a great game for Wolves.
Call him the Lumberer, because the tree has been taken down. It might be Buffy as well, but no, the Yordle lives, unlike the tree in the very previous exchange. Very nicely done from Wolves, and they are back to what we have been praising them for, especially in their last game last week. Grouping up and fighting all together. Did they have to invest 2 teleports into that? Yes. Did it mean that they're securing the situation on the bot lane? More kills for them, more prior for them? Absolutely so. And Wolves are not afraid to invest the resources whenever they know they are going to get a lot from that.
And the brilliant thing that you can see right now is the gold distribution, right? Everybody have something on their hands. There's 1 kill to assist on Odin,
Yes.
1 kill to assist on Roof, 2 and 2 on Kylan, 2 and 3 on Hijiro. Everybody received a piece of a cake. So therefore, everybody can build. You can see 4 completed items on the side of Wolves for the solo laners, for the jungler, and for the AD carry. This is exactly what you want to see. Therefore, right now, it is safe to say that Gigiller is going down. He's just going to put the thumbs up because he knows he's completely trapped, going to get torn apart. He's going to pick up his 3rd kill of the game. It is a very good control of the game from Wolves.
And a very bad control of the vision from ESCA, because they were trying to go in with much more vision very early in the game, but now we see a lot less of that. They don't know when the enemy is coming.
Kylan might have misstepped with the death
that
charge.
I knew.
Yeah, with the phosphor bomb. The shutdown coming in through. Good pickup, because Buffy is the only person right now who's not falling behind too massively. But it's going to require way more than that if you want to bounce back into this game. Look at the goal difference. It is almost 6,000 on the 15th minute of the game. It is a very hard situation to play around.
Well, quite possibly it is going to require a Herald for them, because they didn't manage to get at least 5 stacks of the grab, so they don't have the additional true damage against the turrets. Herald is going to help them massively if they want to push, and they need to push. They must push if they want to maintain at least some prior on the map right now, because they don't have any. They need to get rid of the outer turrets from the side of Wolves to make sure they can put in more vision, deny vision from the Wolves, and at least understand where the enemy is going to come from.
Mid lane turret is going to fall in the process as Odin going to get hooked in. He's trying to re-engage into the fight, and UFO might just fall down here, and he will because of the culling Roof, though might have caught himself in a bit of a misposition. Heal coming in through, a few shields, and the last rocket is going to finish the deal. Odin now re-engaging. Mazzy might be suffering quite a bit of damage. Buffy, though, with so much burst, shutting down Odin. ESCA might be looking for a way to collapse onto Wolves, but he's Hero now on the backside. Xante now joining the fight as well. As Kylian sees, wait for me, guys. I want a bit of that fun too. But it's not going to result into any. ESCA with a very good turnaround.
Honestly, yes, that is a very surprising turnaround, because the initial engage from them did not work out with the hack splash from UFO and everybody just going in. Ooh, we have a replay from very far away with Gigiller just going away gracefully and thumbs upping. He's actually thumbs upping even right now on the live feed. We have a lot of replays right now, but in general, what we gotta say about ESCA is that they are finding some very good fights here and there. They are finding their ways to punish Wolves for overstepping, because if you've seen the games from the Wolves from last week, you know that's exactly what they're gonna try to do. Be very aggressive like he's Zero right now.
Okay, the hook is not going to connect. That might have been actually said. What the depth charge from UFO saving the day as Hijiro now onto Buffy. Buffy running away with an all-out has been used, and he's going to go down. That's a shutdown Odin is looking to re-engage. Mazzy now on top of it with a few more rockets. Knock up in the air as well. He's going to go down 2. And Roof is the only person with the wolves. Just as we've praised them, we are cursing them.
Apparently we are. Listen, I would love to see the replay of this fight because I have a feeling that what happened was that the mistake from UFO actually turned out really good for ESCA, surprisingly, because he was trying to hook his Giro for overstepping, understandably so. He didn't catch him with a hook, but I believe he did catch either Roof or Ends with a hook, or we're going to see that.
He
Look at
catched someone, but that's not his mistake. That's his Giro
Ends.
actually who set it up.
Oh,
If you look at it,
no.
because he pressed down the mist, and that mist meant that the anchor went through and connect onto Ends.
Oh no, you're supposed to be sort of a frontline Hijiro. You're supposed to at least get some damage into or deny it to the enemy, not just let your support be hooked by Nautilus and die. But if that is what happens, then for sure ESCA are winning an exchange like that. And we love that for them, because look at that. The goal difference is 1,500 around between the teams. Not
Yeah, something like 1.7, 1.6-ish, something like that.
Thank you very much. I still cannot count. Years come and go, but I still cannot count. But what I can count is the kills. 7 kills on the side of ESCA. 5 of them are on Buffy. We love seeing that because this is Korotkiy. This is the guy who is going to keep scaling up and going to deal damage, a very consistent damage. And whenever he has a package, a very much needed burst against the enemy as well. And Wolves are right now getting the taste of their own medicine. They are getting too aggressive. They're getting punished for it. They have a very aggressive draft, but this draft is getting punished heavily for having no front line.
I have to say that before we continue, we have to clip that moment with Hijiro and just write top 10 anime betrayals, because that was pretty much it.
Yeah.
And yes, indeed, it seems like Wolves got way too confident into this game, coming with such a strong early game. But then when you get as confident as you did, you have to always remember that, yeah, we can be confident, we can be very aggressive, but if we make a mistake, we will pay for that very dearly, right? Kylan is in no position to be a tank just yet. His Giro, yes, he's trying to build himself as a front laner with the Rift Maker. He's going to heal up quite nicely as well, but he's not exactly a Xante type of a tank.
No.
Right? There's just no way you can tank as much. So you have to plan each of your fights as carefully as you can possibly do it, just because of the fact that you always have to count with the fact, oh, if we make a mistake here, the fight may just turn out like the one that we saw previously.
There's a line. Might be in trouble.
Might be just as well. Looking to go onto him with the unstoppability. Tries to bounce around. All out has been used, but it's just a bit of a despair play as Kylan picks up his 3rd kill.
How many people does it take to kill an average Xante in your game when
Yes.
it's mid-game? The answer is yes, exactly. Thank you very much. Interestingly enough, do you see the item that he has built? This is the item that I still cannot pronounce because Riot, thank you very much for inventing the craziest names for your new items in this season. But this item gives you tons of magic resistances. And you could see that before pressing the ultimate, his hero was trying to dance around Disneyland, but that guy was not feeling any damage whatsoever. He just refused to feel any.
Somebody's gonna have to write to that. No, that's the other way around! No, you didn't run into your wall, mate! Thumbs
It
up!
gets damaged! It gets so damaged if you boink it into the incorrect structure! UFO, you ruined it! Ah, such
Well,
a good herald. Wasted.
Listen, if he has the writing license, please take it away from him. Because apparently he
Writing
doesn't
license.
I don't remember how to call that one.
Listen, everybody needs to get a writing license for writing herald. But wait, are they trapping somebody there in that bush?
Looks like
Oh.
it. The roots are coming in through. Roof might be in trouble. Tries to dash away. He's going to get rooted one way or the other. But the fight has started. Kylan and Odin onto the backside. Might have chewed the lids, bitten rather, and a bit more than they can chew as Odin goes down. An interesting attempt, but not very well coordinated. Might result into a... Will it result into a Baron? No, ESCA not going to attempt that. No.
No. No, right? I'm not sure about that anymore in this game, to be honest.
Pull
But
up the
yeah.
Padme Anakin meme. You're not going to try the Geralt, right?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly that. Look at that. This line just refusing to feel damage until finally the enemies come. And these enemies have the 80 damage on their hands. And look what happens. They cut through poor Xante because he's not a full-on tank just yet. And here, ESCA. They did bite. They did chew a little bit. They choked a little bit. But Wolves also came in. They choked. And one of them died in the process of doing exactly that.
It was an interesting attempt, but going onto Mazzy and Desaline, Mazzy and UFO, might be just not exactly the best of the targets you can pick up for Odin and Kylan at this stage at the very least, because you can't deal that much damage to it, right? And what you need to try to concentrate yourself on is Boofy and Gigolo, who have been exceptionally well at making sure that they are surrounded by tanks, because, oh well, there's 3 of them.
Uh-huh.
Right? How convenient!
That's very convenient for ESCA and surprisingly very inconvenient for Wolves, because I'm looking through their items and I'm struggling to find any items that are going to, you know, cut through the armor and magic resist and the health that ESCA have built for, again, 3 members of their team. I am seeing some issues there on the Wolves side. They're going in with the damage, but it's the damage that is not working against the enemy team because he can't actually deliver it to them.
It's still going rather fine though. The dragons are pretty much equal. The mid lane turret that ESCA are so much sieging for the last 2 to 3 minutes is still standing, and the wave clear is helping out. In the meantime, Odin pulls a little bit of the I'm going to split push card, brings down the 2nd tier turret in the top lane. So overall, Wolves are still in a very good position when it comes to the gold, when it comes to map control and so on and so forth. Which is not good for them is the fact that they can't team fight as efficiently as they could have in the early game, unless they start to build themselves up accordingly, right? Exactly what you've been talking about. You need to find a way how to cut through Mazzy, how to cut through Desaline, and how to cut through UFO. However, you can also try to look for a flank maneuver. Wasn't exactly working for now, might work later. What do I know?
But that's exactly why they're trying not to fight right now as much as possible, because of course they had to be on the mid lane because their outer turret was being sieged quite a lot by ESCA. But right now, look at them. They have been splitting up for quite some time already in order to put in vision and in order to put as much money into everybody as possible, because they know that Roof needs money, his Hero needs money, and Odin needs money in order to buy more items that are going to cut through the enemy's armor, that are going to give them a little bit more survivability, depending on who exactly we're talking about. Wolves right now are doing the right things by not forcing things too much into their side. And by the way, am I seeing a creep DrBrilmann Hishiro as the 3rd item?
I think so.
It's an interesting choice because it's going to heal everybody if he gets a takedown onto the enemy. If he gets a takedown on the enemy.
I mean, it's an interesting choice to say the least, right? Because his Hero is not just quite tanky; he's also delivering up tons of damage. So that pretty much makes sense to try to pick something like that for yourself. The only problem is you need to start to pick people up. Well, apparently he can do that. As you can see, the magic resist on Desaline's side is not as useful as it was before. Desaline might be looking for an all-out here to try to go for a one-on-one. Isn't exactly working for him just yet. Also interesting, Odin now picking up more lethality for him, and lethality is very powerful on the current patch. So it seems like a good choice just in general. However, as you've pointed out, yes, Hishiro needs money, yes, Roof needs money, but more than ever, Odin needs money, right? Because I think I wouldn't be wrong in the assumption that out of all them 3, he's the one who's falling behind the most. So if you can find more resources towards that chase, later fights are going to be way easier because you can rely on Odin's poke.
Because, yes, actually, right now, yes, he has some lethality, but that means that his poke is going to be efficient if he can position himself well and if he can get this poke to fly all the way into the backline of ESCA, which is pretty often hard to do because Mazzy and UFO are trying to live true to their names and be the front lines of the team as much as possible. So definitely, Odin is the one who needs money the most in the current situation. But ESCA right now needs to start to be grouping up slowly but surely, because we're talking about the objective timer is DrBrilmann, and yes, I'm seeing minute 45 before the Dragon. I'm also looking at the Baron that has been alive for quite some time already, and I'm also looking at ESCA, who have been trying to cut through the turrets, but as you can see by this mid lane turret, it's still standing, and definitely ESCA having some issues with that. What do you do when you can't cut through the enemy turrets? You go for the Baron.
Apparently so, however, might be just a bit tricky. Again, the soul of the game is the Hex Soul, which means that Wolves can start to dance around the entire terrain of the fight really easily. I can't really see which of the Barons we have, but it's not the one, it's not the all-seeing one. I think it's the hunting one. I'm still struggling to remember all of them.
Yes. It's the one with the horn on the head, so the hunting one, because I see that the PT is the same as it used to be. So
yes.
It should be that one.
Right, so that just leaves them with the Hex Gates being even more useful than they have been before, right? Whoop! And that's the poke we've been talking about. Again, the sieging is not working for ESCA. It seems like they're just banging their head against the wall, trying to bring it down.
against the turret.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Might be looking for more here because it is 35 seconds on the clock timer. And the dragon is going to spawn.
Oh, a third dragon for either of the team. Whoever picks it is going to be sitting on a soul point. That's why everybody's desperately looking for a way to go in, and ESCA want to keep pushing right now because they want to have the first entrance to the river.
We've been talking about the poke of wolves. However, poke of ESCA is also quite powerful. Thanks to Korotkiy, thanks to Varus, you can do a lot of damage in the process. Melio, of course, can try to heal you up and will do, as you can see just now, showcased by him. But it's not going to be that much as you would have wanted it.
No, it's not. It's not. They want much more right now. And Wolves are struggling. Look at their health bars. Kylan is already only half of the health. And this is the one who's supposed to be the first to go into a fight. His Yurdo is full health, so he's looking for opportunities there. But ESCA are in such good spot right now. Finally, they're pushing in. Finally, they're dealing the damage before the fight even starts. And look at that. They're forcing the back from Kylan. This is a perfect moment for them to go for the Drake.
They understand that it is not their privilege right now to fight. Might be looking for a sneaky Baron, though, in the process. Might be trying to play a little bit more games. We make it look like we are backing up in order to try to go for the Baron. I think it has been started, yes, indeed, but there's not too much damage in the side. The culling has been used to try to poke out as well. Extra Drake has been reset, as Mauzy now might be looking for a way to get back into this fight. Mid lane turret finally is going to fall. 10 minutes. That's how much you need in order to bring it down. And we might see more. So now, ESCA are rotating themselves towards the Drake slowly but surely. They have a bit more space to work with, but that also means that Wolves had enough time to reset.
Is Masi going to take the dragon solo? No, he's not. But finally, the package is here. So for Wolves right now, for ESCA still right now, this is the perfect chance to do something on the map. And I love seeing them understanding it again very clearly. So they are taking the Drake. It's going to be the Hex Soul for them. And with the package, they can look for a fight with Wolves or rotate immediately towards the Baron because they will have such a big advantage at the river, especially with this speed, with not the all-seeing Baron, but the hunting one. They can use the package really nicely in it.
It's going to be a bit bold if they want to go for the Baron just right now. Since, well, you still have to count with the fact that they need it, definitely. But again, the amount of poke that Wolves do have, yeah, sure. It's going to be quite well utilized there for them if they will see the entirety of the enemy team grouped up and see 1Q can do so much damage. Teleport has been used already, so now his Hero is coming into the fight. Xante can join at any second, and ESCA instantly recognizing the fact how that okay, the snippety snip has been used. Kylan now looking for a way to go in. Mauzy had to flash away because he's so low. So is the Gwen. Might be looking for a kill here as Boofy now being brought into the fight. That's an exchange. Look at the damage from Odin, now shifting the entirety of the enemy team back, as that was an exchange mid laner for top laner, and we won't see anything more. And now Wolves successfully have driven the opponent off the Baron pit.
Which means they cannot go for the Baron because the health bars are a little bit too low and it's just risky overall. But they can push in at least, and they can threaten this inner turret on the mid lane of ESCA, which is going to be massive if they take it down. And look at the damage! They are taking it down. Very big victory for Wolves there.
Might be a fight here, as Kylan now in the midst of it all, going to get stunned and knocked up with the Null out again, and the flash won't save him as Gigila takes this shot. Now Gigila has gone a bit too far. It's going to be a double kill as Roof runs for his life with the Blast Cone, trying to go for more. The knockup has happened, but Lane with the Ghost is running just behind them, instead pivoting towards the mid lane and might be going for a top lane push and then for the Baron.
Quite possibly. They still need the Baron, remember that, because they're still struggling to push into the Wolves, and you can see how quickly the Wolves can push back, and they're going straight for this Baron. Indeed, Mauzy is still very low health, but he's healing up, and he's going to have the ultimate very soon, which means for Wolves this time, they might not be forgiven.
Jiro going so much deep, going onto UFO and more! That Gwen just tore through them as Roof is firing away, looking for more. That's a triple kill for the snippety snip as Wolves again deny the Baron.
Snip, snip, your Baron is a myth, says his Giro, as he is completely cancelling the hopes for ESCA for the second time in a row. Incredible moves from him. You can see just how strong the Wolves feel on every side of the map right now. They have really strong AD carry who deals quite a lot of poke. They have really good mid laner who's building up the items slowly but surely. They're coming in, and Hijiro for sure is definitely already at the state of the game where he is becoming the main star because Gwen is immune and Gwen deals tons of true damage to the enemy.
We were talking about the fact that you need to cut through the enemy when it comes to the tags. Well, guess what? Gwen can do that, especially if it's a narrow point, which was exactly the case. And I don't know if you're going to see. Yeah, we're going to see the replay. So ESCA are going to drop the Baron when they see this, and where they're going to go? Right into a choke point. What happens? They are going to get slashed with the amount of needles that this Gwen is going to throw at them. With the root firing behind from the backside, it just brings so much damage down to the table. And Wolves, notice the interesting thing. We've been treating ESCA as an equal to Wolves in those team fights. They are falling behind almost 7,000 gold.
Ooh, that's massive. It has just been 1.5, 1.7 just a couple of minutes earlier, 10 minutes earlier. That is a very big leap that Wolves have taken. But right now, look at them closing in. They want to keep pushing further because you already saw how nicely they do it on all sides of the map. They want to grip up. They want to force ESCA to fight right now because finally the items are in all this time that they spent just split pushing and getting the gold in and not really forcing anything, even though it's a little bit hard for them apparently. It all paid off for them finally.
An interesting option in an interesting option in optimization coming from UFO, recognizing the fact that there's a lot of tanks on your team. He goes for a much more supporter-ish build with the Iron Solari Locket, with the Knight's Vow as well. And notice that the Knight's Vow went not to Gigula, but it went to Boofy, right? And that's an item basically is just going to protect Boofy way more into this team fight as you want it, right? Because the explaining it might take just a bit of time and I can get confused and I don't want to get confused. Regardless of that, they are trying to make sure that Boofy is as secure in those fights as possible because he is the one to deal the majority of damage, right? When it's a very good thought behind it, I am wondering for how long can they keep doing this, because Roof, as you can see, he's piercing through enemies, especially with Lord Dominance Regard now picked up for him as well. His Zero is doing exactly the same. There's just so much damage on the side of Wolves. It's going to be harder and harder for ESCA to make sure that they can withstand it.
It is for sure, but they still have the damage on their side. If they position better this time in their third attempt to go onto the Baron, they're doing the same mistakes. There is no vision for you, ESCA. What are you doing? You already got caught in this trap twice. Are you really gonna do it for the third time?
There is vision enough to know that Roof and Odin is coming, and the Baron is going down swiftly. Odin might be caught in here, and yes, indeed, has to flash away from the roots. The Baron has been slain. That one ward was all they needed to make sure that they can bring down that Baron. Might get denied with the recourse, though, as Kylan and Odin might be looking for it to go in. The empowered recourse will give them so much more time to actually get out of this fight, and ESCA, unpunished for now, will get out. Might be looking for more Sonic Wave connecting. Will Kylan go in? No, he will not, as the rest of us are coming in. The death charge has been used onto Odin as Kylan has been knocked up. The fight started. Another knock up onto Odin. He's running for his life, trying to go away from the saplings. Flash forward with the hook connecting instead for a minion, as Kylan has been rooted down with the Chains of Corruption, but not enough. And he's going back in, back and forth, they're flying, and finally he's been taken down. Yujiro, in the meantime, together with Roof, they are split pushing. It's just been a distraction, guys. Your base is falling apart.
It's been a distraction all alone because yes, Yujiro is going to go down here, but Desert Line has been left alone on the base for so long against two enemies that have been pushing into him, and ESCA overstayed on the top lane for way too long. They had to sacrifice two, not exactly the inhibitors, but the inhibitor turrets. They are open right now. If somebody with a teleport wants to go in and destroy them, Wolves have a really big chance to do so right now.
Both of the teams also are sitting on the soul points, which means the next fight for the Drake is going to be a crucial one, since both of these teams, the one that takes is going to have the soul. Right now, though, it's ESCA that are behind the steering wheel as they are cutting through the enemy's turrets and now stepping right into the base. The inhibitor is going to be taken down. I've been looking for a way to end the game here because Hijiro's not around. 15 seconds more, and they are forcing them out. Can they end the game, though? And now taken down. More and more damage onto the Nexus turrets as the next one falls. UFO finally dead, but UFO, will he be remembered because of him? Odin is dead. Boofy just overstepped a little, and the turret is going to finish the job. That was a very good attempt, but it wasn't enough as they now have to run for their lives. Kylan's still on the chase. Can they do more? Hijiro.
He's teleporting in!
Yes, he's teleporting, might try to end the game, but he can't though. But he's looking to bring down the inhibitors. It's a very interesting trade from Wolves.
And ESCA cannot recall. They cannot recall because Kylan is still forcing them. Look at that, he's still running behind Muzzy, so Muzzy has to walk all the way back.
He might be in trouble, healing himself with the passive, but will it be enough as the ultimate will cut through him? Jijula has returned, but look at his health buff, already 50%. And the Chains of Corruption are going to make sure that Gwen cannot continue the onslaught. 2 inhibitors down, only 1 for Wolves. An interesting reaction. I am quite amazed, actually, because it was so quick.
It was very close for Wolves to go down, to be honest, because this looked like potentially the last stand for them with the very good ultimate coming in from Muzzy, and ESCA just trying to look for the ways to go in. Still no H0 for quite some time, but they are becoming a little bit over-aggressive. As you rightfully mentioned right here, this package from Buffy it dealt some good damage, but it was him flying a little bit too close to the sun, or rather a little bit close to the enemy turret and getting too much damage. Because of that, they have to retreat, and then I was hoping that there was going to be a teleport from H0 somewhere at the enemy base, and he delivered exactly that. Thank you very much, H0. Can you do it? The same thing though for quite some time still on, because I believe there is no Baron buff on ESCA anymore, but the Drake is coming up in a minute and a half. This is going to be a decisive Drake. Whoever gets it gets a really powerful soul for this game.
The interesting thing, it feels like Iron Wolves are playing a little bit on the tip of a knife here. They're just balancing themselves on that blade. If you want, they are the blade runners. ESCA, in the meantime, are trying to punish Wolves for every single misstep that they do while balancing on that blade.
Yeah.
And they've been doing quite a good job in it. Both of the Nexus turrets are standing, though. They have been damaged quite a bit, but it wasn't enough to bring them down. And as you rightfully mentioned, the next Drake is coming up in 1 minute, but it's in 2 minutes that the Baron is going to come up. And whoever takes the Drake, and we might assume that there's going to be a fight for that Drake, he's going to turn his attention towards the Baron. Right, so as soon as you pick up that Drake, you reset and then you go for the Baron. You can try to chop the fight forward and then instead try to fight on the Baron if you don't want to coin flip it on the Drake itself. Or you have to fight for the Drake already and then just try to make sure to push for the Baron as well.
But if you fight, or maybe you fight right now though, look at the Wolves, they are looking for the waste because ESCA are closing in 23 seconds on the timer before the Drake is going to spawn, but the Wolves are the first ones at the Reaper.
So much damage from that cooling delt onto UFO roof, though. Also suffering quite a bit from all the poke coming through all sides from both of the teams. Desaline stepping forward, looking for at least someone to engage this fight upon as the roots are going down. Odin might be in trouble, but manages to sidestep all of them. Kylan in a bit of a misposition. He's being chased. Chains of Corruption has been used. And Kylan Death might have been caught. And yes, he is indeed. Buffy scores the kill. Wolves, do you want to fight for it? Your jungler is not going to come up to the moment when the Baron's going to come up. And that might be not exactly the best of ways to start a fight. Is stepping forward, death charge onto End. He's knocked up in the air. A Mufo going down. End drops the ultimate. Rope is firing away, but he's going to get engaged upon with the all-out onto the Gwen. Can they look for more? Odin gets down Buffy. He's dancing around, trying to buy some more time. Can he do it? The initiation upon him as Desaline trying to pick him up, but no, with the flash, he gets the Xante. I don't know how this fight got turned around. What started as a disaster ended as the big triumph. Wolves, what are you doing?
I can explain! I can explain, and I would love to explain, because look at H0. This is the only guy that you need to be looking at right now. Everybody else at Wolves did wonderful job, except for Kali, who unfortunately got caught. But look at his build. He's full build right now. He has so much damage. He has so much healing, and he has so much movement speed, because he has also built the Cosmic Drive on top of everything else, and this is helping him massively to survive in these crazy fights. Somehow, miraculously, it seems like, no, it's not. It's just Gwen. Gwen is immune.
Gwen is immune indeed. Is if Wolves are winning this game, this guy is the MVP. Just for the fact that he is making sure that his team is not going down in the process. The Baron has been started, coming down so quick thanks to that Gwen. There's nothing ESCA can potentially even do about the fact that this Baron is gone. The soul, the Baron is all set. Jackpot for Wolves.
if Wolves don't finish right now, if Wolves don't win this game, when finally they have all the cards in their hands, and those cards are looking mighty good for them, this is going to be a disaster. But for ESCA, this means that this is their final stand. They have almost nothing on their base. One poor inhibitor on the bot lane, nothing else is alive.
And the fight starts. UFO might be going in. Death charge onto Odin as Skyline flashes over the wall. The chains of corruption and the root coming in through as well with the hook as well. That is just so much thrown onto this Jace. And that's the shutdown. ESCA still standing. Kylan, a little bit of his HP is left. And now with the hook, with the roots, he's trying to hang on with the shields. But they won't do the justice as he falls as well. 2 men down for Wolves. They're looking for more. ESCA now on the advantage.
Yes, but look at his hero. This guy is having some plan for sure, because he is living all the team fights whenever he understands that this is not a 1-1. He is constantly on the sidelines, especially favoring the bot lane one, because there is that inhibitor still standing there. Well, to be fair, right now it's all 3 of them. The 2 others just respawn. So for ESCA, this is a little bit of the breathing room right now. 18 to 20, 43 minutes into this game. Everybody is on full build. Nothing matters anymore except for your skill.
Can they finish? 15
They
seconds.
have the package. They can.
They can try at the very least. His Hero is here though, trying to fire away from the sides. The fight's not yet started. Enz is dancing around roof with the culling, trying to do as much damage onto the enemies as he can before Odin can appear. 2 more seconds, and Odin is finally here. The inhibitor's down. And no, ESCA decide not to coin flip, not to try and finish the game without the utmost certainty that they can do it. They're going to reset and might try to fight more before the Elder Drake is going to appear.
But when are they going to have more certainty? Look at that, they just used the package from Buffy. They had the package for this fight. This was the perfect moment for them to fight, and they were advancing onto the enemy. I am not entirely sure what is the idea for ESCA right now, because it feels like they might have lost the momentum, and we have to see if Wolves are going to be able to play around it, because they are back in business, they are pushing in, and they still have the Baron buff on some of their members. They still have the soul on everybody. How are ESCA defending this?
Let's see, Roof stepping forward together with Odin and his Hero. 3 of them. The mighty trio might do so much damage in the process. The Roof's coming in through. Enz ultimating himself away. Death charge onto Odin. In the meantime, Enzin's now slain as Kylan tries to dance around. His Hero now slaying everyone in his path as Ruth is against Mauzy. His Hero now stepping forward onto Jessaline. He's one with the Force, and Force is with him as he's Jediing his way through the enemies. These are not scissors. These are lightsabers! He cut through of them. And now looking for more. First inhibitor is down. Second one's about to fall too. Can Wolves finish the game? They're looking to do it. Destiny now full HP. Odin, Rove, and his Hero, the mighty trio. Another culling used onto Gigula as they're looking to try and bring down the another turret as inhibitor force as well. The turret, the inhibitor, everything is just crumbles apart. And now they're looking to go out on this. Odin won't do it in time. It's 3 versus 2 now. I don't think that they can finish just yet.
Oh my god, I can't anymore! Can somebody... I don't care who wins anymore, Brillman. I just want somebody to finish this game, because they keep going back and forth between the faces of each other. This is an insane game. But look at this. Your eyes have to be on his Hero every single time, because look at that. He's hiding behind everybody with his shroud to make sure that the ultimate from Maz is pretty much useless. He gets a shutdown, he gets a healing. This guy suddenly full health is going to be reduced quite a lot, but it doesn't matter because he's healing like a madman. Look at his health. The ESCA trying to deal damage to him, but he's healing more in return.
1 minute and 25 seconds before the Elder Drake spawns, and let's see if we're going to live
Brillmann.
to see that Drake. Yes.
Brillmann, he sold the boots. He said this madman sold the boots. Oh, I love it. He has the Hextech Rocket Belt for the mobility and he has movement speed from the Cosmic Drive, so it's understandable. But the boldness of this guy, he's like, I need more damage.
More damage, and that's enough. We'll see what he's gonna cook now as they're stepping forward onto Gigula. So much damage from the culling, almost dead. 50% of the HP just missing entirely. As they're stepping forward, he's here now in the midst of the enemy jungle, looking perhaps for a sudden pickup or looking to push in the bot lane as the ESCA are defending their base with their backs against the wall. The next fight might be the decisive one for both of these teams.
How many fights already have we called the potentially decisive ones or the last stands fight of the teams? But let's see if this one is going to change things. Kylan, we have seen that already. Kylan.
Can he pick? Can you look?
No, he's
Gigula
not.
over the wall with the... Oh my god, so much PC coming in through. Kylan has been the scapegoat for ESCA. Every single time they see him, they kill him. And that's right on time because 5 more seconds. And the Elder Drake is going to appear. Roof stepping forward onto Mazzy. He might have been engaged upon. UFO is going to do exactly that, rooting him right now in the place. Hijiro stepping forward. Here comes the Master Jedi. Can he do it? Can he kill everybody on the enemy team? Shut down first one. UFO, next one on the line. Stepping away, but he won't as the needles will trace him down. You don't need anything. You just need Hijiro. And he's going to just prove to the enemy team that he's not the null here. It's the enemies. Buffy firing away the rockets, trying to do at least something. But when is immune? You can't do anything with your rockets if the enemy's immune.
But they can't finish. Problem, they still can't finish. They have Hijiro going absolutely insane with his scissors, yet they still cannot finish. But what they can do is they can pressure the ESCA's base enough to do exactly that. Odin is fighting with the Elder Drake. The other two have to follow soon enough because Odin is not going to be enough. Look at that. He is retreating. He knows he's not killing that mighty beast on his own. In order to take down this boss, you need a good party, and Wolves need to bring the party in. But who needs a party when you have a doll with the scissors, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a saying, but I guess in this game it is.
In this game, it is. Though, to be fair, he is losing quite some health, but it should be enough of them now. The
Doesn't matter. They're just burning through that dragon. It is already on 2,000 HP, 1,000 HP. It's gone. And now he's Shiro with the full build. Has the dragon buff. How do you fight this?
Short answer is you don't. The long answer is something Desolate and Mazi are trying to come up with, because look at them, both of them have both this kinetic thing that I will not even try to pronounce because it gives you a good shield, but it doesn't feel like it's nearly enough against Yushiro.
Next one on the menu is Baron. Odin just split pushes. Yes, he drags all the attention towards himself. It doesn't matter if he dies right here because ESCA are investing so much resources into killing him while the Baron gets shredded through. He's just going to reset, has the teleport, so he's going to arrive right when the party is going to start.
Oh, the party is... Oh, the party might start there here. Kylan, are you sure?
A lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay, we're coming in through. This guy's a madman. He's just not standing back, and he's not dying either. Just taking off the shield, taking on the damage. Oh, look at this. Rufus here with the execution. They got Jigila. Yes, Kylan is dead, but he bought just enough time. And what do you know? The teleport is coming in through. And the fight starting. Is Shiro now looking to do so much damage into the enemy team. Package not being used, but Fufu so much. No, Rufus dead. Flashed forward. He's looking to end. And he will. Just there on the spot. Whoa. 50-minute game. And they're going to finish just like that.
Hijiro just got tired with his last teleport. He was like, guys, why are you still fighting? What are we fighting for? Their nexus is open. I'll just go and finish it. Thank you very much, Hijiro. Finally, we have an answer because, god damn it, this game has been going back and forth. But to be honest, Brillen, I think I can pinpoint one exact moment when it was obvious that ESCA, even though they had a really good grip of this game, that they would not be, they wouldn't have enough to win it. Do you know what this moment is?
When Chijiro decimated the enemy top laner and took control of the entire game.
Yeah, that might have been one of those. To be honest, this line was a little bit scared of Hijiro for the whole game, and you cannot judge the guy whatsoever. But the moment I'm talking about...
He just walks up to top lane, sees Hijiro and goes, right, I'll let the stove on.
Yeah!
I'll be right back. Just continues to run away in the opposite direction while Hijiro just landing goes, why?
Yeah.
I just want to play the game. You want, I will.
Yeah, this dog doesn't bite. This dog cuts you and your whole team with the scissors. So
it brings pain differently. How?
Yeah.
I end the game while you fight.
Exactly. But no, listen, that moment that I was talking about was the first Baron fight. The first attempt, rather, to get a Baron from ESCA, because there were like 3 of those, I believe, in a row. but they were going in for a Baron. Like the idea is there and the idea is brilliant, but they're going in with zero vision. They don't understand what the enemy's attempt is and how well the Wolves already understand what's going on, and they don't know when they're coming. And then the ultimates that they're throwing in and their whole attempt to withdraw from the Baron was completely off spot. And this is the moment when you know that when it comes to team fights like that, when they're so slopey, most likely Wolves are gonna come out on top.
The thing is, even if that fight happens, okay, fine. Coin flips, we've seen them all the time, and we've seen teams recover from that coin flips. The important thing is when you don't learn on your mistakes, because that happened again. And that's the real problem, right? When you do it once, it's all right. When you do it for the second time, that's the problem. And yes, it worked for them at a certain point. There was one moment when they went in, they knew that he's on the bot side of the map. They knew that they can try to attempt to go for the Baron, and they did it, right? They had the one needed ward to know if the enemy is advancing or not, because they saw Odin, they took all control of them thanks to Yoko, and the rest was just pretty much a piece of cake. The problem is, as soon as his Hero arrives, that's when things go absolutely
Yes, exactly. Because when his Hero arrived in that fight that you're talking about, the guy was level 16. He really was waiting for this level to come for him to have his third upgrade on his ultimate. And when it finally happens for him, the guy is completely unstoppable because the true damage from the needles is killing everybody. It doesn't matter how much AP resistance they build. It doesn't matter. It's all nullified.
What a game, what a roller coaster, what a way to start off the week. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to have the interview due to some technical difficulties, but we will have a break and we will be back for more Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga season. Is it 11? I think it is 11.
Yeah,
It is, yes. Yeah. Next up, we are looking forward for the match of devils.one versus GRP. So stick right with us. We'll be back from the break.
Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came.
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Gregor's KitKat?
moving on. Keep moving on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for game number 2. After a 50 minutes
Roller
buff
coaster.
massacre thing that just happened, and then it happened, we're back for more action. It is Gripchocraft versus devils.one. Quite an interesting game to look forward to, especially because I am genuinely curious to see what devils.one are going to do, especially in this game.
Yeah, what they're bringing in. To be honest, I also am looking forward to see what Gripcha are bringing to the table, because these guys are 0-2. It's never good to start your first week, your first games of the new season with a lost streak. But if they don't work on their mistakes very urgently, they have the chance of spiraling into a very massive loss streak, and I don't want that for them, and I believe nobody wants that for them and for anybody, to be honest, because that would be very sad to see a team starting the season and not getting out of it. That's why I want them to get out, but I genuinely doubt if they can get out in this game, because from what we saw from devils.one in the previous week, they are looking strong. They are looking like a well-played team, and I'm not sure if Crypto have what it takes to take that fortress down.
devils.one roster is now continuously developed into an interesting contender for the top 4 spot.
Yeah.
Right. What we see from these guys is that they started with the great with the great 2-0 week, which is forcing them in the position where they're able to collect those wins in order to have a bit more advantage in the coming into the last remaining games of the split and then coming into the playoffs. We talked about this in the pre-show, and we will have to talk about this as we come in through, because again, guys, hello, if you've been not listening for the entire week of the previous one and you've been not listening to us in the pre-show, no more 10 teams. Right? As soon as Ultraliga has lost their accreditation, right now we are faced in a position where we have only 8 teams for the entirety of the split. Which means in the playoffs, it's no longer 6, now it's 4, right? And with Forsaken not being able to pull the win previous week, in the end of the previous week, and with Wolves having a bit of a shaky performance, quite a bit of a shaky performance that we've just witnessed, more and more I'm leaning towards the idea of maybe it's devils.one who's going to contend the top 4, top 3.
Which still makes top 4 a little bit of a mystery to me, because of course we have Orbit and Anonymo, who have been undefeated so far. We have Zero Tenacity, who have been defeated but have still been looking very promising. And then we have devils.one, who are also 2-0 right now. But then who's going to be the next team? I don't know.
I mean, again, it's hard to judge in the beginning of the season, isn't it?
Yeah.
You never really know
But that's what
who's
we're
doing.
doing.
True that. Yeah, true that. We're just trying to understand what to expect. But it turns out that the fight for the top three, top four is going to be way more heated than we perhaps have even anticipated, right?
Yeah.
Because again, yeah, top one, top two, it's I don't want to say it's a no-brainer. Again, we might have invented the host curse.
Yeah.
We'll see. But
We'll see.
the top three and top four keeps evolving as one of the most heated areas of the entire split.
Yes, and that's why I'm so looking forward to the upcoming weeks, because it's not just the top four that is evolving, everybody's evolving. All of the teams are progressing so far, even from ESCA. We saw them today playing with their full roster, with their normal roster, with UFO as their support, with no changes in there anymore. And they have had their high moments in this game. This was a completely different ESCA from what we saw from them in their first game, when they lost disastrously, not getting a single kill throughout the whole game. So there is some development there, and I think the development is going to be the crucial point for all of the teams, and it's going to be pretty much the slogan of this season of Ultraliga. But I wonder how much Cryptocraft can make it true for themselves, because they have not been having it very well so far. To be honest, they have been almost getting stomped so far in their games. They haven't really been stomped in the first game when they played against Forsaken. They had a pretty good solid early game, especially on the bot side of the map, but later on they just struggled to do anything with that.
The game two just didn't feel like they had an idea, right, how to fight against everything that had been thrown their way.
Yeah.
When it comes to Gripchecraft, they've suffered a lot by the end of the week. And the good thing is, right, when you talk about the hard game that you fought on Wednesday, it's good coming back on Tuesday, because you might have had the chance to work on your mistakes, right? Because you had quite a bit of time to try to practice, to play scrims, so on and so forth, right? So the hope for the team is that you took that time, well, off-ish, sort of, kind of,
Yeah.
to work on your mistakes that you did previous week, to analyze whatever was happening, and try to reorganize the Republic into the first Galactic Empire. No. So we'll have to see if that is actually what have happened here, as we're actually going into the drafts.
Nice, very good timing. Can I just say I already love the bounce from Griptocraft quite a lot, because we witnessed a lot of Karma previous week. We also see a lot of Seraphine on LEC, for example. Right now, we know how big of a menace she is, especially if you go with the double supports on the bot lane, and the Varys as the last band from Griptocraft. If you're on red side, it's pretty much a must for you.
One of which, definitely. The first pickup is going to be Huawei, as that is growing to be quite a popular pickup just in general. We've seen that in LEC, we've seen that in Ultraliga as well. Seems like it's might be picked up for mid lane. Most likely is going to. I think it's even devils.one that played Huawei last week. No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was them. But the thing about Wei is that he can go wherever he wants. He can be flexed onto the mid lane, onto the support role, or he can go to AD carry as the farming AD carry. I say, of course, he's still AP, but he is going to be the one farming. But with that Kai'Sa being hovered, I think Wei is not going to take her place in the bot lane.
No, doesn't really feel like to be the case. Should be having a relatively good time against Korotkiy as well, right? Because you still have a pretty good wave clear, you have an ability to poke as well. So overall, should be feeling rather stable. An interesting handshake came in the top lane as well, where we have Fiora versus Jax. With Xanthi not banned, you would probably expect something like a normal handshake. No, it now leans towards a bit more. Haster actually played Fiora previous week as well, if I recall correctly, in that last game.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Forcing the game to end, if I'm not mistaken.
I can't remember. Honestly, I'm struggling right now. But it is going to be here right now. This is going to be Fiora in the top lane going versus Jax, and I really wonder how this one is going to look like. But everywhere else, the situation is a rather intriguing one because we have Korotkiy being back, and it is again on the right side for Group Checkout for Furby on the mid lane. They still have the bot lane completely open, so some bans like this Ash, for example, as the ban from devils.one, can come in, can try to remove some other things from the bot lane as well. For example, right now, a very popular ban versus the right side is going to be one Renata, of course, because she's one of the strongest R5s that you can imagine, or things like Kalista, Draven, so the AD carries that can try to stomp you on the lane. So that's something that could work out very nicely for devils.one as the bans.
Interestingly enough, Cryptocraft are targeting the supports as much as they can, pretty much as well. Right, Milia now coming in as the second ban. You just have to guess when you look at these, okay? You just have to guess. It's a blind shot.
Blind pick, hey?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know who the enemies are picking. You don't know who your team is picking. You don't know who you are picking.
I
Very
mean,
interesting.
back in the day, really back in the day, a lot of games the pro games have been played on blind pigs.
Crazy times. I would not like to go back to that.
I mean, a lot of things. Just you know, a little bit. Let's sideway for a second, but
yeah.
Everybody remembers the infamous Faker, right? The game when he pulled off that incredible Z.
Yes.
Do you remember who he played against?
No.
A Z.
Oh, right. Because it was the possibility back then to be playing against your own champion. Ah, damn. Good old times.
I know. What like, to think about it right now that we would have blind pig in professional games?
I can't imagine it, to be honest. That would be so fun, though.
That definitely would be. To get back to what is going on your screen. Oh, never mind. Back in draft. I was just about to say that we're experiencing things, but we're not experiencing them anymore. For devils.one, Lilia picked up for Krisha and Rakan. Picked up for devils.one, as Gripchukov needs to answer with the support. Shaco definitely not going to be the support.
No, Dancer hovers this every single time, I believe.
Why not? As
Yeah, exactly.
Is going to get picked up. A tanky build for Gripcho.
It is, though, if you look at it, because Jax for sure is going to have quite some resistances against devils.one. Lula says Malachi, we already saw in the previous game, Malachi would most likely here as well try to go for the same item that I cannot pronounce, the Kainig something, because there's going to be a lot of AP damage, both burst and the dot damage from devils.one side. And yes, for Dancer as well, this rel is going to serve as another frontline for them. Interesting, a very interesting pickup for them, interesting draft, because they have good front to back fighting, especially with the Jinx on the back lane. However, is it going to work against Hui is going to be my question going into this game, because if there is something that Hui has apart from needing to have a whole tooltip in order to play him, he also has incredible range on his abilities. Incredible one. And for Jinx, who usually thrives on having enough range between her and her enemy, this is going to be a menace to play against.
There's just these little moments, right, that create a lot of questions. Another thing is there's quite a lot of ways for devils.one to create a lot of space when it comes to these team fights and in general in the game, right? Because there's at the very least 3 champions you can instantly point out that thrive on the fact that they can freely roam around within the given fight, which is Fiora, because she loves to do this thing, thanks to the weak points, thanks to the Grand Challenge, so on and so forth. There's Lilia, who's one of the most strongest suits, is the fact that you can just hop around like crazy, like a yo-yo ball, basically, just playing ping pong with your own self. And then there's Rakan.
It does the same.
I mean, this guy just, can you imagine the most, I'm trying to fish for the right word here. You have a support who doesn't know what a break means. And he just loves to put himself to the moment of when you walk away from the fight with 15th level, goes, I live! Okay, backing in, you know, it's just
Okay,
that's I mean, it's not necessarily how Rakan is being played all the time, but Rakan is one of these champions that just really loves to limit test quarter, right? And with that being said, yes, you have a lot of that tankiness, but getting to your backlane, if you don't make sure to root all 3 of the enemy dancers, it's going to be quite hard.
It's a little corgi on a corgi. This is such a cute skin. I love it so. I haven't seen it in a game for the longest time possible, but now it's back and it's very cute. I wonder how cute it's going to be for the corgi on the mid lane, standing against Modlishka playing on a Huawei, but we'll see about that.
That being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop onto the Rift. With devils.one versus GRP 2-0 versus 0-2. And it's a question to me, which one is going to come up on top. Overall, very interesting setups from both of the teams. Again, one of them seems to be a little bit more aggressive with the fighting on the edge. The other one going into more tankier approach.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, I understand GRP here, because if you remember the game from devils.one from last week, from Wednesday more specifically, devils.one were playing super aggressively. They were trying to go on to the enemies constantly, and what differs them from, for example, the match that we just saw previously, they do so successfully. And for GRP, they want to try to stay as defensive against that as possible. But it's not going to be easy for them, because I'm looking at Krisha, who's going to have so much dot damage and who's going to have so much true damage against the enemies as well. Also, top it up with control. Lilia, in general, right now is in a very good state in the game. She feels very strong. She can kite a lot of other strong junglers. So, pair that with Krisha and his intense aggressiveness in the game, and I think you have the perfect combination for devils.one to take this game by storm.
I definitely agree. An interesting way of how this whole interaction is going to go for me is also in the top lane, because you can see that Mietic now suffers quite a bit from all the poke coming from Haste's side, and there's pretty much 2 ways how you can do it, and one of these ways is now just showcased by Mietic. So you can either try to dance around the fact that you have those weak points and just reset them if you want to have an opportunity to walk up to the enemy minions, right? Because as soon as you go out of the range, it resets, and it resets on the other side, right? So that's quite useful, and you can try that way to neglect these weak points and make sure that it's just not gonna hit you that much like a truck. Or you just sort of go, okay, that's just the way how it's gonna go. I am just going to accept it and try to fight around this. Apparently, Mietic goes with a little bit of a more safer tactic here. The only problem for that safe tactic is that means that you're going to get forced out of the lane very, very often.
But to be fair, Mietic doesn't really have much of the option, because Fiora is, in general, a very annoying matchup for Jax. And if you just look at Haster as a player, standing against him is not too easy either. So I am not the person who's going to judge Mietic for playing a little bit more defensively than maybe we would want to see in our explosive top lanes in Ultraliga. But it's okay, he just wants to survive through the lane, and not giving the kills to Fiora, who can snowball incredibly well from any advantage, is going to be a very big part of his tactic.
Bad timing here from Haster, as you were praising him, but the auto attack damage paired up with the riposte, paired up with the Q and E, just brings so much damage down to the table that Mietic is just forced to respect this. But Lishka went a bit further because he's trying to force out Furby out of his lane. However, Ludus is here to shadow just a tiny little bit, show the fact that he's here and he can gank at any given second possible. We'll force Modlishka to play just a tiny bit less aggressively.
To be honest, he didn't need to show him up, because Krisha is putting the words everywhere, especially this part of the jungle is where he wants to have as much vision onto Lulas as possible, and he's pretty successful at that. devils.one really have been showcasing to us throughout the whole previous week that they want to keep their vision as aggressive and as deep into the enemies as possible. So far, has been working out for them. Let's see if it's going to work out for Hasti now, because he has no vision.
Most likely it will, because again, riposte wasn't exactly used right on time. He will get out of this, but he will lose a lot in the process. A lot of XP, and right now he has to try to catch up with the entire wave. Ludus is here. W, I don't know if it's still on the cooldown, might be. Hester knows that he can't walk up. Ludus is around to just force him out of the lane, and now the tables have turned, and it's Haster, who's in so much trouble, falling behind 12 minions,
Krisha?
which is already a lot. Krisha is in here indeed. Haster takes quite a bit of damage. Level 5 is finally here. Krisha flashes over the wall, tries to go for a kill. Can he do it though? That's the question for me. As Lulas flashes over the wall himself, tries to run for his life. Nietic and Haster is both of them are here, but it doesn't really seem to me like neither of the players are going to go for the kill.
No, nobody wants to overextend anymore. Frankly, not many of them can extend anymore. Happily for Haster, he still has the flash available, so does Medic, so it's only the junglers who have exchanged the flashes between each other. But I promised you that Krisha was going to be aggressive on this Lily pick, and you could already see that him going in very nicely. But that word from Gleb to craft a little bit further into the enemy jungle in that part of the jungle has saved them, because it gave enough time for Lilus to understand when he would need to flash away from Lilia's Q. Not Q, rather, but a W, I believe. Long time since I played him.
W is the rolling ball. Q
Yes,
is
the rolling ball, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that's the W.
Yes, thank you.
Now the void grubs have been reset and taken down in the process as well. 3 of them go towards the blue team, which is devils.one. Gonna be nice to try and stack all of them in the process. A lot of prio being shifted around that top lane, and now as Haster is falling behind, but yes, indeed, Lulas isn't spotted still. Rakan doesn't have level 6, which might be just a bit of a trouble, because with that quickness, you might not be able to disengage from the fight as usefully as you would want.
Oh no, they still
Okay,
don't
flash
know.
forward. Yeah, with the trap there, set it up quite beautifully. Grand entrance to knock up Lulas up in the air, but there's just so much root onto Antonio. The first blood is going to be scored for Gripchicraft.
I can't believe how much I'm cursing the teams today. This is insane. I need to stop saying anything good about anybody DrBrilmann, because I just praised devils.one a little bit earlier in this game for their vision, their aggressive vision, and just vision game in general. What happens on the bot lane? Their bot lane dies, their AD carry dies because of no vision whatsoever on the river.
Grand challenge has been accepted. Tries to go for the kill. Healing coming in through. Nietic also has lost resistance thanks to his ultimate. Was able to survive that one. Krishi's here might be looking for a sleepy maneuver. As the ultimate available to him, just one orb might decide the way how this fight is going to go. Now I'm being spotted. Krisha now hopping right towards his enemy. Q didn't connect. Tries to go for more. Finally connected. And here comes the drowsiness. Can he finish the job? Krisha walks up just himself. That's going to be enough. And he picks up the kill. No assist towards Haster.
This little phone hits like a truck, a lot of damage onto that Lilia, and that was a good exchange, to be honest, for devils.one as a team, because there is still flash on Haster. Haster decided not to flash after the flash from his enemy.
In trouble. Rooted down with the ultimate from Huawei. Can they finish the job? That's the question. Grand entrance. Traffy might have just delivered it for Lishka, and indeed he did. Rakan with the clutch kill for his mid laner.
We have been praising Traffy the whole last week, to be honest, because he is showing up very strong as the newcomer to the Division 1 Ultraliga. He is a really good supporter, really aggressive one, usually understands very well how far he can go and understands the limits of his champion very well too. Well, this replay here doesn't really count because it was just a very good gank from Gripchicraft, but in the play on the mid lane, you could see just how good he is.
Here at top lane, it's just a piece of cake really for Krisha. Drowns down, punch, kill, run. That's pretty much how his over average day goes by the looks of it.
Yeah. And this is just Furby going down. Look at that. That is, of course, a lot of members from devils.one team. Of course, a lot of damage coming in from Modlishka. But this is Traffy who really steals the show with this beautiful back and forth, slowing the enemy, knocking him up for just enough time for Modlishka to deliver the killing blow.
The amount of distance you can travel as Rakan sometimes is pretty much mind-blowing, and that was just showcased by Traffy quite beautifully there. As you can see, just with the battle dance and the grand entrance, you can just hop basically through the mid of the from the half of the mid lane. Let's put it this way, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's just sometimes it feels so amazing when you can pull it off. Life of a support, gentlemen and lady.
Life of a Rakan main, as I understand correctly. Do you still main him?
Of course I do.
Of course you do. That's a stupid question. I'm so sorry. You know what is not stupid though? Looking at the timers right now, because it's almost 10th minute in the game, and we have the void groups, the little ugly pugs spawning in less than a minute on the top side of the map. And remember, the 3 void grab stacks already on the side of devils.one. They really want to turn it into 5 or 6.
Well, we can see that Gripchikov are trying to take control over the top side of the map, at least when it comes to vision. Might be looking for a gank here onto Heister as well, since he didn't get anything from the gank that came from Krisha, right? And he's still falling behind quite massively in terms of gold, a little bit in terms of items as well. So that might be just the decisive part here. But Krisha is ready for a counter if needed. Lulis now clearing out the wards. A scuttle, though, falls into the hands of devils.one. And the package is now also available to Korotkiy, so that might be the ace in the hole that they're going to try to play here.
The equalizer. Will devils.one even try to fight with it because the package is too much to deal with?
Well, they need just one. That's all they need. Can they try to steal it? Lulis flashes forward. Another flash coming from Alisia, but it wasn't quite enough. A stun coming in through onto Furby. Not able to do a lot. Mayatek almost falls in the process, and he will, but here comes Dancer trying to equalize the situation. Traffy now just slowly walks by with the quickness. Catches Furby, and that's a double for the Lilia. Flashes forward, tries to go for more. The Chompers are not going to slow anybody down as Dancer's burning from the ignite, running for his life. Krish is on the chase. Fietsky's trying to fire away, but with the grand entrance, just making sure that there's no way you can run. Has to invest the flash to it as Krisha continues to damage his enemies. Good attempt from Gripcha, but even a better turnaround for devils.one. Only one void grub was slain by Gripcha, and it wasn't enough.
Oh no, it wasn't nearly enough, because with the 5 stacks, it's going to be more than enough for devils.one to spawn the little ugly pugs on their side whenever they decide to damage the enemy turret. And the fight overall went really well for devils.one. They gave away 1 kill, of course, but this 1 kill only goes into the pockets of Lulis. So in the end, it is a very good exchange for them. You can see here just how many resources Gripchikov are investing onto devils.one, trying to fight them. But they are in a very bad spot, because there is Krisha dancing on one side, there is the rest of the enemy team coming from the other side, and they are pretty much stuck there in this little choke point of the enemy jungle, not being able to fight back because they don't have enough damage, and not being able to get out of it because devils.one are not letting them to.
Good attempt. Didn't necessarily bring the desired result. 401 the Lilia goes. Deals damage pretty much equal to 3 trucks hitting you.
Yeah, 3.
Traffing
at the
might
same
be in
time.
trouble though. Walks right
no.
into the hands of Dancer. He's going to stun him, but there's no follow-up as Antonio just tries to catch them from the distance. And Fietsky is within the ultimate. Ooh, takes a lot of damage in the process as well. Ugh.
Wait, he's a fun champion, right? Very fun. So much damage from so much distance. What could possibly go wrong here? He is, by the way, building an Imperial Mandate as the first item to make sure he's going to empower the rest of the team. Is it gonna help him now?
Might, as Miatek is on the backside as well with a counter strike, going to stun him as he's trying to run for his life. The fleeing is going to help here, but the movement speed and the fear will make it sure that he just walks past by that rocket and doesn't feel the trouble coming his way.
The guy just casually walks out of trouble twice in a row. This is insane. He was so close to dying for both of those times. But no, doesn't really work out for Gripchikov to try to snatch another kill away, and doesn't even work out for them to try to get Pry on the back, on the mid lane, sorry, because devils.one have already rotated their own bot lane there to make sure that there is no push happening from the side of Korotkiy.
A little bit of a problematic thing coming from the devils.one there is that they let Fietsky farm for a long time. Look at the amount of plates left on the bottom lane turret.
A little
1.
bit. I couldn't see because Wei was there, but yeah, it's just, oh, poor turret. Oh, good for Fietsky.
4 turret plates have been taken. So that means that, yeah, you have the rest of the map pretty much under your control, but it's Jinx who's now pretty much hard to deal with. She continues to build up. She's ahead over Ophelia's, and as soon as the fights are going to start, you will have to try and deal with this problem. Of course, the good thing is that your Lilia is so powerful, and together with Rakan, there's going to be pretty much no trouble to try to get as close to that Jinx as possible. But it may just backfire.
Quite possibly may. I still have enough belief in devils.one's positioning from what I have seen from them so far in this season, but we will see if maybe they're going to have to pay very dearly for the fact that they let Fats compete enough on the turret plate. So far though, devils.one are still doing pretty good in the game. They still have the gold lead. They are getting the dragon, might be losing this herald unless they rotate there super quickly.
They have all the tools in their hand. Korotkiy is going to throw an orb, and I'm not sure if he spotted, but I believe he should have
Seen that the herald is not there.
Yeah, seen that the herald is not there. Therefore, Gleb decided, okay, we're not going to fight with this. We're going to dump it right there and just look to maybe fight for it instead, or maybe try to push onto that mid lane, get a little bit more prio, and try to work around that, since the top lane is now pretty much under control of Mietek. Yes, he is suffering from 2 deaths, but Fiora only has 4 assists and is falling behind in terms of CS quite massively. So the control on the lane is over to Jax, with the prio now being taken over the mid lane as well. The top side of the map is a bit more under your control. Furby is also going to try to push in the bot, has the teleport available, so that means he can get into the fight really, really quickly.
It's very good to have prio, but can you turn it into something else on the map quickly enough is going to be the question to GRP Esports that we're going to ask, because they have had the prio, yes, and both of the lanes that you mentioned, but it looks like they are going to lose the herald right now. Is the price going to be worth it though? Leaving Furby alone. It's interesting how, again, devils.one are leaving some of the enemy members just farm for free and guess their turrets for free.
Well, the turrets, it's not going to fall just yet, but it will suffer quite a lot in reality, as the next 3 members, or are the other 3 members of the team, are wandering a little bit in the enemy's jungle, might be looking to push in the mid lane as well a little again. The thing is, what are they looking to catch up with? Trap? No.
Do it,
No.
do it.
Ah.
Cheeky little bird. He's gonna
do it again. Are you going to do it again?
Yes.
I mean, knock up in the air, charm, damage, dead. I said dead.
Dead.
Yes. That was a bold move from you,
no.
not respecting the spacing.
Oh no. Ooh, Mietek is finally feeling good on the top lane. Look at Haster suffering so much damage from this Jax. Jax is another funny champion in the current season. He builds up a little bit, he takes shit in his hands. He's pretty much already on a full build. Can Krisha do anything about him? Because otherwise he's getting the turret.
Krisha, gonna put him into drowsiness. He's asleep. Goes with the damage quite a bit. But the ultimate has been propped. Not exactly the best use when it's against one target, but still can try to fight for it. Counter-strike as well. Hops onto Lulas. He is out and he is alive, which is very good to see for GRP Esports. And yes, indeed, we could see that in the laning phase, Haster wasn't exactly timing his riposte just in time in order to counter the counter-strike. To counter the counter-strike? Yes, to counter the counter-strike.
Yeah.
I have to use the counter to counter the counter-strike.
Now I'm lost. Now you lost me, man.
I am as well.
Sorry.
Regardless of that. So it seems to me that the overall prio of the top lane is now pretty much in the again showcase here just massively. Grand challenge has been accepted, but it's just seems like a move out of despair rather than the overall idea to try and fight him. Haster, of course, needs to pick up a few more items to try to become the menace that Fiora is on the top lane.
Already has the first item, but it doesn't matter too much just yet. What matters is the potential fight on the mid lane, because look at Furby. Furby's flying around with a package. They're looking for more little stacks from the Infernal Soul, but they also want to destroy the turret in the top lane, maybe, or just fight somewhere. Very good timing for the Herald on the mid lane in the meantime.
They can bring down that mid lane turret. Might be looking for a pickup first onto Traffy. Doing quite a bit of damage. Okay, with the Magnet Storm with a flash. Trying to go for more. Traffy now in the midst of it all. Tries to run, but the root coming in through as Madlishka burning away. Trying to run, but he can't really. Mietek is going to catch that Fiora that teleported in. But Krisha doing so much damage together with that Aphelios. It's a double. devils.one relying on their AD carry, relying on their jungler, and pays off.
That damage from the Moonlight Vigil that hit so many targets and just destroyed their health boss immediately. That's Aphelios on 1.5 items only completed. That was insane, and I would love to see the replay of that. But what's the most insane part is that look at Antonio. The guy is full health. the guy didn't suffer, because there was an interesting focus for sure from Grytchicraft. They know they want to get rid of Trafi as soon as possible. They would love to get to Madlishka too, but Madlishka barely escapes from this one. But Antonio, all this time, stays absolutely safe. Nobody can get onto him. Nobody can get close enough before he kills everybody he sees.
Very well timed ultimate that just proven how much you can turn around with it. Well, we might see more to come as Grytchicraft. Yes, if you look at the kill score, you might think that devils.one are firmly in the lead. If you look at the gold difference, you'll see that it is actually not exactly the case, as Grytchicraft are in the lead when it comes to gold.
It's a very slight lead. We're being very graceful by calling this a lead. But it's still something, right? I mean, considering it's 20th minute of the game, it's very low, but it's still something. Mythic? No, Mythic, you're not finding anything, because this little deer has this smite ready.
This Jax has been a menace on the Rift for almost everyone who sees him, maybe only with the exception of Krisha, who is in a position to fight pretty much anyone on the Rift currently. Yeah. With the amount of items that he's sitting on, the Leandris, the Rift Maker, it's just too much things to bear, I suppose.
Or to deer. Sorry. Sorry.
Or to stag.
Oh, that's a good one. Do you stack your items or do you stag your items?
I bober my items, apparently. given the geographical location, I bober my items as the mid lane turret is going to fall. devils.one now with the advance. I'm wondering how Grytchicraft are going to do this, right? Because they have been trying to push and force the top lane turret and the bot lane turret to fall. Not too successfully just yet. Now might be just a change of pace though, because the top laners are trying to settle their differences as the mid lane turret is also getting sieged.
Yeah, Grytchicraft really want to get rid of this one, don't they?
Roots coming in through, a little bit of damage now and there. Tenacity firing away. They're not going to be able to do it just yet, however, as Krisha looking to step forward. A lot of damage coming from that Jinx. Boom!
Oh, that's a massive one. He hit, what, 3 people from devils.one, immediately forcing them to recall. This might just be the turret for Grytcho.
Might be just as well.
Dancer.
The channeling, the recalls. Trafi might be just in so much trouble. Tries to go around Antonio, firing away, but the turret will finally fall, and Grytcho will claim it. Oh, whoa! One loss! I don't know how did I miss it, but apparently I did. Petsky with the shutdown. Might be looking for more here, but no, they're happy. They got the shutdown, they got the turret. What else are you gonna wish for?
Very good recall right now, going straight into the Baron potentially, because that has just opened them up so much for Grytchicraft. That has given them more than enough gold as well to make sure they're able to either build new items or get a little bit closer to them. Because if you look at Mirek, for example, right now, sitting on the Triforce and the Sundered Sky. Sundered Sky right now is a crazy item. Everybody who was abusing Gold Drinker in the last season buys the Sundered Sky right now and does pretty much exactly the same, because healing that they get from this item is unholy, I'm telling you.
See if they can utilize it to their own advantage, because Orlin continues to get pushed in. Now, Krisha is the person on which the team fights start to rely on both him and Trafi. With their setup, the fight can go devils.one's way, so we have to pay an extra bit of attention. Hasta might be in trouble.
Oh, finally!
Right?
Yes, he did it! Woo! Good job,
no, he didn't riposte it. He didn't riposte it though. He didn't
What?
get out of it on a Q.
Wait, what? But he didn't repost it.
No, he reposted it, but it wasn't a parry.
I wish we could get a replay of that one. I would like to study it up closely, because I was sure he reposted it.
No, because
Okay,
if
fine.
it would have
If you
hit,
say
then it
no-
would have stunned Jax over there. Which it
No,
didn't.
that's true. That's true. You're right.
Another counter strike. The turret is falling down. Another repost, not going to hit. The roots are coming in through. Might be payment time for Grytcho. With the drowsiness coming in through as well. Yes, indeed. Mietek might just fall right there. Counter strike, healing. Tries to go for more. Tries to go for a one-on-one exchange, but we won't. That's a shutdown. Looking perhaps for more, but there's nothing more to catch as the rest of Grytchicraft are retreating.
As they should, to be honest. As they should. There is nothing else for them to fish on the bot side of the map. But devils.one, do they have the audacity to go straight towards the Baron right now? Because Honestly, they could. They are the team that could do exactly that, and there is zero vision for GRP right now, effectively, as this wood has been deleted from the picture. But no, luckily for us, probably they are not doing exactly that. Was close.
Mietek has the teleport, and you have to count with the fact that if you start the Baron and the enemy team finds out that you do it, then you will have to deal with the Jax that is going to arrive right there, right? Which is a bit of a wild card to play. We've seen that it took the lullaby from Krisha in order to bring that Jax down, and without the lullaby, it feels like a bit of a coin flip to try to bring down the Jax.
Yeah.
Therefore, it is better not to risk it and just wait for a moment when he will be dead, and there will be no teleport on him. Sorry, not the flash.
To be honest, also, yeah, exactly. I was wondering if it's the time for the package for Korotkiy, and you can see on Furby the package is there, so it would have been a terrible fight for devils.one if you brought it into the feed. Plus, there is no lullaby on Krisha, still is not there. The cooldown is only coming off somewhere soon. But right now, this is not a good fighting spot for devils.one and GRP. Do they know that? Do they realize that? Do they smell it in the air?
I also smell the fact that the top laners are slowly but surely making their way towards that fight. It's 5 versus 4 for the moment. Trafi might be getting engaged upon. Mietek with a good flanking maneuver onto Trafi. Trafi now locked in. Almost goes down with the quickness. He's not going to help him. That's the first kill. The next one's coming in through. Krisha trying to flash himself away, but he can't really. In the meantime, there's a few kills popping now and then. Mietek now on top of Madlishka. They all finally get him down for the first time in 26 minutes. But that was exactly the card they needed to play. They knew that they needed to give Mietek that moment to shine, and he shined bright as a star.
The guy had a flash, the guy had 2 items, and the guy had a big dream to make GRP get out of the 0-2 situation that they found themselves in when entering this week of Ultraliga. And it looks like GRP are on the right path right now to doing exactly that. GRP, having the Baron buff on their hands onto everybody in their team, are going to push in. And you already saw how much they could push without the Baron buff on them. Imagine what they're gonna do when they have it.
Quite a lot as Mietek now gains a bit of a priority in the mid lane, makes sure that both him and Lulas can just silently walk up to the dragon, apologize, then probably kill it, because that's what you do after apologizing to a dragon.
What?
I guess that's what you do in this game. Apparently that's how it works.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, killing him.
That's true. Didn't hear any apologies from him, but he definitely is killing. That's very true. So that's a good dragon for GRP, by the way, as well.
It is indeed, as they have pretty much evened the scores 2-2. Might be we're looking for an exchange here. Fetsky might be just in a bit of trouble. Trafi, ground entrance is away. And that wasn't Fetsky, sorry, that was Furby on the top lane. But no fights just as of yet.
Not much to fight for, to be honest. GRP just want to be pushing with the advantage they have gotten. devils.one want to have a little bit of breathing room to de-push as much as possible and make sure they're not forcing GRP to fight with them right now, because a team fight could look quite deadly for devils.one. They have all of their ultimates off the cooldowns, but they are not in a good fighting spot right now. They need to wait out until the Baron buff is over for GRP, and after that we will see if they will come up with something. Unless Trafi has a different idea. Trafi always has ideas. This guy, I'm telling you.
I mean, he could go onto Mietek right now and try to bring him down because he's alone there, but they have to now get their attention towards the top as Furby, Fetsky, and Lulas are pushing him through. The lullaby only onto Fetsky, not going to do enough. As slowly but surely, enemy base is getting siege. Only 1 turret for now being brought down, so might have been not the most efficient of the Barons, but still good enough to try and take firm control of the game.
Oh, they can try, but it's going to be hard right now, to be honest. What do we have? 11-7, 46k to 50k. That is the difference, and the difference is coming from different sides, but there is the ultimate on Lulas, and I think Lulas might just be able to stop things. Exactly.
Up onto 2 with Mietek as well. There's a lot of good sleep and charm, and everything is done. So tries to save his AD carry, won't be able to do so. Mietek next one on the line. Furby hops over the wall, tries to run for his life. As I believe Lulas is doing the same thing, running away from Haster. As it is indeed happening. A good angle found by Trafi. Invested the flash to it. Invested the ultimate. Might be looking for more here. Mid lane turret now about to fall. Furby continues to fire away.
Oof. That damage is very, very hurtful, to be honest, but it doesn't matter because the damage from devils.one is hurting the turret instead. Remember about all those void grabs they have grabbed in the very beginning of the game. Very good pickup indeed for devils.one. Now they can safely recall. Now they have even more breathing room because if you look at the state of the map, GRP are not pushing anywhere through the map right now. They have a mid lane very open, and it does feel to me like devils.one right now could focus their attention more on the bot side of the map because it is very open for them, while for the enemies, the tier 2 on the bot lane is still standing. Tier 3 actually on the bot lane is still standing somehow, and devils.one would love to cut through this to make sure they have a more secure approach to the next dragons and that they can secure the dragon soul.
Coming back with the replay, just look at that flash.
Trophy.
An entrance with the quickness is just all you need for a successful initiation.
Yes. That's a lot of resources invested, to be honest, but it looks like devils.one are really good investors, you know what they're doing here, and their mutual fund was to kill GRP, and they're doing exactly that so far.
They did pick up 2 kills after that exchange, so it allowed them to invest a bit more into the items, into making sure that they can fight. Right now, it's a 4 versus 5, which is a good opportunity. There is teleport available for Mietek, but there's nowhere to teleport just yet. You could try to go onto the back lane as Trafi and Krisha continue to just choke out their opponents. Just make sure that you go out as far as you can. Mietek continues to go through the top lane. He keeps pushing. Trafi now rooted, looking for a maneuver perhaps onto Dancer, onto Furby, with the drowsiness on to Jinx. A little bit more damage, but Lishka picks him up. Krisha goes golden, tries to survive in this fight. And it seems to me that GRP are just trying to make sure to drag the time for Mietek to push. He's going to give that idea up because Haster has recalled and driving that Jax away. But now it's going to be 4 versus 4 with the Jax on the field. It's going to be a bit of an equalizer. Turret's now going down. Inhibitors next on the line. A bit of damage onto Trafi. Might not be the end of the world. Now jump on top of that Rakan. Tries to go for more Lulas now and missed it all. Matlichka almost there. Trafi as well. A lot of damage, a lot of charming, a lot of CC. Can we do it? And by the looks of it, yes, we can. A lot of very good ultimate though coming from Matlichka. Haste the next one to be caught. He did claim Dance's life, but his life has also been claimed. Now Matlichka's running for his life together with Krisha. It was a bit of an explosive fight. Won't end perhaps here.
Oh, no.
With the teleport coming in through Mietek. Smells the blood, looks for more. Flash not gonna help. Maybe that movement speed will. No, it won't. It wasn't the rocket. It was the stuff that will kill him.
Oh no, and it's going to be Furby who's going to kill that turret on the top lane right now. Do devils.one actually have enough time to resurrect? Because it's 40 seconds on Matlichka, 13 on Antonio, but GRP are on their base, but they're okay, fine. They are going to retreat from the enemy's base right now because the dragon is on the line and they're going to seek on the soul point after that. devils.one ruins that for themselves. We have to admit it right now. They overstayed massively on the mid lane. The moment that Hasta lost sight of Mietek, it should have been an immediate retreat and recall from devils.one, or just a retreat towards the dragon. Because with the addition of Jax to GRP, this is suddenly turning a 4-on-4 versus into a 5-on-5, and that is not the fight that devils.one could even take in the first place.
Overall, GRP feeling themselves in a very good position with the backers right now as well. They can easily try to fight for that Baron, and that should be the next objective on the line for both of these teams. For devils.one, it's a bit harder to find your way into this game. Yes, Krisha is having a good game. Yes, Matlichka is having a good game. Yes, even Antonio having a pretty good game, but it's not enough to shut down Mietek, to shut down Furby, to shut down Fietsky. Been making sure to give their carries respectively actually a lot of room to work in.
You can see the damage from Furby, and you can see that GRP have already started. This Baron is going down so quickly. Can devils.one do anything?
Trafi is looking for a maneuver. Might be looking for one now if they decide to go in. GRP now pushing for an advantage. Furby takes a bit of damage onto Matlichka. They're going to slay them just right there on the spot. Rubes coming in through as well. Krisha drops down the orb. Antonio will be the next one to get caught, as Mietek will slay them down. 2 members of the enemy team are out, and Trafi has to recall to the base. Sad and disappointed because the flank have not been found.
That is so unfortunate for devils.one, and again, they had it coming for them. Very good play from GRP, just going straight for the Baron and making sure that they zone out devils.one as much as possible. devils.one never stood a chance in this fight, let's face it, because it wasn't a team fight. They were so spread around. Mietek though.
Can he do it? Drowsiness, still not used, still holding on to it. Traffy now, in the midst of an ult, asleep goes both of them, but Lulas now with a clutch play onto Krisha, making sure that he's rooted down to the blaze. That might be just the game. Lulas saved Mietek's life. Krisha will fall for the first time in this game, and that play might have costed everyone on the side of devils.one. Gripjo are happy, they're smiling, because they got their first victory in a mere seconds.
Finally not on a lose streak anymore, hopefully for them. Still fighting on the enemies. Oh, getting a lot of damage from Antonio!
Never mind! He's popping! And he's doing it! Yes! That's a quadra!
No way, this guy just single-handedly said, no, you're not taking this game from us yet. Is this a comeback chance for devils.one? Comeback is real, guys. Never give up, even if your Nexus is completely exposed, because you might just have a secret weapon in your team. Antonio, Aphelios, 1, 2, 3, 4 items. That is a massive power spike for Aphelios, and you saw the amount of damage he dealt in that fight, because the fight started horribly, let's face it. Gripcraft, devils.one are trying to find something here, but Gripcraft are just zoning them away again, not letting them group up at any given moment. They're fighting back, they're having a lot of damage onto the enemies, cutting out Trophy, killing him on the spot, jumping in, continuing the advance. Look at that, that's an avalanche of Gripcraft going onto the enemies, and this looks like the game is absolutely over, except for the fact that it's not, because Antonio resurrects and Antonio says, not today!
A perfect setup for the ultimate. Perfect setup for Antonio to just cut through the enemy team. And now it's a question, can you hold on? Because your Nexus is indeed exposed. Mietek and Furby, they both sit on their teleports. That just means that you have to constantly push out those lanes, constantly make sure that there's no enemy wards in your jungle, because as soon as one just appears there, that is a constant threat of your game ending right here, right now.
At least it's not the hack Soul we're talking about in this game, because it could have been absolutely devastating for devils.one. Somebody would need to stay at the base at all times to make sure no enemies are coming their way. But speaking of the dragons, less than a minute before the Infernal One spawns, and if you look at the dragon's core, you know exactly why Gripcraft are grouping around the river right now. They want this soul. It is a massive help for them right now, giving them the additional damage against devils.one. Can they take it though, or will devils.one stop them from claiming the soul?
It's a really hard situation for devils.one to play in. They have to have Mietek in their sides constantly. They have to just make sure that there's no split pushing coming in through, and Gripcraft are using this to their own advantage. As now the roots are coming in through, Traffy's going to get rooted, a little bit of damage into him as well. Not a little bit, actually, he might be dead just there on spot. Krisha with the drowsiness onto 2. Manages to catch 2, Madlishka with the ultimate. Can they do it? Yes, they can! Antonio is doing so much work with these damage, with the ultimates. Knock up onto Mietek, goes golden, tries to survive, but now Furby looking to end the game, running for it. Can they stop it? Lulas is here, a little bit damaged. Can you do it? 1 auto, 2 autos, he's there coming back. Madlishka's here, now trying to get it. Valkyrie over the Nexus with the flash as well. Is that the Fnatic end? No! They got them! Teleport's coming in through.
He left the word! He left the word, but there is still 40 seconds for Mietek to resurrect. If he does it on time, they're going to take the base down, unless devils.one do it before that.
It's an unofficial base erase. Last 10 seconds for Fietsky and 5 for Antonio. Lulis trying to hang on. He's going to die, though. That's an ace. Antonio and Heister are here. Dancer jumps right into the midst of enemies with a Max and Storm. Gets onto Antonio. They do not pay any attention to him. They're looking to end the game. The shots are coming in through, though. Heister stealing the... They got him! What? Just a bit more. Mietek is going to resurrect. Traffy is clueless. He doesn't know it.
Krisha is coming. Krisha hasn't been spotted yet. Krisha is
But
hunting. Maybe. No, it's
That's
coming
the
in.
end.
No way.
That is the end. That's the bench race. Come on, Krisha. Can you do it?
No.
The next is going to explode. But it was... Yes! It's Gripcraft who won the game.
They did.
Ah!
Ah!
That is just incredible.
It all went down to these last moments, didn't it? With the very weird, but still a base race.
I mean, it was first an official it was the timers race, there was the base race. I don't even know what is going on. Welcome to Ultraliga Week 2, guys!
If only Krisha didn't stay in the enemy jungle to get the buff there. If only he wasn't distracted by the red buff. If only he went straight to the enemy's base. It would have been a full-on proper base race between him and Mierek. But Mierek was faster. Mierek had 1 goal in his man. And he was, okay, guys, I have the items, I have the teleport, and I have the audacity. And I'm going to go finish this game for you.
I guess he wanted to grab additional movement speed in order to get faster, right? Because as soon as you hit something with your abilities when you're Alisia, you get that additional movement speed, right? And you have to wait
Yes.
before the enemy team is going to get out of the base. But it was just so hard for both of these teams to play. I'm honestly a little bit speechless when it came to this game. We have the interview set up and ready. It is going to be Furby who's going to be joining us. And mate, I mean, congratulations on your victory. Welcome to our virtual studio. That's chatter, doesn't matter. Walk me through this because I have zero clue what's happened there.
Oh man, I mean, that was I don't even know, man. Like I'm sweating, my hair crawled into my scalp, I feel like. But I mean,
do your hands shake? Because mine do.
I mean, maybe they
Oh
can't
god.
pick it up,
Oh
but,
god.
I mean, yeah, definitely better than the previous 2 we played. I think definitely too chaotic towards the end, a few fights that weren't great. But overall, I'm happy to see that the stuff we've been trying to work on has been working out, at least to some degree.
Actually, I don't want to spoil the victory for you, of course, but I want to take you into the previous week, actually, because it was a pretty much disastrous beginning for Cryptocraft, ending the week with no wins, but now suddenly you come back, and you come back very strong into this week. What exactly changed for you there?
Well, I think for the first week, we were not really on the same page about how we wanted to proceed in the game and in draft. So it took a lot of conversations and a lot of arguing, some fighting here and there. But after salvaging everything and managing to really get on the same page, I think we started practicing a lot better, and that reflected a bit today as well. So I have good hopes moving forward.
I'm going to shift the attention from the week 1 to the chaotic last moments of the beginning of week 2, because I want you to walk me through the entire process of basically when you as a team and as a player is faced with a base race situation, right? I want you to walk me through everything that have happened in the last, let's say, 2 to 3 minutes in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pretend to remember half of it, to be honest. I mean, we were pretty certain that we were going to actually just end the game straight up, and it wasn't going to be a base race at all. Unfortunately, plans did change a bit, but I think immediately when we noticed that Nexus turrets were gone and base was open, we had TPs available. The plan was pretty straightforward. We just wanted to stabilize the map, open up, control the mid wave, and then just try to utilize the Jax TP.
And you did exactly that. There is nothing I can add to that. But another question from me is going to be, so I believe as we're already in week 2, you have a little bit of understanding of what the other teams in Ultraliga are looking like. Who would you say out of all the teams that are in Ultraliga in this season, who do you think is going to be your strongest enemy, the one maybe you're most scared of?
I mean, 2 teams come to mind. It has to be Zero Tenacity and Orbit, probably. For me.
And which one is going to be scarier?
I don't know, honestly. I would say Zero Tenacity before coming into the games, but then they actually dropped in the matchup, so I'm not actually sure. There seems to be some inconsistencies, and I mean, Royson especially seems to be incredibly consistent, so it's gonna be fun playing both of the matchups, honestly. But yeah, I mean, time will tell, I suppose.
Furby, I will torture you no more, because after the game like this, I imagine the only thing you're craving is a good hot cup of tea and just laying down in your bed and thinking about the life choices that you made about 10 minutes ago.
But with that pretty much.
With that being said, thank you so much for coming to the interview. But as the tradition goes, before you leave, we have a moment to give you the stage to give a shout out to whoever you choose, maybe even in your own native language. So go ahead.
I mean, I'll give a quick shout out of appreciation to everyone in the team, I suppose, who even through hardship worked many hours to try and solve all of the issues we've been facing. So that's for sure one. And then I guess quick shout out to production, all of the managers and the viewers for allowing this competition to exist in the first place. It's always nice.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. Have a good night. Cherish that victory, and hoping to see you here next time.
Thank you as well. Have a good one.
What a game. And it's only the second one.
I mean, we are slowly turning Ultraliga into one of the most explosive leagues you can find across all of esports right now, because coming into the week 2, we already had 2 games that didn't just had us on our tiptoes, but instead we are just basically rolling our heads over the table and just screaming because of the amount of emotions that you are experiencing in this game. Ladies and gentlemen, let's breathe out on a short break, as we're going to come back with the next match of today, Zero Tenacity versus Forsaken. We'll be right back.
Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came.
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Greg's KitKat?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. After screaming like a seagull, as all of you have did apparently as well, I do read Polish Twitter, and I can even understand Polish Twitter. And I would like to give a shout out to the guy called Malenstvo. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, because I'm not going to attempt to say this correctly in Polish, because my pronunciation is desires better level. But apparently what he said on Twitter was, "Hello, Ultraliga, can you tell me what I just watched?" And
We don't know.
I feel you. We don't know either. It's been 2 games that just completely reverted all of our expectations in all possible ways, just because of that in the first game we had one of the most strangest back and forths we've seen in a long time, and then into game 2, which resulted into 2 consecutive base races, and we are just through the half of the schedule.
We're just getting started, everybody. That's the best part about this whole situation. We just had a very quick discussion before jumping onto the show right now about whether or not we're going to see the same in the next 2 games. And DrBrilmann's verdict was maybe in the next one, but for sure not in the last one. And I feel very inclined to disagree with that, because I wouldn't expect what happened in the previous 2 games, especially in the second one. But now it has happened already. So I am ready to accept anything for the last 2 games.
Everyone, bring out the popcorn. Fun begin.
Oh, yeah.
Because now we got into Tenacity versus Forsaken. Now, you would expect that the game goes smooth. I don't expect it. Now, I would expect it. First of all, because you're in Ultraliga, things never go smoothly. And second of all, because of Forsaken. Now, with Forsaken, the cool thing, or the interesting thing, or the curious little detail to be thrown in there is that they've lost their game last week in the end of the week against Top Centers in my heart, in reality, Iron Wolves. Right? And the thing that happened is that they were leading for 24 minutes, and then boom, they weren't leading anymore. Boom, they have lost.
Oh no, what happened?
Aurelian Soul happened.
Oh no, the scaling guy has scaled 25 minutes into the game. Who could have predicted that?
No, it's basically Odin that just looked at the enemy and said, Dracarys! And then things happen. That's one, right? Coming into this game today, we've been thinking about Forsaken, and we've been discussing it behind the scenes as well with all of our fellow casters, that there's a lot we expect from this roster. It's interesting, it's got the potential, and so on and so forth. So right now, what they want is to get back on that rift and prove that they're cool. Zero Tenacity, you guessed it, they've lost the game against Anonymo. So either the game is going to go clean, which now I do not expect, or we're in for another hella ride.
Now, there is my pick right there, right below my face, and it's the same for you and I. It's Zero Tenacity, but to be honest, I would not be surprised at all if Forsaken take this game. In fact, I would be very happy for them, because despite how it might look like, I quite like the team. I quite like this roster, and I really think it can go far. For sure, it has some things to work on, but I think it has a great potential. At the same time, Zero Tenacity last week were not convincing. Maybe Zero Tenacity as of week 2 is going to be a completely different picture. I don't know about that, but last week, they lost one match, and the second match that they won wasn't exactly the cleanest one and the most sure one for them. So definitely they are underperforming compared to the expectations that have been set on this quote-unquote super team. Let's see if they had enough time to work on whatever was not working out for them last week.
We've had the interview after game 1, because it was game 1 that they won for themselves, and we've been pretty much looking at the team that is ready to bring the fight, right? Yeah, it wasn't exactly the most cleanest and the most dominant of victories, but it still was a pretty good victory. Regarding game 2, we've seen them not to be able to pull the trigger in the correct way, especially when it comes to team fight, to objective team fights. Right, that was the moment when everything started to fall apart for the team, that weren't able to find their convincing pattern, if you want, into the fight when they went against Anonymo, and then the siege on the top lane went sideways. right? That is something that Forsaken have shown us, that they are eager to have a good team fight, objective fight. Team fight, objective fight, objective team fight. All right. And I am interested. Team fight, objective team fight. Round 1. Fight.
Right, sorry.
Right. No, this way.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much what's going on between Forsaken and Zero Tenacity currently.
Yeah, pretty much that's exactly how it looks like. I honestly, I don't even know for whom I want more development right now, because going into the season, just looking clearly at only at the rosters, I would say, yeah, Forsaken for sure look as a developmental team, and Zero Tenacity just look like a very good overall team with very experienced players. But right now, I think both of these rosters have a chance to be developmental ones. I cannot speak anymore after the last 2 games. Exactly.
You are the Steve Carroll, and I'm Jim Carrey from the Bruce Almighty. You being the TV presenter that can't speak because Bruce is standing there behind you. You know?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that scene. Anyway, let's go to the drafts. So, Hui, taken away. Lovely to see, because that just opens up the mid lane a little bit more for both of these teams. While Forsaken target a lot of supports to take away from Erdot, interesting to me will be, how are they going to try to fight for that bot lane priority? Will they look to secure themselves a very strong, like Varus Nautilus, perhaps, something like this, right? Because Milia is now taken away, so that opens up the opportunity for you to play Nautilus without being scared of counter picks.
To be honest, any of the enchanters are still very strong. So if either of the teams decides to go for that to make sure that they can empower their hyper carry, should they decide to pick one for themselves, it is still going to work out nicely for them. Forsaken are right now on the blue side, so they have the possibility to first pick against the enemy. There was a little bit of Senna there, just hovered for us for a little bit. If it is to happen for Forsaken, I would love to see that, because Senna is slowly but surely getting back to the bot lane. She's not in the best spot when it comes to support, but good thing is that we can again have crazy combinations on the bot lane, like Senna Tankage from the previous season.
We need to see something like this, because otherwise it's going to be very hard to play it just as safely as you would want it to be, right? Again, because of the Nautilus being present, of the Seraphim being present as well, we have to be very careful when it comes to those exchanges. So Zero Tenacity going to open up with the Seraphim and Xinjiao, which allows them to have very good utility and very good engage. Forsaken need to either find a way how to disengage from the enemy, or
respectable.
I think I know where that came from, and I respect it.
Quite possibly, yeah.
Okay, so what they're gonna do is to pick exactly the tool that I've been talking about, but just from 2 different ideas, right? You can either stop enemies engage by shuffling them back right where they came from, right back where they came from, right? Or the other way around, you can shuffle them in and start the fight, which was pretty much both of these ideas are viable. Now, how do you follow this up? That's the question.
You need some front lane for sure for yourself, and you need something that will help you with the access to the enemy's back lane. One of those has just been picked up for Forsaken. This is Leeson. An interesting choice, to be honest, considering what is already happening for Zero Tenacity, because we touched very briefly on Seraphim, still don't know where exactly she will go. She can go to mid lane, she can go to support, she can even go to the AD carry role, to be honest, because the Senna Sona incident from LEC, if you watched the if you know, you know. But the thing is, it's not Seraphim that I want to talk about. Surprisingly, I know it is the Xinjiao for Blue Razor, because I am honestly shocked that nobody decided to ban him out in the previous game against Zero Tenacity. We saw that being taken away, because this is one of the, it seems to be one of the comfort champions for Blue Razor right now, and he excels at Xinjiao. So right now Zero Tenacity already have a really strong and comfort pick on their side.
It's just in general seems like they're going with a very stable pickup for themselves. They have the Korotkiy in order to secure the poke, in order to secure a good laning phase, and so on and so forth. Sona being immediately taken away because Forsaken apparently have also been watching LAC, and I think we also had something like that pop in LCK, but don't quote me on that. While on the other side, we see Ziggs Xante being taken away. So I am expecting something like a Jax probably appear for Melonic. This could be one of the ways to go, at the very least. question if that will. It could be because it's going to be a very good follow-up together with Xin Zhao. You can start dealing a lot of stuff in there with the knockaround coming from the Xin Zhao's ultimate. Then, on top of it, with the counter strikes, so on and so forth. And as you would imagine, Nautilus right into the bans. We've spoken about this in the previous phase.
I would love for Jax to happen, to be honest. Jax or Aatrox are going to be just perfect additions to what Zero Tenacity are building so far for themselves. Really wonder what's going to go there for the top lane for them, because so far we know that Seraphine is not going to the mid lane because there is Korotkiy already. So, okay, Jax. Indeed, you are right. Linnik is going to play Jax. Possibility for Forsaken to try to answer that with something of their own, but more importantly, right now they need to take away the AD carry that San is going to be fasting.
Okay, so that's an interesting way to put it. That if that's going to be the case, then they just found themselves a way how to access the enemy backline, which is an interesting combo. We often see Akali being picked into Azir, especially if there's a Azir illusion on the enemy team. But instead, okay, this Akali is going to be picked in. That opens two possibilities. Either you play as an Akali that gets into the enemy backline and then gets rid of both the AD carry, the Korotkiy, and the Seraphine, or we remember BB, we remember Alisia, and we go tanky Akali through the Riftmaker.
I would love for it to be the second, to be honest, especially now that this is going to be the Forsaken Senna Tamkinch on the bot lane, so the front line is going to be there. I think this Akali going into a tankier build is going to be a really good decision here, because the fights have the chance of being pretty long, and while there are targets for Akali that she can one-shot in the enemy backline, like Seraphine and Korotkiy so far, even though Korotkiy is not direct in the backline, and we yet need to see what is going to be the AD carry, this really calls to me like the fight's like, oh my god, they fixed her up!
Banned! What did you do? Play Soraka.
Listen. She looks like a bait for this Akali. This is going to be, because as a Akali player, as a Elysian player, what do you want to do when you see this team composition? You're like, I need to target Soraka, I need to jump right into the enemy backline and remove Soraka, which is going to be a good idea, because no more healing for the enemies, and she's very squishy, so it's easy to take her down, but I don't think it's going to work.
The thing is, depends how do you play it, right? Because there is 3 targets for Lee Sin to kill. While in reality, what you can do is, instead of targeting Soraka, you can target Seraphine. Now, with enough burst, which will be enough burst, because you might have Senna, especially in the later stages of the game, that is going to hit like a truck, especially if it's going to be crit Senna, for example, that's just going to chunk your HP away way faster than Soraka is going to be able to heal it up, paired up with the burst damage coming from Akali and with the damage coming from Azir. There is going to be enough time for you to just annihilate that Seraphine. And yes, the rest of the enemy team is going to live there, but Soraka is going to heal them up. But you've got rid of one of the most important utility champions on the enemy team.
Can you kill her too? Because I have a feeling that Sen and Soraka's whole idea is that they're going to stick to each other as much as possible and be as close as possible. And if you remember what Soraka has in her toolkit, she has the very good silence, a very good and efficient silence against you. So you might find yourself in a situation where you jump into the enemy's backline, finding yourselves completely unable to do anything whatsoever because you're silenced, and then you're also rooted in place and you might be dead on the spot. Plus, to be fair, Seraphine has her own tools of trying to keep her alive. They're not very efficient if the enemy is jumping right on her and has enough burst, but if it doesn't happen immediately, if say Soraka has enough time to stop them on the approach, this is going to be enough for her to fight back.
It is, and then it just comes to the idea of, okay, what is going to be the level of play that we'll see from both of these teams, right? That's one of the, it feels like it's going to be one of the most important questions, because yes, you can route that Lee Sin, for example, in place, but in order to do that, you need to be able to react to, let's say, a ward flash kick.
Oof.
Which may take about a second, about 2.
That's less than a second if executed correctly.
I mean, if you're really good, then yeah, you can even do it in less than a second.
Well, we expect that everybody's good here. It's Division 1.
That's also true, right? So when it just dumps down to the fact that you have to be really quick with the way how you execute this potential counterplay, not forgetting the fact that, again, there is Akali that doesn't particularly need Lee Sin to kick anyone there. So as soon as Soraka wastes that root, next target you have to deal with is the Akali. And then all of a sudden you see an army of the Sand Soldiers running, screaming at you, being Tusken Raiders with these pikes, going, "Arr, arr, arr," and starting to poke you with their spears.
Also, don't forget that there is Tom Kinch. We kind of are overlooking the Toad for a little bit, but if the Kinch is on bench, he can go and deliver whoever he wants to wherever he wants. Should it be the enemy that he has licked enough times, or if it's the teammates that needs a sudden Uber drive to the enemy's backline or wherever else they decide to. And overall, I'm quite happy, to be honest. What? What did I say?
Your driver is Tom Kinch approaching from bot lane in 2 minutes. Get ready for picking.
Oh, I love that so much.
Please help us with the feedback. How much stars do you put that Tom Kinch?
About 2.5 leaks. Or like 2.5, you know, instead of stars, it should be note that those little fishes that appear when Tom Kinch licks somebody. Yeah, so anyway, doesn't really matter, does it? What I wanted to say is that I am incredibly happy to have Tom Senna back.
Fishies.
Fish for my dish. Oh no, that's the wrong champion. God damn it, no. It doesn't exist. Yumi doesn't exist. Oof. Anyway, Tam Kench and Senna, what is gonna happen on the bot lane? Because we are still on patch 14.1b, which means the changes to the support item have not been introduced yet. What might happen is that either of them is going in with full farm, the other one is coming in full fasting, and then on their first recall, the second one also buys the support item, and they graciously split the gold and the minion waves between each other, which means both of them are having really nice influx of gold, and Senna is still having enough souls from the lane.
The thing is, it's going to benefit Tom Kinch massively, not just in terms of gold. I think that
because
gold
of the item.
Exactly.
Yes.
You can go either into the Solstice Slay
That's
or
my
into
first thought,
the what's the name of the second thing?
Which one? What does it do?
There's one that saves you from the that gives you a periodical, not periodical, a shield for a small matter of time as soon as you get into the fight, and the other one when you immobilize someone.
Oh, okay. I get what you're talking about, and I don't remember the name either.
I can't.
Damn, these new items are.
Yeah, this is just too much.
crazy.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering why we'll stay here babbling about some theoretical stuff, we are having some technical issues, so we're going to be jumping into the game as soon as possible. Regardless, stick with me for a second. So, of course, Senna goes into Blood Song, yes, because that's just an incredible item for it. Then Tom Kinch, instead of going for the safer item with that gives you the shield, you go into the one that exposes the enemy for a limited amount of time. And then, oopsie, because there's Senna and there's Akali, who suddenly deal more damage to you.
Like if they need to, right? Exactly. That's why I love Senna Tam in the current meta, in the current situation so much. I think the bot lane is going to be all the talk in this game, because we have Senna Tam, who are going to be incredibly fun to watch. And on the other side of the things, we have Seraph and Soraka, who are going to just be menacingly killing each other non-stop. However, if there is any gank getting their way, circumstances might be completely different, because neither of them have any sort of escape whatsoever.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm welcoming thee on the third game of today. Potentially another roller coaster, as we are jumping straight into this with Forsaken already looking for some shenanigans. Haven't found anyone just yet. If they are really going, no, they're not. Never mind. Forget about anything I said in terms of shenanigans. We're going back to the normal state.
That's slightly disappointing, but it's okay. Maybe we'll see more shenanigans just a little bit later. However, yes, Forsaken, we're trying to go with some sort of idea onto the bot lane. We couldn't find anybody, which actually gives your Tenacity exactly that, the time to put a ward onto the enemy's blue buff to have a little bit of better understanding of what's going to be the pathing of the
You know what I'm wondering about? I'm wondering about how this first level is going to go for bot lane. Because I would be expecting that both Whitman and Charisma right now are going to just slam onto the acceleration pedal and try to go for level 2 as soon as possible, so they have as many tools on their hands as possible to stun lock anyone, whether Aerodot or Harpoon, and try to go for early at least a very good trade, maybe even a kill, right? Because they have so much control in their hands, especially with the level 2, with the slow, root, lick, stun, right? That's just so much things you can have try to use in order to bring the enemy down. That just makes sense to me. Whether they will do that is a huge question, and whether Harpoon and Aerodot will respect that. And seems like they will, because you can see that they're not willing to walk up. They're not willing to get this just work with this opportunity, because there's might just now then is that the first one or the second one?
What?
Second one, yeah. So that's level 2 already.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused there, to be honest. But yeah, I don't think the lane is going to look good just yet for Zero Tenacity's bot lane. However, what they have a lot of is a lot of sustain. They're still sitting on a lot of mana on both Seraphine and Soraka, and as long as they keep their mana in check, they're going to survive this lane no matter what. If they play defensively, and they don't need to play offensively, and that's the beauty of it. Bellied might be in trouble though very soon. Look at him.
Well, Kofte is here to make sure the Blue Razor is in a safe position. Bellet is going to spot it, smites it away, but now he's 1 versus 2, knocked up in the air. He's going to try to run for his life, but he can't really do it. That's the first blood. As easy as it gets. Rathben didn't walk up to help his jungler in this particular situation. Lonix suffers a bit. Ariana might be looking for a solo kill. Just one more Q, indeed. That's a 1-for-1. And, all right, folks, strap yourself in. This is going to be fun.
Exactly that. The beauty of Akali on the top lane, because on the mid lane, she usually her destiny is to suffer until she gets to level 6. Because mostly what goes to the mid lane are the ranged mages and that sort of things. On the top lane, she doesn't suffer from that because she can have really good fights with the melee enemies. And by the way, this blue buff, it was a very expensive one, because in the end it still went into the hands of Blue Razor, and Bellied knew that the enemies were taking it, and he knew that the enemy's mid lane has rotated much faster than his own mid lane could do the same thing. So that was a very questionable choice in the end, and well, he had to pay the price.
Good start for Zero Tenacity. Pretty much of a good answer. Knocked up in the air. That he's still standing on the wall. If the flash is not going to save him, perhaps, but so much healing coming through Harpoon. Just able to make sure that he's not going to die there. Although, used both of his summoner spells.
That's very true, but he still did not die, and that is the most important thing. Again, this bot lane is not about winning the bot lane. This bot lane for Zero Tenacity is about waiting for the team fights, because it's going to be impeccable in the team fights. So much sustain for the rest of the team, which might be a problem for Forsaken. And so far, they haven't really found a way to shut down this Seraphine Soraka menace on the bot lane. And if it continues like that, Zero Tenacity, all they need to do is just wait a little bit.
Now we play the waiting game.
Exactly.
However, there's one downside to playing the waiting game. More you wait, the stronger that Senna gets. Which is also a bit of a problem, because yeah, you can heal all you want, but if that Senna is going to just annihilate you with a few shots, that might be not exactly the best of the maneuvers.
Not quite yet. And so far, Senna is doing rather well. She's taking a little bit of the minions, but you can see the souls are already coming in. Will be interesting to be checking on her soul stats from time to time. But so far, yeah, she's the one fasting. She will keep fasting. Quite possibly Tam will come back with the support item as well. And the build for Tam Kench remains pretty cheap still. That is another part to this beautiful composition. He doesn't really need too much of gold, but he's still going to get it regardless because of this second support item if he decides to go for it.
Okay. Let's see how this is going to turn out. In the meantime, a mid lane prior goes over to Korotkiy, which is rather understandable. Isma going in through. Aerodot might be punished here for the fact that he doesn't have any summoner spells. Root coming in through onto Whitman now has to walk back because there's a lot of trading. But Senna got what she wanted. She got 2 stacks out of this. 2 more when it came to the minions. Continues to build herself up. 18 already. However, Blue Razor might have something to say about this because, well, there's Flash on both Whitman and Charisma. Might need to use it. Blue Razor is now here, going into the shadow, dodges away the spear. The fight started. Knock up in the air happened. Root is not going to connect because of the flash, but Root from Whitman will. A few more damages laying now and there with the lick as well. Make sure that you lick your enemy out of the lane.
Exactly, but that was a very close call, to be honest, because Blue Razor went with a very deep engage onto the enemies, and you could actually see on the minimap that Korotkiy was rotating from the mid lane as well to make sure that if any additional help is needed, or if Rafbin decides to come there and join, it's not going to be an easy fight for Forsaken. But Forsaken are finding an easy fight here so far with the ugly little grubs in the pit. They are going down rather quickly.
They capitalized on the fact that Korotkiy needed to, decided to rotate to try and help with the securing the kill. Rafbin pushed out a little bit. Ariana has full control over the top lane, even scaring the enemy away with the perfect execution too. Therefore, Forsaken are in full control of this side of the map, can take the 3 Void Grubs, as Zero Tenacity will take the Dragon.
Reality is around there, hasn't been spotted.
Yes, indeed. Ignite ticking. Ariana. Oh, that was poor timing. Oh, that was poor timing. Oh, no. He wanted to dash onto Ariana with his W. And at the moment when that happened, he wanted to dash together with him so that they're both in close proximity. That is so not nice.
The idea was there, but the execution unfortunately failed, Forsaken a little bit. So we have what we have. Zero Tenacity now held the full understanding of where exactly Bellit is at the moment, and that's why you can see Blue Razor and Nindote are in the enemy jungle right now. Could go onto the mid lane if they want to help Korotkiy out a little bit to push Rafbin even further under the turret, but frankly, exactly, it is not even needed because the mid lane is in a pretty nice control of Korotkiy. So far, the farm has been the same between the mid laners, but Korotkiy constantly pushing in and rotating from the mid lane to make sure he's covering the side lanes and the jungle as much as possible, which really limits Forsaken in terms of how much they can do on the map.
Shoved in, he reset, he's happy. Walks back to the lane. Rafbin is not going to reset now.
Corgi. It's a little corgi as well for the second game in a row. I love it.
It is indeed. As a Bellit takes a little bit of the enemy's farm. Blue Razor might be looking for a fight here, but decides not to. Bellit is yet to reset.
Is it the first time that Blue Razor is playing with this skin, by the way? It's the Hussar skin. Very fitting for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, that
I
makes
love
sense.
it.
Since they are presenting themselves as the Hussars.
Is it why he's playing Sinjar? I mean, he obviously feels really good on this champion, but is this the main reason? I wonder. Is it like in his contract or something?
Just written in the contract, you only play Sinjar as the Hussar skin.
I would not be surprised.
I wouldn't be as well. Rafbin now walks up for a little bit of an air extension. Shuffle not being used. Ariana with the perfect execution. The shuriken is not going to happen and find its target with the ultimate from Senna. Will they manage to take him down? And yes, indeed. Bellit flashes away. Still yet to reset. Korotkiy tries to fire up with a few more rockets. Not going to find anything, but it is another kill for Ariana.
And it is a very precise timing from Forsaken. I love seeing it, to be honest, because they went in knowing they have the numbers and they have the ultimate from Senna, and they disengage immediately after that, knowing that otherwise Korotkiy has the damage. Look at the guy.
Rafbin might be in a bit of trouble, but Korotkiy tanks a bit of turret shots as well. Overextension from Korotkiy. Blade balancing from Rafbin.
Again, yeah.
But fair enough. I guess that's what we do today. We blade run balance.
But we also die when it comes to Blue Razor, because again, here, look at how many Forsaken members are here, with Ariana rotating very much in advance from the top lane to make sure he is going to cover his jungle. I love what is happening with Forsaken in this game, because it looks like their communication is very much on point, doesn't it?
Look at Lee Sin's inventory in 3, 2, 1 now. It's first time in 10 minutes that he resets, coming back with a chunk of stuff. And now he has way more tools on his hands to try and do something on the map. Perhaps even fight for the next grubs. There's now 3 on Forsaken side.
So they want 3 more. At least 2 more would be nice, but 3 more would be perfect because it gives you an additional stack, which is always nice to have, of course. They're going to spawn very soon, and Blue Razor, however, is already there. And I love that there is already some vision for Zero Tenacity. which means that if they want to start the crops, they will have a better idea of the enemy, but they want to start Ariana instead.
Yeah, there's even Korotkiy who's now rotating himself from the mid lane, so it's 3 versus 1. Orianna might not be able to get out of this with the spear now connecting, tries to fight out. Looking for more, the knockup has happened. Perfect execution, looking for more. Almost killed Blue Razor in the process, and Korotkiy has to retreat. Ariana, 1 versus 3. He just forces out Zero Tenacity of his lane. So sorry, this is my yard. You don't play here. Only I do.
It's not you ganking me. It is I saying thank you very much for the food, says Ariana apparently, because that was a really good outplay from him. Imagine when he finally gets to the items. So far, by the way, I think he's going into the Riftmaker first, which will make perfect sense, but from there he can decide what he wants to rotate, whether he still wants to go with the idea that we had for him in the draft and go with the tankier build, or if he wants to go full one-shot.
Well, Riftmaker is a good start. Already means that this Akali will live for quite longer in these fights than she would normally do. And now with that reset with the Riftmaker, there's just so much more prio in the hands of Ariana. You can see that the lane have been shoved in also in mid lane. Therefore, it just gives so much more space for Forsaken to work with, and taking these grubs pretty much uncontested since there's no one around. The Drake is on the map, and since the bot lane is in a bit of a roller coaster-ish situation, I would assume that they want to go for the Drake now.
Quite possibly, to be honest, but so far, just everywhere in the map, the situation looks pretty good for Forsaken. Would be lovely to see a little bit more action for them on the bot lane, just to make sure that they neutralize your Tenacity's bot lane a little bit. But at the same time, Senna doesn't want it, Senna doesn't need it. Senna is okay just waiting out. And by the way, we missed a little bit on that because we had so much action on the top side of the map. But yes, this is the support item for both of the quote-unquote supports on the bot lane. So Forsaken are going with a lot of money for the bot lane.
It's time to get rich, boys. As
Yay.
both of Whitman and Charisma are now laughing. They have defeated the pyramid system. And it's an infernal soul in this game. Jesus Christ. Ariana right now is one of the most happiest people on the entire Rift, because he's just going to walk around, stack the feathers, be super quick, have the ability haste. And for those of you who don't remember, the new feathers work as you get a bit of a movement speed when you pick it up, but then you can stack them, and then you have ability haste from them, and that stays.
Yes, it's a very nice addition. Well, it stays until you die, and then you drop the feathers, and the enemy can even pick up some of those. It can be your teammate, but of course the enemy would like to do that if they already got a shutdown on you. So yes, you get the price, but you also need to pay the price when you die. Small correction, by the way, it's not just Forsaken's botlane that is going with double support item. Of course, Zero Tenacity's botlane is doing the same. So we have effectively 2 supports right now on Zero Tenacity's side, and it's going to be really interesting to look at the team fights later on in the game. The sustain, oh boy, is it going to be enough against Ariana though?
Objectively, there's 4 supports in this game currently.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome to 2024, folks. When in League of Legends, we run 4 supports.
Yay.
Why not?
I mean, it's good for us support mains. You and I can finally play together, hey!
I know, right? We can just go and play supports and nobody's going to blame us for doing it. Okay, Charisma is here. Rift Health has been taken in the process by Lee Sin. Forsaken are in control.
Forsaken are in control, but not of the bot side of the map, because Zero Tenacity are having some plans about this part of the map. To be fair, they should. They completely lost the control of the top lane because of Ariana. Thus, they lost control over the Grubs and the Herald. That's why they're focusing so much on the Dragon so far. And they have 2 already, so 2 more, and they have a very sweet soul.
Look at Korotkiy, look, going with an Eclipse as the first item.
You know why?
Because it's going to do lots of damage.
Exactly, and frankly, even if Ariana goes into a tanky build, there is not too much armor in general on the side of Forsaken, because Charisma is the only one who's going to go into supposedly a full tank build, so no armor to cut through means you can go with lethality and be very happy one-shotting the enemy. It's very good in this situation for Korotkiy.
You will poke the enemies out, and by the general, it just seems like the plan for Zero Tenacity is laid out. Let Korotkiy do the damage. Let Erdot and Harpoon heal, and have fun.
Oh, wait. Shurima Shuffle? Emperor's Divide just happened there.
Yeah, did. I think Ravbin tried to get away from the enemy. I think that's what happened.
Well, he succeeded then.
True that. Mid lane turret. Will it fall? Yes, it will. Just in few. and it does. With Zero Tenacity walking around. I'm just going, okay, no mid lane turret.
Well, wait for it, because Ariana is having a little fight here, a very respectful fight with Melonic, exactly. But another thing about Korotkiy and about his lethality build is that, did you know that minions don't have any armor? Which means that if you take a lethality champion and send him to a side lane to split push, that happens. He split pushes and kills minions very quickly, and you, as the enemy team, now need to keep it at him at all times.
Luckily enough for Forsaken, like it's a great pickup for Zero Tenacity, right? And luckily enough for Forsaken, what they have in their hands is a lot of movement speed in general, right? So there's Lee Sin who can answer it, there's Akali who can answer it, there's even potentially Senna who can answer it if you really need it. Already running with the Blood Song and the Umbro Glaive, there's already quite a bit of damage picked up by that Senna. Probably looking for a bit more as Charisma picks up the Iron Locket of Solari for himself. Making sure that he's going to protect Whitman and Ravben from the amount of poke that may fly their way.
And just in general, empower their front line a little bit, Ariana.
A lot of damage goes into the shrouds, but he is seen thanks to Korotkiy even more with the shade, with the perfect execution. He's out. Was a bit of a close call, but he is all fine.
By the way, Ariana doesn't have a flash, so it could have been a really tricky situation for him there with a gank, but it's now the gank that Ariana just gets out of very gracefully. He doesn't need a flash, he has perfect execution.
Melonic by me trouble now. Ravben walks up into the Jax, looks for more. The soldiers are not going to find him. Bellet is here, goes with the first
people?
A lot of people as they finally found it with the flash backwards kick. Melonic out though, might be looking even for more. Can they do it? Yes, they finish him off finally. A few more turret shots, will be enough. Melonic, though, was really clinging to his life.
Yes, for so long, but I was so surprised by the amount of people from Forsaken, because he probably was as well. So many of them went completely out of Fog of War for him, but right now, the Fog of War might be there for Zero Tenacity, because they have started the Dragon DDC Forsaken well enough.
Teleported, invested by Charisma. Ariana is here, has the Ignite available to him as well. Bellet now coming back as well, together with Ravben, still holding on to his Emperor's Shuffle. Ariana dancing around. Melonic has the teleport available to him, so he's going to appear in the fight on the backside, as you can see. Whitman, oh, that might be so much trouble. Emperor's Shuffle only onto one, onto Air Dot. The fight now clinging everywhere. Bellet is the first one to fall, as Ariana just walks around, tries to go for more. Looks for one, looks for two, so much damage through with the perfect execution! It's Equalizer, might not be enough. Charisma tanky. Melonic is going in there. Soldiers will do the job, though, as Ariana jumps out. Blue Razor finishes him off. But Whitman fires away through his gun, and the power of shadows will bring more and more corpses. Forsaken took this slowly but surely.
Burst damage versus all the sustain in the world was the idea of this fight. And it looks like burst damage just won. Just very cleanly won against all the healing, all the shielding that Zero Tenacity had at their disposal. But let's see how the fight is looking about here, because that is a very good teleport from Melonic right into the enemy's backlane. Ravben doesn't really find many, and not the best ultimate from Harpoon, unfortunately. Dacing Core could have been huge in this fight, but Ariana just doesn't seem to care about things like that. His burst damage is really huge. He's healing at the same time, thanks to the Riftmaker that he had picked a little bit earlier. Which means, for Forsaken, they are winning. Look at that, Ravben is full health. Whitman is barely scratched by the enemies. This is a disastrous fight for Zero Tenacity.
And what a great way to set up the fight it was for Forsaken, as they just lined up perfectly for Ariana's perfect execution. Too many perfect thingies, but it's fine.
Yeah.
And now Forsaken are feeling so comfortable on the map. 3,000 is the gold lead that they are holding. Yes, the enemy is on Soul Point, and you don't want to give away that Infernal Soul to the enemies, because then Korotkiy will deal just way too much damage for you to sustain from the poke. However, with the amounts of lead that you have, plus the fact that Ravben is almost completed his Rabadons, it's going to be hard to fight for the next strike.
It's going to be very hard. That's very fair. But to be honest, for Zero Tenacity, it's not going to be that much about the itemization of them or the enemy, but about the fact that they're doing the Baron right now?
Apparently so. Double teleports coming in through. Baron is slowly going down. Korotkiy is here. I think he's sitting on a package, but I can't really see. No, there isn't. Melonic is there too. Ariana onto Harpoon. So much damage already being done. Perfect execution is there to try to complete it with the charm onto 2. That might be just in time. There have been killed air dot. Melonic now in the midst of it all too. Ariana still in the backline of the enemies. And here's Charisma to try to help him out. Knock up onto him as Blue Razor goes in his ultimate. Melonic jumps right in. First kill for Zero Tenacity. He's 4 and 4. Charisma still healing up, but it wasn't enough. As it's another trade of kills. It's 3 versus 3. Women and Ariana both scoffed a little from this fight. Rafbin, half of his HP. Kofta looking for more with a little bit of those autos with Harpoon supporting him. But this fight went a bit more smoothly for Zero Tenacity.
A little bit, but yes, it looks like really the main idea for them in the upcoming fights like that is to make sure that they have the control of Ariana, because if Ariana gets onto their backline, if he can remove Harpoon, Adode, and Kofta very quickly in the very beginning, this is a fight over. If even one of them falls down, it's already very hard for Zero Tenacity to fight as the unit. Here, also the problem is with Rafbin, because the fight was in close enough proximity that Rafbin could get to the enemy's backline and remove Dode on the spot. Remember that Harpooner, Dode, and Kofti are super squishy. They fall down immediately if Rafbin or Ariana jump onto them. So for Zero Tenacity, they need vision, and they need positioning, and they need to do something about the Baron, because these guys are doing it again.
Yep, they are. Melonic is still sitting on that teleport. Charisma taking quite a bit of damage. Erdot is now going to spot the fact that the Baron has been started. Ariana now again looking for the back lane with the kick, with the flash. Is a Baron. Ariana in the midst of it all, though, might pay with his life, trying to get out. Melonic with a counter strike. Will he find anyone? No, he won't. Ariana out with the perfect execution. It's a perfect steal, ladies and gentlemen. We have snatched the Baron, and Forsaken run with a smile on their faces.
It's a very free Baron and in a very good timing, because right now Zero Tenacity can only play towards the next dragon and the soul. The dragon is coming up in 40 seconds, so it's a good call for them, but it's a very unfortunate timing, because right now Forsaken are going to push in through the mid lane and potentially through the bot lane as well. That's why Melonic is already there trying to de-push it as much as possible. But they are going to potentially sacrifice a turret if they decide to fully commit to a dragon. And if they don't, they might lose the dragon and the soul will be delayed for them. Very weird situation for Z10.
They have to figure what is the thing that is important for them. More prio setup by Rafbin, as they are making sure to press down the turret, to now try to bring that mid lane turret down. They will do it with ease, and it just forces Z10 in a very uncomfortable position, just as he rightfully mentioned. How do you de-push it? Because mid lane is no longer yours at all.
Well, you ask your mid laner for help very nicely and politely, because remember, he still has the damage. Oriana! Will he jump in?
No. Looking for it at the very least with the fight with Blue Razor. Dragon is already dead. That's all you need, Charisma. He's going to flash out, tries to run for his life, slowed down. Melonic with the double root, but it's not going to be enough. Just leave Charisma there, and that's exactly what they are doing, flashing away from the ultimates. It's the perfect seal. Forsaken are just doing everything they can in order to stabilize their mid-game. They don't want to leave Zero Tenacity with anything. Yes, you've picked up the support, fine, but we've delayed the soul. You want more? No, we'll invest flashes. We'll just make sure that you can't win in this situation.
For the second time already, I am amazed by the timings of Forsaken and their understanding of how the fights are looking like, because they go in, they snatch the dragon away from Zero Tenacity, but right after that they disengage. They don't try to force the things when it doesn't need to be done. They don't try to overdo anything or overstay. They do what they have to and they go away.
Might be looking to punch them in the faces just a little bit here, as they are now forcing that fight underneath the bot lane turret. Rafbin might be in trouble. Counter-strike has been prepared but not being used. Whitman, Bellit, and Rafbin are here jumping around. A lot of wave clear on the side of Z10, as they are able to push the enemy away just a tiny bit more. Ariana is here. Charisma is walking up as well. Might be a 5-on-5 underneath that bot lane turret.
Quite possibly, because Kofta is here as well. And Forsaken really want to get rid of this turret before the Baron buff runs out for them, and it's going to happen very soon. They're on the remainings of it, but they cannot find the approach, because look at the wave. It gets destroyed immediately by Zero Tenacity. The wave clear helps them so much.
And the problem that there is also poke, right? You can see how much poke Kofta has, and it's just so hard to deal with it. Now Zero Tenacity are on the offensive. They see their Forsaken have split up a little, so they can try to de-force the enemy out and try to de-push them, take a bit more control of that part of the map, make sure that they can't get anything more out of the Baron buff. They managed to stop that advance onto the bot lane, but in the end, they still lost the mid lane turret, they still lost the Baron soul, and they are still losing 4,000 gold.
this is not looking very strong for Zero Tenacity. They are still scaling in this game. You have to remember that Korotkiy is going to look really nice when he's one level above, when he's finally full build. The problem is Forsaken have Sen on their side, and Senna pretty much never stops scaling. The more souls she have, the happier she's going to be later on in the game. Forsaken still have Ariana, who is still building up. Look at that, it's going to be the Void Stab on him, as well as on Rafting, by the way, which means that any frontline on Zero Tenacity is not going to be the frontline anymore.
94 stacks on the Senna. 94 souls. She is looking unbelievably strong already at this point, with the 4 completed items as well.
I don't even know how to comment that, to be honest. I guess I'm happy for Senna. I guess I'm happy for Forsaken right now, because things are looking incredibly good for them. They don't have the Baron buff anymore, but in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, the next dragon is going to spawn, and that's where we might see all those stacks from Senna in action.
Might just as well. I wonder what is going to be the priority target for both of these teams, because there's still the soul on the line for Z10. You still either have to commit full in trying to take the soul and make sure that your poke is actually relevant coming later into the stages of the game, coming from Korotkiy and perhaps from Harpoon as well, or you just make sure that Forsaken don't get a hold of that Baron and then just push through.
However, things are starting to look worse for Zero Tenacity right now that I'm checking the inventories of both of the teams. It's again the Crypto Bloom top laner situation. It's the Gwen situation from the first game today. It's the Hatshira incident all over again. When Ariana jumps in, whenever he gets a takedown, he's guaranteed to heal up massively, himself and the rest of his team, which means that he's going to snowball really massively into the team fight. If he takes down one, doesn't matter if it's a kill or an assist, he can continue fighting and his whole team can continue fighting. I don't think the sustain on Zero Tenacity will be enough considering this purchase.
It's a good point to be made, and we might just see this as in 15 seconds, as you can see through the river. Here he goes. The Worm is now about to spawn Ariana into the flanking maneuver. Finds Melonic, though, outside of all the people. Stun coming in through as well. Blue Razor is already here, trying to take on top of him. The rest of the team is here to try to help him out. Look at the damage coming from Whitman, but look at the damage coming from Korotkiy as well. Half of HP of Ariana gone, non-existent. He's going to reset, has the teleport, so it's not the hugest loss, but still, Korotkiy now just making sure that Z10 can take those fights.
Exactly, this is the fight of two lethality guys on two sides of the map, but can Zero Tenacity go for this dragon? They have the Encore, so watch out for that thing very closely.
Went right in, flashes away from Blue Razor. Blue Razor takes a bit of damage. Root coming in through, and a lot of damage from the rockets coming from Korotkiy. Might have just reached the point when they're able to force them out, thanks to Korotkiy. Dragon has been started, and Forsaken looks like you're going to give the soul away.
They have to. They have to. There is no way they're fighting this. They're trying to rush the Baron right now. I don't know if they can do it. Ariana is still on a half HP, and Korotkiy is flying in with the package. If he's going straight towards the Baron, he can fight them right there.
Teleport being used. Melonic is going to arrive in just a few seconds. Ariana is here. Fights in now break. The Baron has been slain. Root coming in through as well. Korotkiy is trying to find a way to go. Ariana hops over with the blast going, but he's going to die regardless. Charisma now runs away, stunned by the counter-strike, but not too much has been done just yet. Korotkiy still fires away, but a lot of movement coming from Ratbin. You cannot catch these twinkle toes as the soldiers are punching Melonic right in the face with those spears. Flash ward onto Bellet with the silence. Flashed away from him as well. Tries to go back into the fight. Emperor's Shuffle with the ultimate. Gets one. That's another charm coming in through as the teleport has been pressed as well. Shut down onto Rafbin. Here comes Charisma. Eats away the Lee Sin as Blue Razor just runs for his life, screaming because he knows one sneeze and he will die. Close calls from both of the teams.
One sneeze or one leak or one whatever, it is not going to take too much to take him down indeed. And Zero Tenacity lost a lot in this fight. They gained something, but ultimately the Baron is in the hands of Forsaken. Whitman used this time to push forward a little bit while everybody else was busy having fun fights in the Baron field. But you have to admit that Korotkiy is doing so much for the team right now. He is dealing the damage, he is bringing in the movement as well of his own, but at the same time the enemy's mid laner Rafbin is also bringing in the moves. The damage from that Azir is really high, and the leader on the Empress Divide is going to be absolutely insane right here when it looks like Bellit might go down. No, says the Emperor, jumps in and seals the deal.
The immediate reaction coming from Forsaken, with Rathbun instantly turning around, Bellit winning just in a little bit more time. As I say, Ariana will go down here in a blink of an eye. Blue Razor claims that kill. And it's not like Zero Tenacity are done fighting. No, as you could have seen in the previous fight. Again, as you've pointed out, Korotkiy just making sure that they are still in this game, making sure that they can take any of the fight just because of the fact that every single time when Forsaken enter a fight, they are in a disadvantage, in a health disadvantage, which is so powerful for Zero Tenacity as Blue Razor and Melonic will start swinging away their weapons.
But look at Forsaken's movements. Again, very smart, not overstaying on the mid lane. They pushed in a little bit, and now they're rotating towards the top lane to make sure they're utilizing as much of their Baron buff as possible. Problem is, still the same. Zero Tenacity have massive wave clear, and they have Melonic on the bot lane. It has been unattended so far, but this Jax is destroying the enemy structures as well. There is no objective bounty, unfortunately, for Zero Tenacity right now, because the goal difference is really small at the moment. 57 to 55k between the teams. Yeah, thank you. And it means that when it comes to the items, when it comes to how much everybody's built up, it is pretty much the same. And it comes down in the end to the skill and to the scaling of some champions. And it will come down to that very soon. 3 minutes, even less now, until the Elder Drake is going to spawn.
Exactly. That feels like this moment, right? Because if that Elder Drake goes towards Zero Tenacity, they might just insta-win any fight just before the fight starts. Because Korotkiy is just going to poke the enemies out to the moment when he's going to one-shot Widman. Look at that. Look at the damage. Look at this, right? But Forsaken is the other way around. As soon as they get the Elder, and they have the opportunity to just throw Rathbun and Ariana there with Whitman just firing away from the backside and throwing down the ultimate, you will see an instant 5 men killed just there on the spot.
Ariana, however, is facing hardship right now because Zero Tenacity have learned to focus him out quite a lot and out-poke him whenever he's looking for a way to go into them. They're not letting him go to the flank because Melonic is there on the duty of protecting the backlane at all times. And at the same time, they're slowing Ariana down and choking him to the point where he cannot jump into the enemies anymore because he has to reset due to no health. Very smart movements from both of the teams. I wonder who's going to get out on top. I don't care about my predictions anymore. It's just a good game of League of Legends, and I can't wait to see who wins.
Melonic now onto Rathbun, might be able to kill him with the flashes over the Emperor's Shuffle! Rathbun running for his life, a little bit of movement speed, but no! Blue Razor finds the pickup, and now Zero Tenacity understand that this is the call. The Bannermans have been called, and it's start to push in through the mid lane. 50 seconds before the Imperial Shuffle is going to be back into the game. And can they withstand this push? Can they hold on for their dear life a bit more? Mid lane turret is about to fall, and Zero Tenacity are not looking to stop.
No, they're not, because they want to take this inhibitor down. Can they try to push him further? 30 seconds before the Emperor is up.
Looks like they can. Rude coming in through into Blade Razor, but look at the amount of damage done to Whitman. Bellit now has to walk down. No minions, no waves, so you can't really force the fight over there. Ariana fighting away with Melonic. The first turret is about to fall. Next minions are going to spawn just now as Ariana dances around and tries to get hit by a rocket. Knock up! Burning away from the ignite. Just one more rocket might just do the deal as Bellit hops into the enemies. Will die here. Korotkiy will claim him. 5 more seconds. Rathbun will come right now. Blue Razor second turret has fallen. Nexus is exposed. Zero Tenacity might just end the game. They're looking for this. Just a few more ultras, and yes, they will. What a game, but Zero Tenacity pull this right out of the mouth of Forsaken.
Bad news is that we don't get a base race in this game. Good news is, regardless of that, that was still an emotional and, in general, a roller coaster, and that was still a really good game of League of Legends. I gotta tell you though, DrBrilmann, I love how Zero Tenacity in the end understood their assignment very well, because Forsaken were really clean in the first half of the game, and they were pushing onto the enemies so hard that Zero Tenacity looked lost in quite many of the fights they have been taking. But then finally they were like, okay, we cannot let Ariana take even one takedown in a team fight, because if it happens, we are done. And what happens then? if you looked at the last team fight, it was a beautiful example because even you mentioned it. Ariana was dancing with Melonic, but rather the other way around. It was Melonic dancing with Ariana, not letting him get any close to his backlane. No chance whatsoever for that Akali.
It feels like this misstep from Rafbin, just overextending a little bit, making sure that there's not making sure rather that there's enough vision in his own jungle that led to the moment when Zero Tenacity knew we can go.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you get busy with the Akali and try to make sure that she's not going to jump into your backlane, there's one more problem. There is the Azir. One good Emperor Shuffle can set up any fight and turn this around. We've seen this in the top lane. When we thought that, yeah, Zero Tenacity going to punish for every single deed that Forsaken have done, but you guessed it, they didn't because of that one shuffle that came out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
And as soon as you pinpoint that Azir, you just go push, push, push.
Yeah.
Because we can't just win the game. And yeah, Rafbin did get resurrected a little bit too late.
That's why I was looking at the timer for Rafbin and I was like, are the Zero Tenacity going to recognize how big the timer is and are they going to push any further? And in the end, they did. We didn't have the situation like we had in the first game with ESCA, for example, when they are already at the enemy space, but they're like, nah, you know what? We don't really want it that much. Not now, thank you. Nah. Nah. Enemy Nexus? No, thank you.
Base race?
Exactly.
No, sorry. No, like this.
Yeah.
Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga creating memes since 2024, or rather recreating memes.
Yeah.
That's probably more like it.
But we gotta recreate another thing, DrBrilmann. You know what? I think I remember about the tradition from back in Ultraliga when they had Harpoon playing for some of the teams and they could have him on the interviews. And I have heard that we actually do have a chance to recreate it because we have Harpoon on the interview with us. Hello. Congratulations for the victory.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello.
Well, first and foremost, welcome back to Ultraliga. We remember you very well after the explosive performance in Team ESCA gaming. Now that you're back with Zero Tenacity, walk me through the game because it felt like Forsaken knew what they're doing up until very few last team fights when that started to fall apart for them. So what was the state of the atmosphere, the communication within your team when you were facing these harder situations to play around?
I mean, I don't really remember what happened in game because, I mean, in this lane, basically mine and Erdota approach to this lane was just not to give to enemies any stacks and to scale because we outscaled them so hard. So from my side, the approach to the game was just to stack drakes, to outscale, and probably 2-3 items we just win. And I don't know what happened. I remember Erdota DC'd, and then I saw my top laner dying as well. So not the greatest game because we need our top side to be really ahead in this game, which didn't happen. So that's probably why it was rough and a lot of miscommunication in fights, etc. I think it wasn't like the greatest game from our side, but also we just had really big draft gap, so well played to coaches.
Exactly that. But I have a question to you personally because you mentioned that bot lane with Erdota, and I really want to hear from you how your communication with your new support looks like because you had many supports in your life, and I want to know what it's like to play with Erdota.
To be honest, I didn't think that this guy has such a knowledge about the game, and every week I feel like I'm playing way better and better. Like I'm improving so much with him right now, and we like after every scream game, after every solo queue, we're just doing reviews, and it's like pleasure to play with him. I feel like I can learn a lot from him because his laning phase is really good, and from my side, I played good team fights, so I guess Erdota is just the perfect match for me right now.
I want to poke a little bit more about your own personal career, honestly, because as much as it's very interesting to hear how the atmosphere is within the Zero Tenacity team right now, I'm actually really much wondering how did the transition for you went, because you went, now please correct me if I'm wrong, but you went to Prime League for a bit of time. Now you're back at the Polish scene. How do you feel yourself going to the Prime League and then back at Ultraliga? And how do you feel if you need to adapt towards how people play here, or is it relatively the same thing?
I mean, I cannot really compare it yet because I mean, back in Big, we were playing against some mostly LVP teams. Here in Z10, we are playing mostly against LFL teams, so I guess better teams than back in Prime League in Big. I just feel like we cannot really play the same as on scrims. I don't know why is that happening, but I feel like on scrims we are just performing 5 times better. And I don't feel like anyone is pressured or anything. I feel like everyone is chill about the games in Ultraliga. But sometimes always needs to happen in those games. I don't know why. So right now I cannot really compare the official games between Prime League and Ultraliga. Personally, I'm a bit surprised that they're actually like not really low level because for sure like I can see some mistakes on lane that we can just create the lead on our own. But overall as a team, they are not like collapsing in first fight, which I remember used to happen in Ultraliga when I was playing back in the days.
That's a very interesting analysis. Thank you very much. But I want to take it very quickly to my last question, and it's about you versus Orbit Anonymo, because last week we had a lot of discussions about the potential outcome of your match, and in the end you were the one who lost. Do you think right now Orbit Anonymo are the stronger team than you, than Zero Tenacity, or how do you see this situation?
I can't really compare it right now. I mean, for sure, there are worse players. Like you could clearly see it in early game. Like every lane was so ahead. We just collapsed as a team, which I think is like not of a big deal right now because like league will be still happening. Like it will last 2 more months, so we can be good as a team. You can clearly see we are just better players. We just need to build up ourselves as a team, you know. So I wouldn't say they are better. Maybe they are better as a team right now, but I think it will change soon.
Okay, I like it.
The amount of heat and beef that we are generating for the top 1 and top 2 spots is exactly what we want to see. Now, Harpoon, thank you so much for coming to our virtual studio. Actually, welcome, because we couldn't have you here back in the day.
Yeah.
And welcome back, mate. We really have missed you. Before you go, though, you do know the tradition. Before you go, you can give anyone a shout out to, even in your own native language if you want. So go ahead.
I think I can do it in English then. Do I just say shout out too, or how does it work? Because I don't know how to shout out people in English.
Shout out to, I would like to thank
Okay.
anything you can come up with.
The shout out to actually a lot of people. My dad who watched this game today, my mom, my brother, Maya and her brother as well, Simon, Maciuś, and Wojtyła. I think I didn't miss anyone.
Thank you so much, Harpoon. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations on the victory. Really hope to see you here again.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks a lot. See you.
Thank
Cheers.
you. From what he said, I am really hearing a lot of things that I heard from G2, to be honest. I'm really starting to have a feeling that Zero Tenacity kind of is the
I
Polish
have told
G2.
you from the beginning of the season that Z10 is our G2.
Yeah.
I've been telling this to everyone. Now I'm going to say this out loud right now. This is our G2. Because as much as we love him and as much they do a lot of cool stuff on the Rift, they also sometimes surprise us with very strange things and things just don't go their way, but then suddenly it does. So
Yeah, kind reminder that G2 were winning against everyone in their scrims, and then those Worlds games happened.
yes, exactly what I am thinking. They have been decimating everyone in scrims at Worlds.
Yeah.
Things didn't work for the official. So Zero Tenacity, a message to you: win those scrims all you want, but please don't go the G2 route, okay?
Yeah, please.
With that
We
being
will still
said,
love you, but please.
I mean, we will, yeah, sure, but there's not everything you need to take away from G2.
Yeah.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take one last breather because we really need one after 3 explosive games and get ready for game number 4 of today, which is going to be the last back to the game versus Orbit Anonymo. We will see you just in a bit.
Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came.
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Gregor's Kit Kat?
Okay, listen to me. This game is going to go according to the expectations. I said it. I said it. Now it's not going to happen. No. Anyway, so, Casticus. If you say things are going to happen like you expect them to happen,
We're gonna have a really boring game, you know? Nobody's gonna have any shenanigans happening. It's gonna be like either a 20-minute very quick combo or, I don't know, a very long and boring game. I said it. I hope I jinxed it.
anyway, back to the game versus Orbit Anonymo. Now,
Yes.
what we've seen today is that apparently anybody can upset anybody because Forsaken came a few times ridiculously close to doing it.
Yeah.
Devils.one lost against spoilers for those who didn't watch the entirety of the show. If you didn't, what are you doing? But Devils.one lost versus Gleb, and then ESCA almost pulled the game out of Iron Wolf's mouths. And now we are, as Mayutek said in the pre-show, we are having, well, Orbit Anonymo being Orbit Anonymo, okay, that makes sense. And then we have a team that started to boot camp so that they can get together as much as they can to be more on the same page. And apparently that helped them to absolutely just speed run through the relegations tournament. They brought down KNF, and they brought down ESCA, I think.
Devils.one?
Oh, Devils.one. Yeah, I think Devils.one.
Either of the two, but I think Devils.one.
So, I mean, based on what we saw from Back to the Game in the previous week, do we expect them to? Probably not. Do we expect it today? Yes.
Exactly. That's the thing, because we didn't expect, for example, from Griptrick to step up so massively today, yet they did, and it was a really fun and a really good game. Back to the Game are right now at the same spot where Griptrick were in the beginning of this day. They are at 0-2. They haven't managed to win any single game in the previous week. It's going to be a disaster if they go with 0-3, to be honest. It's going to be a really bad state for them to start their Division 1 journey with. However, if they somehow miraculously just some angels descend from heaven and say, hello, this is what you do in this game, and they're going to beat Orbit Anonymo, because I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm being too dramatic.
Yeah,
but Orbit Anonymo are an incredibly solid and strong team. So for Back to the Game, it's going to be really hard to beat them. But if they do it, imagine the morale boost they're going to get.
I mean, yeah.
But it's going to be hard. Oh boy.
The thing is, coming against Orbit Anonymo, yes, we've heard from the Harpoon that he considers individually that the players of Orbit Anonymo are worse than Zero Tenacity's player, even though they have collapsed as a team previous week. However, when you look at today's matchup, you would just expect that Orbit Anonymo are getting themselves a win, and we've faked them in the predictions as well, right? Because Back to the Game are yet to show up. What kind of a team are they, right? They struggle to find their footing. They struggle to find their face, if you want. They're struggling to see how these rookies can actually start to work in Division 1. Now, let's get into the draft and take a look how things are going to look for both of these teams.
So we have Orbit Anonymo on the blue side, Back to the Game on the red side. I think today the majority of the games, if not all, were won by the red side, actually, which is interesting because worldwide apparently there is a blue side buff. But let's see what both these teams have prepared so far for us, because we have Maokai and Seraphine banned out by the side of Orbit Anonymo, and Back to the Game might be targeting Neramin quite heavily, to be honest, but so far it's Kalista and it is Nocturne that they're getting away, which is a ban against Afroboy.
But it's for the first time of the day.
What?
A ban of Nocturne.
That's true. Nobody has touched Nocturne.
For the entire day, nobody touched Nocturne.
That's suspicious.
Play the cue from the imposter sound from Among Us. However, yes, the junglers are being heavily approached by Back to the Game, looking to shut them down as much as they can. They are going to give Korotkiy to Roizen to make sure that he has a stable laning phase, can go pretty much against anyone from doesn't really matter who you pair him up against. He's going to just
Mm-hmm.
have a jolly good time and scale up. Back to the game, they can answer it with Azir, and yes, they will, a standard handshake. I wonder if we're also going to see a jungler or a top laner opened up. We could, or instead of fight for the bot lane AD carry support
To
rotation.
be honest, I would not be surprised if they try to snatch something away from Nermin, because Nermin, you heard it from February last week. Nermin is an incredibly strong AD carry, and honestly, his performance last week was incredible. These guys' movement, these guys' control of his champions is insane. So back to the game might want to take away things like Zaya, for example, or Jinx away from him, or Varus. To be honest, it's surprising that he is third pick only, but finally we see the bully.
Now it's up to Orbits to find an answer. They could go Aphelios Melio here, just pick it
Mhm.
up instantly. A great combo. Aphelios Lulu as well, since enchanters are pretty much in the strongest of the metas currently for the bot lane, with a few exceptions. They're going to go for Vi, which have been working rather well in the current patch as well, leaving
Mhm.
back to the game not really a lot of options to answer with. Maybe yeah, Xin is banned, so you can't really answer it with Xin, and Marika is banned as
Yeah.
well. Yeah, that's a bit of a shot in the foot.
Yeah, that's true. You can still go with things like Lilia, for example, or Lee Sin. Lee Sin is open, and so far, Lee Sin is one of the strongest contenders to just go into your hands, and your team is going to be very happy and very thankful for it, especially as an answer to Vi, who feels, as you said, pretty strong right now with the Black Cleaver. She just gets it, and it's already pretty much a power spike for her as a jungler. No, 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 no. I've seen how these goes. Oh, no. At
Okay,
least
it
it's
is
not
Uda.
R5.
It is Uda. Might be Uda top, might be Uda jungle. Depends on who plays it what, because apparently there's also Uda tops running around and doing things.
It's mostly with her tops right now, and I hate it so much.
It is a little bit weird. Fight against the Jacks is going to be quite interesting to see. Kozi has, who previously has been known as Polsky Kos, for those of you who didn't notice the fact that he changed his nickname, has been a very interesting top laner developing in the Division 1 of Ultraliga. So it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to fight against his old nemesis of Prime, as we've seen them fighting previous year quite a bit.
Yeah, that's very true. Actually, yeah, that's very true. It has been a fight of that sort. So it's going to be interesting. I really wonder also how this matchup is going to look like, because Udyr is insanely strong on the first 3 levels. But look at what Back to the Game are doing. Zaya and Aphelios both taken away from Nermin, so they can feel a little bit safer about their bot lane situation.
I wonder how Orbit are going to answer this now, because they could ban away Nautilus to make sure that there's
Yeah.
no Nautilus Varus combo, which is quite strong. They could ban away Blitzcrank as well, who's quite strong in the current
It's
current patch
Katra.
as well.
Yes, you ban Blitzcrank away from Katra, because Akura used to be Katra and he used to play Blitzcrank quite a lot and very well.
He also plays quite a bit of Rakan, so maybe we'll see a
True.
conflict pick coming from him instead of a Nautilus, for example. Or we're going to see a Trundle picked up for Shasku.
Ooh, I like it quite a lot. Trundle is going to be a very interesting pick here, especially since there is so much all-in potential from Orbit Anonymo speaks already. Trundle is going to be excellent at stopping them on the spot. And he's stronger than Vi in the first levels too.
Melio into Lucian, the old good combo. We've seen it so many times. Now, how Back to the Game are going to respond this, because they can't go Nautilus for the full efficiency now. They could go into Lulu. They could theoretically go into Rakan as well in order to have even more engage. Or instead, just make sure that you pick up the Lulu and you bring as much sustainability to your front laners as possible. And it seems like it's exactly what they're going to do.
I like Lulu quite a lot, because Lulu is usually the answer into the all-in comps, especially if they have Vi in their team. You really often see Lulu picked into Vi, actually, because the thing is, if Lulu stays close enough to her backlane carries, she will have enough time to react to Vi flying in on her Cease and Desist, to make sure she has W and an ultimate available to stop Vi, to make sure she's just a little squirrel running around, and to make sure that her AD carry is going to survive the burst.
Yeah, so it seems like a good choice just in general. You can also pretty much find a lot of ways how you can counter Jax in this situation as well.
Yeah.
Since one of his most beloved things you do as a Jax, you just jump on top of somebody with the staff, you start to swirl it around and pretend you're a little helicopter, and then you stun everyone and you start to punch them with the staff in the face. Now you can't do that when you're a squirrel.
I would love to see that, but yeah, unfortunately, you can't.
What, a squirrel swirling around a staff as a helicopter and then boinking people with it?
Exactly.
I have a very vivid imagination. I'm already imagining it. It looks so weird. I mean, she's not gonna wield it. She's not gonna wield it with her little paws. She's gonna wield it with her tail.
Tail, like Nico, kind of. Yeah, that's true. I either would love to see that very much.
The only
But yeah,
problem
it's
is
not gonna
the
happen.
squirrel is small, so as soon as she starts to swirl, she's literally gonna turn into a helicopter and just fly away over the rift.
Damn. Oh no, that's a sad scenario. I don't want to be thinking about that anymore.
Bye. Have a great time.
No. We don't talk about that anymore. Ludo is a good pick. Full stop. Let's move on.
Yes, less indeed. So interestingly enough, Orbit Anonymo going into pretty much of the full we are going to run at you and punch you in the face composition. While also the other thing I really like is the pickup of Trundle. Because Trundle, just in general, gives you so much more space to work with. Again, because of the same things, there's a pillar that you can work with. You can steal the resistance away from both Vi and Jax when he's in his ultimate, which is going to be really good because you can neglect his ultimate.
That's very true. I like this idea, honestly. That sounds like it's going to be another interesting match before us, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome for the last time for today, but not for this week, to the Summoner Street, where Orbit and Anonymo 2-0 at the moment are going to try to make it into 3-0 by beating Back to the Game. Well, Back to the Game are coming into this game, trying to get back into the game of Ultraliga because they want to stop their 0-2 loss streak.
And let's see how they're going to approach it. No level 1 shenanigans. Nothing of a sort. Instead, trying to go for a bit of a stable way. Both junglers, by the looks of it, are going to... No. Okay, so Shaskyu is looking to start at the bot side of the jungle, maybe then go towards the top. Or even... Are they going to try to steal something?
If they've realized that there is no enemies here, and especially since Cozy right now is going to understand that Afroboy is on the blue buff and do exactly the Udyr things. Look at the damage from this boy on the first level. This is insane.
Force us even a flash out from Afroboy. That's a great beginning. Yes, you have invested a ghost into it, but what is a ghost compared to Vice Flash?
The problem is I've seen that tail already, DrBrilmann. I have seen that happening in CBLOL and in LEC, and it doesn't end well. So I'm worried a little bit for Back to the Game right now. But I hope I'm going to be wrong in this case. But what we know for sure is that Afroboy has been set for a very unfortunate beginning. He's super low. He's behind in terms of comms. And because of that, Shaskyu knows that he's very safe to take the entirety of enemy's jungle, which should force Afroboy to rotate to the top side of Shask's jungle as an answer.
We should see that. However, the thing that is just so bad for Afroboy is the amount of time that he lost, right? The amount of time that was invested. He didn't reset, so he's also going to have a little bit of lesser HP. He won't be able to do a lot. Okay, Shaskyu looking to go in with the shuffle knuckle with the pillar. Shaskyu takes a bit of damage from Neramin. That's a flash forced out of Chipsy. Overall, pretty good.
So far, so good, exactly. For Back to the Game, things are looking pretty nice because yes, Cozy is going to be dominating the lane for now. And Neramin, ooh, the damage from Neramin is insane on level 2 only already.
There's a lot of potential traits you can do with the Lucian, right? Because of that passive, because of the double ults that you can proc. So it just forces Neramin to play as aggressively as he can, and seems to be working out rather well for him just for now.
We'll see, however, how things are going to progress from now on, because so far the junglers are still farming. Afroboy, of course, had to reset rather early. He's only sitting on 12 minions so far, where Shask is clearing the enemy's jungle, clearing his own jungle, attempting to go for the gank. So he's pretty much having the whole map under his control, and that's what you expect from a good Trumble. And Afroboy, unless he's going to go towards the bot lane right now, he's not going to find anything in this part of the jungle.
He might. There's one only ward on the side of Back to the Game, which is in that little pixel bush. He's going to be spotted away. Nerman, though. Oh, he's very low in the meantime. Might even go down. The heal is available to Chipsy, though. Instantly going to be used just to make sure that there's no shenanigans from the side of Back to the Game. Afro Boy stepping up. A bit of a hard situation for him. They're going to shove in. Probably right now they're going to reset as well. To make sure that Nerman can reset, to get a few items and get a few hit points back. But the thing is for Afro Boy is that he was also forced to reset because of the fact that he was so much slowed down in the jungle, right? So he's falling behind in terms of tempo. Look at Chasq. He's already running with 2 longswords while Afro Boy only sits at 1.
Exactly. The difference between the junglers right now is really massive, and Afrobear has lost a lot of time in the beginning of the game. Right now, he has lost it again because the attempt to have some shenanigans happening on the bot lane with a gank turned out into him having to stay on the bot lane to protect Nermin, because in attempt to go a little bit aggressive onto the enemies, Nermin got a lot of damage his way from Salami, and in the end, Afroboy just had to stay there to shot at him to make sure that the AD carry for Anonymo is not going to turn into the first blood. Because of that, right now, he finally has some camps on his bot side of the jungle, but it's still not enough to set him anywhere close to where Chasq is.
My Polish is good enough to translate this as Mato LOL is apparently now trying to start a petition for the Polish casters to call the Void Grubs Ed, and Eddie.
I've heard that already somewhere. Wait.
It's pretty much all across the Twitter currently, so you know.
That's true.
Ed, and Eddie. That's what the Ultraliga is asking for.
Yeah, they're pugs. They're ugly pugs. Cute but ugly, adorable but ugly. Pretty much pugs, yeah.
Ed, and Eddie. Anyway.
It's fine.
Anyway, the dragon has been started by Chasq. They decide that if they have so much potential and so much prior on the bot lane, they might just as well try to use it. The lane was shoved in, but thanks to a quarter, they can just force Nerman out. It's going to be a easy pickup. Afro Boy might be looking for 3 Void Grubs, which is going to be quite good. And that also would mean that Back to the Game probably will have to respond when the next Void Grubs are going to appear.
Ideally, Back to the Game right now want to be stacking the dragons because they're looking forward to fights in this game. But right now, they're fighting already. Look at that.
Hold your horses. Nerman has the flash available to him, though. So, yeah, just a little bit of a scare off. Just, as you said, shoo him away.
Exactly. I just wanted to say they just shoot him away a little bit. That's exactly what happened. Chasq is not going to stop any recalls there whatsoever, and Chipsy should be.
Might as well, though.
Should he?
Might as well. Milio, of course, has a lot of control, so you might just go for it. A little bit of sustain as well. Now tries to survive with a knock-up as well, but that's the first blood, as easy as it gets. A quarter tanks the turret. Chasq walks up, punches him with a club a few times. It's a good kill.
A very good call as well from Back to the Game. Realized that they could get something else from the bot lane, and they get it. No hesitation, no excuses whatsoever. And I love it from them because, again, trying to finish my thought, they want to be looking towards stacking the dragons, and they want to be looking towards the team fights. And these two things work great with each other. The fact is, yes, as you said, they will have to answer to the Void Grabs from Anonymo sooner or later, but they don't necessarily need the Void Grabs because they're not so much looking for this split push game to extend it for as long as possible to try to get through the turrets. They're looking to have straight on fights with the enemies, a good old fist fight, right?
What don't we love more than a good old Irish style fist fight in the pub? Now let's see if Orbit can do something over here. Oh, yeah, well.
No.
Never mind.
No. Just have a nope.
Do you want to see that replay? Nope.
9.
Level angry German noises. As Nerman picks up his level 6, now has the culling, so every fight is going to be just a little bit different now. Okay, on to Rosen. He has the flash and he has the Valkyrie, so what he's going to do, he's going to fly away on little Urf.
Exactly. I'm starting to get a little bit worried about the Udyr top lane, to be honest, because Cozy hasn't really overused his Udyr too much, which might be very good or very bad, because we haven't seen any crazy moves from him apart from that very early game invade into the enemy jungle. But so far, outside of that, he hasn't been like proxying the enemy waves or anything of that sort. He has just been sitting there, but he's slowly but surely losing the advantage unless he itemizes into damage.
Here comes the culling. Chasq is here. The cleanse has been used as well. Afro Boy now on top of that Trundle with the Season to See. They're doing so much damage to him. Nerman is not falling down just yet as well. The flash had to be invested to get out of it. No kills will be traded between the teams. A bit of a closer call from both sides. Nariman was pretty much in the safety for the majority of that fight.
However, he's sitting on a pretty low health right now, so if he could finds a way onto him out, finally we're going to see how exactly Gypsy went down the sad life of a poor little support just sitting alone under the turret. Just play safe under the turret, dude!
Right.
About that.
About that.
Ooh, that word. Look at that. That's some
Okay.
domination right there. I want to see what's happening. I want to see the mid laner and the jungle and the waves and everything else.
That's a very, very aggressive one, but a very good one that's going to give so much more information to back to the game as they will try to approach. Well, it is rather timely as well. Void Grubs are going to spawn rather soon. 1 minute and 25 seconds before the dragon is going to appear as well. And right now, you need to make sure that you, A, deny the 5 grubs to your enemy, right? Because there's just so much more opportunities for Anonymo to try to split push, while in the same time, you want to make sure that you have the dragon under your control. So you need to take 2 Void Grubs and the dragon. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot considering the timings is going to be very hard for back to the game. But look at them. They are pushing on the bot lane, keeping the control there. If Shask has any help to give to the top lane or to the mid lane, they could try to rotate it towards the Void Grubs, but it's going to be a very hard task to achieve, to be honest. Albeit Anonymo need to fight for these grabs because these are going to be super important for them, as you mentioned. At the same time, though, the dragon should be the Hex Dragon, I believe, because we already had the Mountain one, so the timer on the top left is not exactly correct, and it usually happens when there is a Chemdrake or a Hex Drake, so I think it's a Chemdrake, no?
We'll see. I mean, not forgetting the fact that very often we saw the wrong announcement, but that's perfectly fine. Okay, so they're giving up the Void Grubs so that they can stuck the dragons and try to potentially run for a early soul. They could, because there's zero control, quite literally, from the side of Orbit Anonymo to the top bot side, of the map. Now, the question is, how well can they utilize it? And yeah, it's a Chemtech.
Yeah, the Chemtech pretty much breaks everything on the map, especially the announcement. So back to the game, are getting the Drake right now. Nobody's going to be able to stop them on time. And they're still pushing the bot lane. Honestly, considering they have no Pry on the top lane anymore, it's a very good call from them.
Whoop, they're culling with the root together from Chains of Corruption. And you can see Nariman. We've talked about the fact that there's no European currently that can play the Lucian on the level that we want pretty much to see, right? However, Nariman now using all of his toolkit to the best. He is very aggressive, stepping up, always trading, has the Kraken Slayer completed already, rushed the item, and now every single trade that goes with him is pretty much an insta-win.
You gotta remember that it's Nariman. It's not just any European AD carry. It's Nariman who is exceptional at his role. Might be one of the best AD carries we're seeing on the scene right now. But right now, is he going to be a dead AD carry? Not yet, because they have enough vision in that tribush. So they know that Shask is just dancing in that pixel bush.
Afro Boy, though, might be coming up uncontested here. Nope, he was spotted.
No.
He should have been spotted. Salami now going down those. Season deceased. Yes, that's going to be the kill. Teleport is going to be invested into this as well. Royson arrives a bit late to the party. Oh, Cozy and Sisyph! Whoa, that's going to be a brawl as another teleport has been used. Prime is here, going on to the Accorda. It's going to get stopped by the Wild Grove. Cozy now dancing around. A little more damage there and there. Pillar has been used too. Here comes the Emperor Shuffle. Going to find only one person. In the meantime, Prime's take down Accorda. Cozy will die as well. That is a total disaster for back to the game as they call retreat, retreat, retreat. They've all one after another, and it is only Shasku who's left to tell the tale how 4 of his teammates died in a brave fight.
The idea of draft for back to the game was to go into this game and have really good and successful team fights with Orbit Anonymo. However, they forgot that they were going against some of the best team fighters we have in Ultraliga at the moment. And the reaction times from Orbit Anonymo were exceptional in this fight. And the damage they dealt, of course. I was watching Udyr very closely, hoping to see maybe there is going to be some damage that is going to redeem Udyr in my eyes, especially because he is not really going into the tanky build that I usually see in the losing Udyrs. But unfortunately, unfortunately, for me and for him, of course, it is not what happened. Very good reactions here from Back to the Game, also rotating as many people as possible, trying to go in with the ultimates, but ultimately, it's the positioning of Orbit Anonymo and everybody just doing what exactly they need to be doing in this fight that helps them get out of it on top of the enemies.
It feels like Orbit Anonymo have expected Back to the Game almost to take the bait, right? Because as soon as they saw the first teleport, double teleports have been used by both sides of the Back to the Game, and then it was just a matter of time for Prime to just go, guys, you have fun. I want to join the fun too. He just arrives there and starts to swing punches left and right.
Anyway, I started blasting.
Yes, basically. Walks in there, guns blazing.
Woo, 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 woo.
Another
Speaking of blasting.
Yeah, another Chains of Corruption. Neriman, though, is still in a good position. Milio just keeping him alive and well. Yeah, Neriman has to back off a little, but look at Akorda, look at Salami, both of them not feeling too well. Hexol is the soul, so Afro Boy is going to arrive there very quick. Shasq now on the chase. Recognizing that Sisyph is also here, invests the flash to it. A lot of respect coming from Orbit Anonymo.
Interestingly enough, I just realized that Udyr went with the Abyssal Mask, which is something I realized before, but who exactly is he buying it against? It's only Royson on the enemy team who is dealing decent AP damage onto him. And at the same time, there is nobody on the side of Orbit Anonymo who is buying, at least for now, any magic resist to be reduced by him. So that's interesting.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I recall correctly, Jax has mixed damage, and even his W
That's
quite
true.
a lot of AP.
Yes. Oh, yes, he does quite a lot.
Together with the empowered auto that you get every third one, I think. I'm not sure. I think it's every third one, thanks to the ultimate. Right, so you could say that it is in order to get a bit of a lovelier lane phase, I suppose, and then to sort of control Jax in the latest team fights.
The thing is, he's not having a lovely lane phase, and he's not controlling Jax in the team fights either, so none of these things are working for him. But your point is absolutely correct. Yes, Jax has been remade at some point to have much more AP damage than before.
For now, we are entering a bit of a more stabilized point of the game. Not a lot of things happening. Not a lot of prio shifting back and forth. 15 seconds on the clock before the dragon is going to appear. You would think that one of the teams needs to take full control over that bot side river. For now, it seems like Back to the Game have the vision advantage, but it will probably change very soon, very quick.
Very soon, maybe very, very soon, actually, because the Drake is already alive, it's running, and Orbit Anonymo are already taking it. If Back to the Game want to stack those, they need to answer right now, or else it's going to be too late.
Royston has the package. Korda is here, Sisyph as well. A little bit of damage. Package has been used. The dragon is going down. 3,000. Teleport has been denied, I believe, by Prime. In the meantime, the first steal coming in through. Salami might just fall because of the culling as Shasq trying to defend him. The shuffle to disengage. Royson still on the chase. Shasq trying to flash out, but it was way too little too late as Neren is firing away with a knockup and one more auto to secure that kill. Tried to go for Salami, but he was way too far away. Orbit Anonymo are in complete control of this game.
What happened on the top lane? Because to me, it looks like Kozzy started teleporting when he was right under the enemy turret or somewhere close to it, just looking at the minimap. And it looks like Prime had enough control to stop the teleport from happening. I would love if we had a replay of that by any chance, but we'll have to wait and see that. The fact is, there was no numbers advantage for Back to the Game as a result of it. They couldn't get into the pit quickly enough to get to the Drake, and then the amount of damage from Orbit Anonymo, just their great positioning throughout the whole fight. Yes, there is damage flying their way still because Sisyph is dealing damage, Salami is dealing damage, but it's nearly anywhere close to what Orbit Anonymo can have.
Look at that Lucian. 2 items already complete. The Kraken Slayer and Navori's quick blades just giving you so much of a bigger edge when it comes to these small skirmishes. And I don't know how did that happen with the Cozy's delayed teleport that was denied in the end of the day. But for now, yes, the bot side of the map was under control of B2G. B2G? B2TG.
That's a back to the game.
Back to the game, indeed. But in the end of the day, now that control has been spiraling around because top lane, not looking well. Mid lane, already with a bounty. 203 on the Lucian. And the dragons are no longer being stacked together with the Rift Herald that's now in the hands of Afroboy. It feels like it just Orbit Anonymous games to lose.
Prime. Oh, look at Prime.
Stunned.
Two enemies are trying to tower dive me.
Hold up.
Oh.
Okay, Polymorph coming in through. Tries to survive. Counter strike onto Shax. The growth is going to be there used as well. Okay, that's a kill. Went over to Trundle. At least somewhat of a pickup with the kill, with the turret. Good enough for starters. However, top lane is burning.
Exactly. Back in the game cannot afford to play like that right now. They need to be answering the push from Orbit Anonymo. Yes, good job there, Afroboy. Because look at the amount of the ugly pugs running their way, and the Herald is still alive. Yes, back to the game are trying actually to answer right now with Cozy on the bot lane, but Orbit Anonymo are going to outpush them in the pushing game. They are stronger because of all the objectives they've gotten.
The puppies doing the God's work.
Exactly.
Top lane turret has fallen. Mid lane still stands as Cozy just now returns back to the base. And yeah, we get a replay of that. Prime just casually defends the turret against two enemies.
He was not carrying for a very long time, but interestingly enough, this is the second kill that is happening for Back to the Game in this game, and it is happening exactly at the same place, at exactly the same circumstances, when one enemy member has been left under the turret and 3 members of Back to the Game are rotating there, including Shask. That's an interesting coincidence, and those are the only kills that have happened to Back to the Game so far in this game. They are not doing very well, and I have a suspicion they might be doing worse later on, because I had a sneak peek at Prime. He is slowly but surely getting the Sundered Sky as the second item, and that's going to be a very big power spike for Jax.
The thing is that they found themselves a great pickup and with the great decision making, right? Because yeah, in order to kill that Jax, you need to get rid of the turret as soon as possible. So what they did is they literally rushed that turret, right, before actually going for that kill. Problem is, yeah, you shut down the Jax. He's got almost got the Sundered Sky, but there is the problem of 3 enemy champions that have that bounties on their heads, and they are spiraling out of control. Again, Eclipse on Korotkiy, slowly but surely coming towards the 3rd item on Lucian. They are not getting weaker, and you need to find a way how to answer this.
You know what? Afroboy has the Frozen Heart as the second item. And I love it so much, because he's the one going right into the enemy's backline, and this item slows down the attack speed from the enemy. So if he goes onto Salami or Sisyph, their attack speed items are going to be worthless, because he's going to slow them down. This is incredible from Orbit Anonymo.
Even Trundle as well, but now Nermi might be in a bit of trouble. Cleanse has been used, forced away. Accorda will probably die here, but no, Shasky is here to help him out. With Cozy re-engaging, gets a little bit of damage done, and a bit of control as well. Being punched in the face in the process, so he decides to back off just a bit. They have managed to force out a cleanse, but it's 5 more seconds before the dragon is going to spawn. So you need to find a way how to answer this. Afroboy looking for a flank maneuver in the meantime.
He has the ultimate, so if he finds one good one, he's going for it. And let's keep our eyes on him, but Nerman is going low.
Prime as well, coming here too. Gets back into the fight. Accorda, he is balancing on the edge of his untimely death here, because there's just way too little HP on him. And yes, the dragon has been started. It doesn't really feel like Back to the Game are in any position to walk up and contest it.
No, not at all. And that's why Orbit Anonymo are taking it, and it's their second Drake of the game. And at the same time, Prime went towards the nature to make sure that there is not going to be an attempt of a flip from the Back to the Game side. So Orbit Anonymo are really having firm control of every single part of the game right now, which is working rather nicely for them, because they're stacking the dragons. The 4 hex drakes, if they get them on top of each other, are going to give them a lot of additional stats for Back to the Game. They're trying to push back, they're trying to find answers, but with their current state, it's so hard to find anything to do on the map.
Might have been looking for a pickup here, but instead decided to disengage. Top lane turret has fallen, so that is at least something, again, that Back to the Game are able to get themselves on the map. They are in a dire need of resources, as they are falling behind in terms of gold. About 5k is the difference, not precisely, but just a little bit under that. And that shows when you just look at the inventory. So, but well, you could look at the inventories, but not anymore. It's going to pop up back in a second. Still no second item for Sisyphus, trying to go for that Rabadons. I believe no second item of Salami as well, which makes...
No, he has Ginsu.
Ah, never mind. So he does have that second item. Regardless of that, they are still in a much weaker position, and they are much slowly getting themselves into this game, while Orbit and Anonymo are just sitting behind that steering wheel and going, yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Exactly, and they're also like, you know what, this is how the game is going to be played out, and we don't care about your opinion. You're going to do exactly what we tell you you're going to be doing, because right now, back to the game indeed are just answering to wherever Orbit and Anonymo are and whatever they are doing, and Orbit and Anonymo can afford to be that aggressive. They can afford to just dash into the enemy's jungle and scare them away, because back to the game should be scared with all the items that Orbit and Anonymo have on their hands. Close.
Baron might be slowly being set up here. Theoretically, you can try to burst it down. A lot of damage on that Lucian, a lot of damage on that Korotkiy as well. For boy, gonna get caught here a second. Coming in the meantime, forced a quarter to flash. Salami, half of his HP is already gone. As the turret is slowly falling, will go down. Naramin happily retreats, knowing that they did exactly what they needed. One calling is enough to make your enemy just shiver in fear.
It was a calling for them to base immediately, and it worked with double thumbs up from Orbit Anonymous bot lane. Can Cozy do anything here?
Well, he cleared the wave really quickly, so that's at
True.
least something. Has to reset though, so that might be just the next wave that will do the trick.
Quite possibly. There is still Sisyph around, but there are also Void Grubs on the side of Orbit Anonymous. They have all 6, which means they have the additional ugly pugs to help them push through the turret.
Wall breaker, not going to find its target. Knock up onto Shasq has been spotted on a ward, as it is 5 versus 5. Back to the game are making sure to try at least and defend. Okay, Naramin.
Oof.
An exchange of damage between him and Sisyph. Both of them are half of HP. Rabadance finally completed for that Azir, so he's doing quite a lot of damage.
Naramin.
Wall breaker with a knock-up onto Shasq. Afroboy might be just a bit of trouble running away for his life. Double flashes have been used to disengage from this situation. A bit of an overstep. And Orbit and Anonymo deciding, okay, you know what? Let's play it safe. Let's play it slow. Didn't work out. It's fine. Gonna work out next time.
Exactly. Orbit Anonymous have nowhere to rush, to be honest. There is no date that they're going to be late if they don't win the game right here, right now. They can play around the objectives because they still are going to be stronger on the objectives when the time comes for them. A dragon in a minute might be a soul point for whichever team gets it. The Baron is still alive, by the way, still doing very fine and well there in its pit. So Orbit Anonymous can try to force either of the two, or they can force back to the game into a fight.
If you look at the goal difference, you can see that, yeah, top lane is doing relatively okay when it comes to Slam and Naramin, but look at the gap between Korotkiy and Azir. It's almost an item. Quarter? Okay, managed to dab out. It's almost an item worth of money that is the difference. 2,000 something, 2,400, which is such a big lead for that Korotkiy. I think somewhat the same thing is going on in the top lane as well. And you can see that, yes, Orbit and Anonymo are not forcing anything, but they are in complete control of whatever is happening.
And they will still be in control for some time because they're making sure that the gap in gold between the teams is kept at the level that is comfortable for them, which means at least 2-3 items is going to be in advantage of Orbit Anonymous compared to back to the game, which automatically allows them to win a team fight if they're positioning correctly. And if Orbit Anonymous know what to do anything, it is to position themselves well into a team fight.
Absolutely so. And with the package, the dragon comes up. Package on Royson. There's no way back to the game are even going to try to contest it. Dragon instantly falls into the BTG's hand. Cozy might be the next one in trouble. A lot of damage on top of him, and they're going to finish him off. Just there on
Look
the
at back to
spot.
the game. Look at back to the game. Don't tell me they're going to try to do it. No, 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 no. Your base. Your base.
The ace is burning, but the Baron rather is burning as well. Afroboy gonna walk up. Did the bait work? Might have done. Squirrel is here. Knock up in the air. Double even. Season to season has been used. Shut down. Okay, that's good. Naramin had to flash away. Shasq flashing right after him as well. The culling is going absolutely wild. Redemption! That is just illegal! The man lives with the redemption, with the shields. It didn't work. Back to the game, found themselves the perfect setup, but Chipsy saves his air to carry. Imperial Shuffle now onto Prime. Gonna try to look for it, but no, a quarter picks up that kill. And that is at least 2. The bait worked for back to the game.
They got 2 kills out of that, but they couldn't finish the Baron. They couldn't really go for it, even though now there is teleport from Kozin. Another one coming in. They want to try it again.
Well, second time. Is it going to be the charm? Baron slowly burning. I think Orbit and Anonymo recognizing in 1 second. Afroboy is now back into the game. Roizen is here, throwing his rockets away. 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 falling down rather rapidly. And yes, the objective has been claimed. It's 3 versus 5 currently, but looks like back to the game, not willing to fight for this. Kozin is trying to run for his life, not going to be able to do so. One last shot from the dual pistols will seal that deal. Powered recall, Chipsy will stop it. Salami might be in just so much trouble. Accorda trying to help him out. Wall Breaker rather, season to cease onto the Accorda. And they're going to knock him up in the air, try to kill him. And Roizen will pick the kill as well. A bit of a chaotic fight. Yes, that Baron Asher had secured. But was it worth it?
But at what cost? Exactly. I fear that the cost has been too high for back to the game right now because Orbit Norma have divided them and have conquered them completely in the fight right after the Baron. And look at them right now. They don't have the Baron buff, but they are the ones pushing right into their base. Still 3 down for back to the game. Can they defend it?
That's a good question. The culling has been summoned as well. Sisyphus is already pretty much dead as the Nexus turrets are slowly but surely falling. I believe that might be the moment when Orbit and will say, yeah, who needs a Baron buff if you can just walk up and finish that game? Another few kills. Neramin might die for the first time in this game. Yes, the perfect KDA has been ruined with the shuffle. That was quite big, but it's easy enough to finish the game and in a pretty convincing fashion. Orbit and Anonymo pick up the victory.
14-7, and I'm afraid I have not been convinced by this game, and I will remain with my opinion that picking Udyr on the top lane, especially if you're on the right side, is a huge bait, and you shall never do that because it just doesn't work. There are so many better things, or at least itemize it into dealing damage because this poor Udyr was not doing anything, and it's not the fault of the player because we know that Polsky, ex-Polsky Koz is a really good top lane player. It's just the champ method doesn't work, which frankly there wasn't the biggest problem for back to the game in this game.
It did indeed felt like the beginning was very good, right? The beginning was very good for back to the game. They found this as a great pickup. They managed to pick up the first blood. Overall, things were looking very well. But as soon as the skirmishes started to happen, that I feel like that's when Neramin just jumped into the game and said, yeah, by the way, this is not happening.
Yeah, exactly. Neramin, I wish we get Afribo in the interview because I need someone to sing praises to our AD carry of Udyr Anonymo because this guy is just so damn good every single time. It's not even about, Lucian or the items or anything else. It's just that this guy knows how to position on a lane or in a team fight. He is trying to stay safe. Only died once in this game in the very end of it when, the emotions were up because, well, the team has pretty much won already. This guy is great, and the team is great. That's all I have to say.
Pretty much, right? Right now, what we see from Orbit Anonymo is they are fully in control of whatever game plan that they are facing, and they're just willing to execute it to the very best.
Mm-hmm. And I love it. I love it for them because back to the game also have some really good things about them in the game. For example, they still did what I praised them for it last week. They have really good vision control. They go in with very deep, very aggressive words against the enemy to read the movements as much as possible. But so many other cool elements are missing in their gameplay.
Well, you will have an opportunity to ask your questions and sing your praises. Afroboy joining us here for the interview. Welcome, mate. Congratulations on the victory and welcome to our virtual studio. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel pretty great. How are you feeling?
You're like the first person to ask that ever. Thank you.
That is true.
I know. It's okay if you need a moment.
Yeah, I feel like I do. Yes. The first time somebody joining us in the studio asking how do we feel. Wow.
We're fine. Thank you.
Also, you asked me, it was the first guy asked me that in that whole week, It hits. Stay strong.
The first human moment, just blasting it away. Thank you. We are feeling rather overwhelmed.
Do you actually see the tears in my eyes? Like, unironically? Can you see them?
They're just pouring out of your face. But that's
tears of joy. pure
Yeah,
flow.
that's the joy. Walk me through the game. Like, let's take a closer look at what happened, because it felt, we know what we do, we're gonna do it.
I mean, the only thing I remember is level 1. Oh my days. The, I hope Udyr has a really nice evening. And I also hoped that the enemy bot lane has a really nice evening too. But actually, I was really calm in the game. I didn't take it personal.
Oh, that's not what I expected because both of us definitely would, I think. But
Yeah.
Afroboy, I need you for one specific reason. I need somebody to sing praises to Nermin again. Please do it because he was incredible.
I mean, I can't stop. You know, Nermin is so like, you know, I see Udyr running onto me level 1. I lose flash level 1. I'm 200 HP. Enemy bot lane is telling me, okay, they are late. They probably invaded my bot side too. I see Trundle level 3 with red buff on the tribush. An average jungle player would say, okay, I'm ducked, you know. But I have Neramin. I know, no problem. He has 3 seconds advantage of tempo in the lane, so we will use it to full extent. He was legit saying, don't worry, guys, it's actually really big for me. I got good base. Look, my items, I'm so big, guys. I will carry this game. Bro, it's that easy. Like, you don't have to worry, you know. I can be 3 levels down, 100 CS down. Neramin has me. Thanks, Neramin. You're the
Thank you
best.
so much.
Bro, but after the game, he completely carries the game, and then after the game, he's like, okay, guys, I go food, see ya, and he's gone. Just like that.
Shot movement.
He doesn't even cheer, bro. He's right clicking on the Nexus, and then he just leaves. He's like auto clicking, not even looking at the victory screen.
Because because cool guys don't look at the explosions.
It's
That's
true,
Exactly.
bro, it's true.
As much as I love to sing praises to Neriman, and I mean he deserves all the praises in that.
He does.
In the majority of skirmishes that have played out, this man just legit said, "Yeah, the enemy team, they're not playing today. They are not allowed to play League."
He has hidden passive. He deals more damage than the average ADC.
I mean, that's.
I don't know how he does it, but my Lucian doesn't deal that much damage.
But the other thing that I want you to walk me through is, okay, so that's now happening with Zero Tenacity slowly picking up their pace as well. We know that this is going to be a fight for top 1 for top 2, but then there's also going to be a fight at the EMEA Masters. We've heard that Zero Tenacity are preparing a lot for it. They also were screaming or practicing rather with the LFL teams, right? With the Harpoon saying something on the interview. Now, how do you feel the preparation is going for the potential playoffs, since you are in the top of the scoreboard, and then the potential EMEA?
I mean, I like to just be in the moment, you know? I feel like if you're with your head already in the EU Masters, you can focus on what is happening right now. And also, focusing on the EU Masters doesn't really matter. Like, my opponent is not the EU Masters in general, or like LFL teams. My opponent is myself, you know? So I'm trying to just be better with this team, get better every single day, and then just hope that it is enough, you know? Just try to be the best version of this team, and I think this team has a lot of potential. And then at EU Masters, just be the best we can be and show what we are capable of.
That sounds way too healthy for a League of Legends player. I love it very much.
Okay, next time I will come with the N9 statements. Oh, we will see them in the finals. We will stomp them in the finals.
No, please. You're the voice of reason in our interviews. We love you so much for that. But last question from me. I have no idea if you can answer it to me or not, but so I need to ask it because I have been seeing this thing of Udyr being picked for the top lane on the red side specifically and losing constantly. I have not seen it win a single time. What do you think about this? Do you think it has any potential, or am I right in not believing it whatsoever?
It might sound cocky, but I think Trundle is not Trundle. I think Udyr is really great if you have a jungle who's aggressive. For example, like, not saying that enemy jungle could have punished me more, but he probably could have. If I get that start, like if I see enemy jungle, I get 3/4. He's chunked 200 HP, level 1, only gets his fucking blue side. Oh, sorry, I was cursing. I did not take it personal, you know. But with Udyr, usually you should invade a lot, and your jungler also needs to be really proactive in that sense. And I think you could have punished me a lot more. And if you have a great jungle who's capable of doing that, I think the pick should shine. Also in LEC, you see that a lot, where he's like perma-proxying the waves, and then enemy like your jungler can't really move into the top side because of that Udyr, because he can also just 2v1 you. So you just need to keep the pace. And he used the tempo he got from the invade more for ganking bot lane, but it's kind of hard to gank Lucian as Trundle and also for Drakes, but he could have punished me a lot more, I think, and then the game could have been harder. But I like the pick as a jungle, you know? If I see enemy jungle suffering like that level 1, bro, that makes me happy. I can tell you that much.
I feel like I do want to ask you a little bit on the meta in a certain way of it. So just very casually, let's just break it down.
Let's be
Where
casual.
do we? Yeah, just very. Let's chill. But I want to take it from a little bit of a different perspective. Now we know what is going on in this patch in general, right? But how do you feel the meta is going to progress? Because the entire tournament is going to be played on a few different patches more, with a few tweaks coming here and there. How do you feel, or where towards this meta is going to go, just overall?
I think you can see that the game is going more into a scaling route generally. And I also just saw a lot of, like, not a lot of, but I saw Zeruyumi being picked, and please, dear Lord, have mercy. Like last year, if I see Lucian, Nami, and Zeruyumi again, I cannot. Because as a jungle, you're on the Vi duty, you know? I was already on the Vi duty today, but if you see a Zeri with a Yumi and the Lucian with so many dashes, the only thing that can lock it down is the Vi, you know? And please, for the love of God, please let me have some fun. I can't take it. Like, I think, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, really. And also next patch, the double support thingy is gone, right? So I'm also looking forward to that. But I think it's a lot more about team fighting, as always. And the games are longer because of the new Nash system, right? And a lot of teams are going to throw on the Nashes for sure. But I'm not sure. I think it's like, I think even right now, there's still a lot of picks that are undiscovered. It's always like this, that, I don't know, at the end, suddenly there's Varus with Radiant Virtues super broken, everybody picks it, or so many picks discovered. Like, to all the cookers out there, bro, you need to cook. There's so many picks, so much to explore, so many discoveries to be made.
I feel like a few seconds more, you're going to start singing me the Aladdin song. I can show
You don't have to, though. I am already inspired. I want to play League, and that doesn't usually happen to me.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance, actually.
You should be.
Actually, I'm deeply sorry. But let's be casual.
I mean, like, if I started to grind solo queue,
bro, you could replace me on the spot. Bro, you could head EU Masters.
I'm a support.
Bro, support and jungle are kind of similar in pro play, actually. I mean, let me check, actually. I think that game... Oh, damn, Millie was actually out-damaging me. Oh my... Bro, but my job is not to do damage, okay? To be fair. Also, enemy support was also out-damaging their jungler, you know? Like, it's just the role, you know? Maybe you're even more often support, actually. Maybe you should try it. Maybe it's your true nature. In the nature, because it's a jungle, you know? The nature in the jungle.
We're basically the druids of the...
You two are gonna be friends.
I'm not going to deny that. Basically, casually turns into a druid whenever he's playing League of Legends.
I can coach you if you like. Some jungle coaching here and there. Actually, the next interview, just stream your POV and let's do some coaching for like 10 minutes.
Well, I know what I'm going to be doing with my evening then. Mate, thank you so much for joining us here for the interview. It was an absolute blast. As always, the tradition goes, you have your time to give a shout out to whoever you want, but I think it's Nermin.
Yeah.
Oh, Nermin, the family. Bro, my family's watching right now. In fact, they just helped me, like, I'm currently moving, actually. And they just helped me with a move. I legit just arrived 10 minutes before the game and logged in. And, you know, they're watching right now. Thanks for watching. I hope you liked my interview. I hope you understand my English. Thank you.
Afterboy, it's been an absolute delight. Thank you so much, and hoping to see you here again. Good luck in the future.
Thanks to you too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Whew. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. It was one of those days when it was one of those games when you just play and it's a game and you don't even know what to say.
It's been one of these days when you just go, what are we, huh? But Captain, it's Tuesday.
Yeah. And we have one more day of that ahead of us. Can you imagine?
I live in this. And I live in this dream. Because, lads, it's been an outstanding day. just for the record, for everyone to remember what's been going on just in general with the schedule. In the first game, Iron Wolves took away the victory. GRP defeated devils.one in game number 2. Forsaken delightfully and gracefully lost against Zero Tenacity. And Orbit and Anonymo just now have pretty much delivered back to the game with their 0-3 score. With that being said, it's been an absolute roller coaster of the day.
Oh, yeah.
But don't miss on tomorrow's action, because we are going to have GRP versus Back to the Game, starting off with the day.
Oh, it's a bunker.
Orbit and Anonymo versus Forsaken.
Ooh. That can be interesting.
Iron Wolves versus devils.one.
Game of the week!
Match of the week indeed. And Zero Tenacity versus Team ESCA Gaming to wrap up the day.
Amazing. Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow to come already.
A lot of action to look forward to. An absolute blast of Ultraliga action just in general. And that means we will see you right here tomorrow. But for now, let's take our bows, take a little bit of a breather, and go rest. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. My name is DrBrilmann. I was joined here by Solari, the other way around, over here. And over there, in the beginning of the day, we were joined by our host, Mayutek. Thank you so much, and we will see you tomorrow.
Phones were so different back in the day.
Remember?
That's crazy. I'm calling you from the back of a taxi.
Then came.
TV phones?
Yep. They got bigger and smarter. Stronger, even. Then they became more than phones. I mean, who would have thought the flip phone would make a comeback?
So, what's next?
Well, who knows?
Even the biggest champ needs a break.